Now that's a win. Waiting for a nibble and setting a trap with pocket kings. Now that's a win. Do what you love and get the thrill of Borgata anytime and anywhere in New Jersey. Play online, poker, slots, blackjack, real money. TheBorgata.com. Now that's a win. Get $20 to play when you sign up now. Toasting the perfect marshmallow and turning up 5 cherries. Now that's a win. Get the thrill of Borgata anytime and anywhere in New Jersey. Play online, poker, slots, blackjack, real money. TheBorgata.com. Now that's a win. Get $20 to play when you sign up now.
Big hands. It can be tough to play. And it can be tough for your opponents because they think you're pushing around.
Right, and you have all the momentum already, and you're just getting more. And this is music to Chris's ears. What's he gonna make? An extra like 8K or something if eight's?
Yeah, just over $8,000. 10th place being 15,000.
That's nice to hear when you're like basically dead man walking already.
Speaking of celebrating, Dylan is not going anywhere with these kings.
Call. Show him, please.
This could be the end of Marcel unless he can pick up an 8 here.
He's doing the pick up the bag, the get up.
That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it.
He's now about 40%.
He's got to get the bag on his shoulder to get up to 50.
Yeah. He needs to like give up and say something like every time.
No help for Marcel. Still looking for that 8 and that 8 only, or he will be our 10th place finisher.
Everything 8-ish that's not an 8 came out.
Marcel Baca will finish in 10th place, $15,000. Not a bad result for only 500, but you're always disappointed coming into a finals table, hoping for better. And you're right, Chris definitely breathes a sigh of relief. Getting that pay jump for just folding. Beautiful.
Classy exit. Shaking everybody's hand and not too angry looking.
Yeah, you know, he played fun. You know, I think that the, yeah, you know what? You can use this, maybe he can use this as a learning experience, go from there, things like that. Chris with ace-queen, guess what? There is not going to be a way this gets folded.
You kind of like forget that Chris Chick was here.
He's been very quiet. I don't think he's put in a pot yet.
Played 0 hands.
Put money in a pot yet. D-Money says, give the rail some drinks, loosen them up.
Let's give the Twitch chat some drinks. Let's go.
Twitch chat's been a little quiet. YouTube chat's stealing the thunder today.
Oh, really? I never check out YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
I think probably because Twitch was freezing at first.
We did have some Twitch technical difficulties, but they seem to be cleared up. Joe Smitty giving us some info. This dealer used to work at Foxwoods, apparently, and he's a nice guy. A lot of nice dealers here at Borgata.
Oh, Jamie dealer?
I don't know who's
he's
in the box
like
right
the
now.
best dealer ever. Yeah. I actually got sad. He was walking around in like a floor suit the other day, and I'm like, no, don't promote like your best dealers. Just keep them down forever.
A lot of tanking with hands that don't seem like they're going to do a lot of calling.
Do not
Really
understand.
putting Chris through the...
This doesn't make sense. Like, I mean, for
Making him
Dylan, it
sweat.
makes more sense than it does for a short stack. Like, if the blinds advance, I guess his chance of winning is better.
I mean, but he's not going to call it 6-3 here,
No,
right?
but I mean, he's wasting time, and the short stacks are getting shorter every time a minute clicks by, so. It would be kind of not the nicest thing to do to just...
Did he say call? I think he did.
No way.
Yeah, he's going to run it. He's going to just try to hope we have live cards here and knock Chris out. If you're Chris, you really don't like this
I hate
call.
this. Yeah.
I mean, Dylan's like
You're scooping like a million
basically
chips,
40%
basically.
to win this pot. We'll see if Dylan can catch up. Oh, boy.
Oh, my gosh.
Lots of outs for Dylan here. A spade will seal at a 6-3 will give him a very good lead.
Oh, my goodness.
And that's it. Chris
yeah,
is done.
I mean, that's... The head shake is warranted.
And just like that, I think that was the first hand Chris played. He got his money in good. And the chip leader just calling it off and trying to get there, knocks out a player.
I think I'd be pretty disgusted if I was Chris right now. He wants to get out of this building. He's,
He
like,
looks,
running.
that's a quick exit. He does look pretty upset about that
I mean,
call.
Noel's waking up with ace-queen in late position. And it looks like he has about 6 million chips, a little bit less. It's perfectly reasonable for him to just shove here with about 15 big blinds. Alternative, he can raise call, and probably weaker aces and king-queen, hands like that, will have a chance to shove on him if he does that. And I do like this play that he's just going to open instead of jamming, give his opponents a chance to make a mistake. And I mean, he's in the perfect situation right now with Joel having a hand that's a very shovable hand. He can expect to be ahead of a late position raise and get through often. Yep, and Noel gets exactly what he wants. There's a decent chance that if Noel had shoved, that Joel would still call.
Noel calls. Noel shows ace of clubs, queen of spades. Joel has ace of spades, 10
And
of
Joel
clubs,
is the at-risk player, so if he can't find help with the 10 or Broadway, he is going to be our 8th place finisher.
5 of diamonds, deuce of hearts, king of hearts. Help for neither player. Ace queen still in the lead. Our turn is the 4 of diamonds.
Gives him a couple chop outs with the 3.
The 9 of
And he doesn't get there, so Joel's going to be our 8th place finisher.
8th place finisher, taking home over $36,000.
Not a bad payday, $36,392 for a $560 buy-in. Can't be too sad. And Gags hopped out of the booth for a couple minutes. He's conducting a player interview. So with a few rapid bust outs, we have 7 players left. Nobody's too short right now. 19 big blinds are shortest stack. And Dylan's still in control with 78 big blinds. More than double the 2nd place stack. So must be nice to be Dylan right now. And they're playing for a top prize of $325K.
84th, that's not
84th
bad.
on 2 bullets.
Yeah, so
Two
this was
bullets.
a very late exit yesterday.
Yeah, pretty late yesterday. Yeah, after dinner break.
Looks like we have an all in here, and this likely will get shown down. Mark opening the 8, and Peter quickly all in with the queen jack. This is for most of Mark's chips here.
I feel like, yeah, Mark hasn't played a hand yet, right?
Yeah, Mark has, I want
Hand
to
number 1.
just over 10 million. Yeah, 11 million it looks like.
He made about
for about-
35K not playing a hand.
About
That's
half
not
the
so
stack
bad.
here. We haven't gotten to talk about Mark too much. Mark is the one I said mentions won the Omaha 8 event here earlier this year.
Nice.
And Mark's going to give this one some thought. It's nearly half a stack to make the call. And he does make the call.
And Mark calls. Peter
we'll have a coin flip situation here for Peter's tournament life.
And it's Peter's decision to flat the king, queen of spades in that hand was really a big moment for him in the tournament. He was about 30 in chips before that, lost the hand, and now he's all in with 7 left.
Peter sweating this one hard for his tournament life.
Oh, an 8 right in the door.
And
He forgot about the 9-10 because he tried to do the fist bump already. It's like it's a little
that's
early.
pretty much it. Peter not looking too good here. Needing a running straight, and the king won't do it.
How is the turn not a 9 after the premature
There's
fist
gotta
bump?
be.
There
there's
has
gotta
to be a
sweat.
9.
That
Something's
3%.
wrong.
Got to give credit to Peter. Peter played quite well. You know, made a lot of moves with some subpar holdings, and it really vaulted him up that list, that chip leaderboard. But Peter will finish in 7th place for $50,000. $50,000.
I think he's going to be really regretting not open jamming that flop
With flush
earlier.
draw.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say it would probably get through about half the time. Alex had one. I think you were interviewing at the time, right? You didn't see the jacks fold?
I did
Alex
not.
Sukar opened to 3.5x under the gun, and Noel next to act folded jacks with 14 big blinds.
So I think he had 14 after the blinds had changed, is what I realized on break. So he probably had about
18 or
17
something.
big blinds, but still, yeah, he folded jacks to the under the gun open, which was a very, very tight fold.
Wow.
And Alex opened 10-9 off.
And
so
here we have Cat going all in with A7.
And
Alexander
Marcus
folds.
made the call.
Oh, Mark has called? He
Yeah,
just
Marcus
hasn't-
called
okay,
already, and
hasn't
we'll
caught
see
up
if
yet.
anyone can wake up behind him.
No, oh my God. I'm sorry. 2 million.
And Noel looks like he's thinking about it now.
It's what, 3.5 bigs or so?
Yeah, I mean, you
Yeah,
know,
3 1/3.
if you knock out Cat, everyone gets to move up in the money ladder.
Just depends how many chips he started with, if it's going to be significant or not.
Noel's got a lot. Noel's got.
Noel
Noel
has about
just-
14 big
Yeah,
blinds.
he just.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting caught up.
I
a
would
little
be
bit here.
folding the king 7 here.
Yeah. How many blinds
Especially
did you call?
with the action
over,
being
over
under the
20?
gun shove and under the gun +1 call. It could be a different scenario if the small blind had called or perhaps a button.
Or if Noel just has more chips, perhaps.
Right.
He's really giving it some thought, though.
I don't think that this would be a good call.
You don't think there's any point in trying to knock
don't.
someone else out?
I
Pay
think he's
jumps.
already heads up against Mark here.
Yeah. So Cat will be ahead, although just slightly.
And Cat is happy to see that he's ahead when under the gun +1 calls a shove.
Of
there.
course. Of course.
Is this his 9th life, though?
He's on the
Pretty
4
close.
after this one, I think. He's got to survive this one.
With his tournament life at risk, 4 queen 6, and that's not a good board for
I hate
Cat.
seeing him sad. He's like the happiest person usually.
Cat needing one of the 3 remaining aces to stay in this tournament or a runner straight. Here comes a turn. It is a jack. And his outs are reduced to just 3 remaining aces here. Otherwise, we'll have our 6th place finisher. The river card.
He's gonna
No help for Cat, and Cat will be eliminated in 6th place.
He's gonna beat himself up for shoving ace queen over, you know, the open of a 20 big blind stack. Like that's what he'll remember, and it's kind of unfortunate because it's probably a good shove.
Still a nice payday for Cat. Over $70,000. That is his biggest tournament cash he's had. You see Kelly telling him he did a good job, and I think the name those asking in the Twitch chat that he goes by. I think that's the only thing he's known as. Do we have his real name?
It was on there somewhere.
Yeah, I don't have it.
Can't tell. Samoyon? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm going to
But
let
yeah, Cat.
Jamie
we'll
try
go with
this
Cat.
We'll go with Cat.
Yeah.
Kane, I've had a couple of different. I don't know if you're following the Twitch chat over there. We had a couple of different viewers comment that you look like Ian from Shameless. Have you gotten this before?
I have. I've never seen the show.
Okay.
Something Monahan, I think, is the actor's name.
Yeah, pull it up.
Let's find this here.
You know, I heard a funny story from Gordon Bayo, who actually just chopped the WinStar event.
I can see it. I
Yeah.
can see it. Here, take a look
See it
here.
a little bit.
Are you?
Gordon-
Do you know Gordon
Gordon,
Vile
the same-
holler at you, but who's
yeah,
at the final
final
table? He
table's a
said
name.
that a couple
Yeah.
people have gone up to him and called him Kane.
Really?
That's what
Really?
he told me. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I know both of you, so it's hard for me to.
Yeah, I don't see that
Right,
as much.
Yeah.
right.
Dealing with pocket aces here. We got some action here, guys.
Teeny little 3-bet, right?
Either way, it's more complimentary than when I was on ESPN's coverage of the World Series of Poker, and Norman Chad called me. What's the name of that singer? Rickroll, where you get Rickroll.
Rick Astley.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. can you give us a little Rick Astley for now?
Maybe later. at
Okay.
karaoke.
Okay.
3 of hearts,
Quan makes the call, and
5 of
It's going to get into some trouble.
this could be trouble for Quan.
He does have top pair second kicker here. Dylan puts out a big continuation bet.
2.5.
He bets about $2.5 million into a $7 million pot. I like that size there. Dylan, after betting, scratching his chin here.
Quick call. for
Quan
Dylan.
goes all in. Dylan snap calls, and Quan will get the bad news that he's drawing to just 5 outs.
This is a large pot.
Pocket aces. Quan has king of hearts, 10 of spades. He flopped a pair of tens.
Now this will be for the chip lead here. Dylan is the all-in player, I believe.
Turn is the deuce of spades.
Turn card is a deuce.
In the lead.
No help for Quan. Just a king or a 10, or Dylan's going to double up.
River. Let's see it.
Going to the river card.
Oh,
And
and
it
there's
is a
the
10.
10.
And Quan has eliminated Dylan. Dylan,
Wow, trip
not
10s
even
has been
looking.
Quan's hand.
That really is
Twice.
Quan's hand. Dylan's going to get the bad news.
Oh, he didn't even look. Now
No,
he's
he
to look.
can't believe it.
Aw.
Dylan turns around, gets the bad news. He has been eliminated. He is our 5th place finisher. He will take home $92,000. But that's what you get for being a Yankees fan.
Oh. Yeah, I guess you have a good reason to be. It's
little
all
more
business
focused.
again. We need Cat back.
The loudest thing at this table now is Alex's hat. The Pink Panther. Quan now with pocket kings again. The exact same suits as he had last time.
Quan does raise to 1.5.
Raises it up to 1.5 million. Alex on his button with ace-3.
I got it.
He's reaching for chips here.
You guys enjoying the broadcast? Check out Friday. The Almighty Stack Event 9 will be live streamed Friday
Alex
at
makes
4:30 p.m. right here on Twitch.
Alex makes the call with ace-3 here on the button. Interesting choice to call, but now Noel with ace-10 in the small blind. With how few chips he has, he's going to go all in here. And Mark asking for a count.
Wow.
Mark with pocket 4s here in the big blind. Noel shoved about 9 big blinds. And what do you do here if you're Mark?
I mean, I think you have to just fold. He already has called, though. Wow. Quan just, I mean, I guess loving things? I don't know. Is he just going to shove? What's your play here as Quan, I think, is the more interesting question. I think Mark just sees the short stack and thinks, hey, maybe we can be flipping, or it's only a few million more. I've got a lot of chips.
If I'm Mark here, I think it's a pretty easy fold, and the reason why is I'd expect Alex's range to be on the tighter side in this spot. I expect him to have a pair a lot of times stronger than mine, having flatted on the button against under the gun open.
Worst case scenario, he's got, two big cards a lot of times.
Correct.
Ace, jack,
Now,
ace,
of course, if you did come over the top, you could get him to fold those kind of
Yes.
hands, because I would expect him to have 3-bet his very strong hands.
Alex folds out
But it looks like Mark calls, Quan goes all in, and both players fold, and we're now heads up, Noel all in for his tournament life.
Well, now this is an interesting spot because there's so much dead money in this spot now.
$7 million dead on
Yeah,
the
if
side.
Noel hits an ace here, he's going
back
to
in
more
it.
than triple up.
It's not an awful spot for Noel. He's a 2-to-1 dog here, and he's gotten a good price in pre-flop. He's fist bumping. I've never seen somebody
This
so
excited
excited to be
behind,
all in
yeah.
a 2-to-1 dog here.
Only 2 aces left in the deck, as we do know one was folded pre-flop.
Going to the flop.
Oh,
It is
there it is.
Deuce 5, and Noel clapping his hands. And that's good for me. That's my guy. That's my horse. There are 2 kings left in the deck that Quan needs, and Noel's saying no king. The turn is a queen. It was close. It
Scared
was
him.
spades. Going to the river card. Quan not looking too happy right now. The river is an 8. Noel will just about triple up.
Yeah, more
Maybe
than triple.
quadruple up here.
5 million to now over 17. What a pickup there. The interesting too.
He like hurt himself.
Noel stretching it out.
Take a seat, Noel. We don't want any injury timeouts.
Do you guys
Nola.
remember that when Boosted J tore his ACL celebrating? It was like
that was a long time
Bellagio
ago,
5-star.
right?
I'm going back like 7 years.
Yeah.
But yeah, he like jumped up to fist pump and like tore his ACL, and he's like, oh no.
All right, with that hand, we'll do a quick dealer change.
And that's when I was like, poker is definitely a sport.
Noel very excited.
Noel very happy about that. Every other player at this table, not only did they lose chips in that pot, but they also were hoping for an elimination so that they could move up in the pay jumps.
Yeah.
They did not receive that. Quan, obviously the hardest hit from that pot, losing all in with the pocket kings, but also Mark taking quite a hit, having flatted the 9 big blind raise from the big blind and then afterwards folding to Quan shove.
The funny thing too is that Quan lost 5 million, but like he's still the chip leader. It didn't even.
Tournament you play, you should say raise, put out the
just
call
once in a
chips,
while?
and just see what happens.
Okay. I'm always willing to, like, I like the prelims in these. It's like good time to experiment with weird things and like
Yeah.
just see how people react. It would be nice to know
I
what
would
like,
do
the
it. I
general
would do
public
it
thinks
weak
of
though.
that.
I would do it.
Do it weak?
I would do it weak because I think it looks stronger.
I do think, I feel like I have at some point been like short, like less than 13 bigs, and said raise, and then been like all in with like a weakish hand, like probably the bottom of your shoving range.
Oh boy, guys.
Just because you're like, hey, if I was deeper, I would have put more chips.
Check this situation out here. So Alexander is open, then Mark has called, and this could be the end for Mark here.
This is a bad flop for Mark here. Alex has just been so aggressive at this final table as well.
And obviously just a massive cooler situation for Mark.
Do I get to switch horses when Mark loses his hand?
I guess you do. I guess that's the rule,
I can,
huh?
right? I could just pick. I could take one of yours too.
No. Quan is the only remaining
I'll
free
take
agent.
one.
Yeah.
I'll go with the internet.
But
and say,
we haven't lost Mark yet. There's still hope.
you're
Yeah,
right.
they're going to get
Mark
it all in
Rizzo
here.
and Alexander all in. Mark
Math,
drawing
though.
to 2 2s.
Mark's running to a 2. Running queens or kings would chop the pot,
All right, let's go.
but that's
hope.
obviously pretty unlikely.
I'd say it's about 8.1%.
Unlucky situation for Mark here.
The turn is a 7. The river card now is a 9, and we will lose Mark. He is our 4th place finisher here, but he will take home $114,576.
Good
Good
game,
job for Mark. It was nice watching him play. He really hung in there and made some plays when he needed to, and kind of stayed out of a few situations too, which was good to see. Mark Matz, 4th place.
With the 14 big blinds. Now, we do think that he actually had 17 big blinds. We think that our graphic had changed after the blind level had increased, but he's saying, could you really fold there? Is there an argument for folding?
Let me interrupt you for a second, Kings. We've been all in a call here. Alex raises the ace-2, and Quan moves all in for his 13 big blinds, and Alex makes the call. He will be slightly ahead here with his ace-2. Quan needs a queen, a 9, or some sort of flush or straight to double up. Quan will be the all-in player. Ace in the window. Bad news for Quan, but he does pick up a gut shot. It's not over yet. A 10 for Quan.
Ooh, a heart.
He adds even more outs now. Any heart or any 10 now. Otherwise, Quan will be the third place finisher. Tough clubs won't do it.
The river is a 5, and Quan will be eliminated. He is our third place finisher. And Twitch and YouTube watchers are not happy, but he will take home $139,433 for his efforts, and he played very well.
Noel announces all in.
We could have an all-in and a... Oh, no, wait, I'm sorry. Alex is going to fold here. Oh, no, wait, hold on.
Alex says King of Diamonds.
Alex calls here with the King 5 of Diamonds, and Noel is saying, no king.
Noel, no king. Alex is looking for diamonds or a king. Let's see the flop.
Comes a flop. 7, 9, 10, all clubs.
8 is fine.
Clubs amount of 8 is not great for you, Noel. You don't want an 8. That's not good for Noel either.
That's not good for Noel either. There are now 2 pair outs. That will be it. Noel is our winner. Noel Martinez from Brooklyn, New York, is the winner of the opening event here at the Borgata Poker Open.
That was quite the final table. What swings just for the whole time. You got to give Noel credit. He really hung in there. He was
Loving up on the Puglets and looking down on 4 kings. Now that's a win. Showing off your soft top and shoving in on a straight flush. Now that's a win. Manning the tongs and taking down a hot tournament. Now that's a win. Do what you love and get the thrill of Borgata. Anytime and anywhere in New Jersey. Play online. Poker, slots, blackjack, real money. TheBorgata.com. Now that's a win. Get $20 to play when you sign up now.
How's it going, guys?
Hello.
My name is Will O'Connor. Don't worry, we're going to get Jamie Cursiter in here eventually, I think. But for now, my name is Will O'Connor. This is David Coldstole Inselberg,
Yes, I am.
and we are welcoming you back to the Borgata Poker Open. Last week, and we brought you the $2 million guaranteed final table live stream. This time, we're taking it down a little bit in stakes. The Almighty Million, 100,000 chip starting stack. No, both of you guys played. Jamie's here, I promise.
I am here.
She's somewhere.
Hello.
There's Jamie's hand. But
I am in the
thank you
corner.
so much for joining in. We have a awesome final table. We're going to get off to some quick early action. We know that because we are on a 30-minute delay. And when we get to the table, we're going to give you guys a little rundown of the lineup. But for now, Dave, how's it going, man?
It's going pretty good. You have a pretty interesting table here, and they played just about till a half hour ago. Usually players have some space between their final table, and none of them have, as well as we haven't had as much time to meet each player, although we were down there talking with them quickly. But none of them have had much rest, and they woke up this morning playing down to the final table and just had a standard break, and now they're coming back. Quickly, we'll give you the lineup of who's at the table and the chip counts as we get them together.
Yeah, and before we head to that, let's introduce Jamie Kerstetter.
Hi.
Haven't seen her yet on camera. I wonder why.
There you chip.
But
Yes.
just kidding. Obviously, and here we go. We have the chip counts, and from the top down, we'll go Mario Concepcion. He's going to be sitting with 64 big blinds, played a massive pot with around 14 players left against Brian Hastings to eliminate the 3-time bracelet winner. So he's going to be the chip leader in the 1 seat. And as we move around, we're going to be introducing these players.
First hands and all in, so we're right to the action. Mark has Jack Queen. I spoke to Mark briefly before we started this. Very nice guy. He's living up in the Poconos, playing poker up there. So he took a trip all the way here to play. And he got down to the final table, and he was short stacked. So usually this is what happens when you short stack, unraised to you with 2 pretty cards. Try to pick up some blinds.
Yeah, and as you can see on our Borgata Poker live stream graphics, the small blind, big blind, and ante listed there. Players' whole cards next to their photos, their names, their effective stacks, and the action that they're facing. So we're going to have all the information out there at all times. Makes our job a little bit easier too, right?
Yes, it does. And this is a pretty standard jam. He came into today, or this final table, with 10 big blinds. Jocks has 9 big blinds. It's probably going to be a standard call, even though he's going to have to see 5 cards. I can't see him folding, and he did not fold.
Jocks is going to call, and Mark's not going to like it because he's going to have to hit to stay alive for the most part because he is the effective stack all in.
Quickly about Jocks. Jocks had a flush, flopped a flush with about 14 left, and everyone thought he got counterfeited by a higher flush, but he had a straight flush at that point.
Oh, that's nice.
So
Good for Jocks.
That kept him alive. That's a pretty draw-heavy flop
For both players. Mark is still going to have to improve.
Mark's going to need Jocks 10.
7 of spades doesn't do it on the turn.
And the odds.
So as you can see, just 5 outs for Mark, or he will be our 10th place finisher. The 2 of hearts is not going to help Mark.
So Mark's going to walk away with here with $15,050, which is a great payday on a $500 or a $450 buy-in.
I actually played with Mark deep in the main event this year for OSOP.
Oh, okay, really?
Yeah, I believe it was day 4, and he's a super nice guy, very talkative. I don't think he's a professional player, so it's actually like another good score right from right after WSOP.
He's in sales, but he says where he lives in the Poconos, he does play at the Sands, Mohegan Sun. Has been down to Parks a little bit, but it's 2 hours away. So I think he wants to play more, and maybe this will give him more of a chance to. And funny, one day, who would he want to be and why? Hugh Hefner. Why not? And I think it's important for me to mention that because nobody really had much time to fill out their questionnaires. So when you have some information, you use it. His favorite poker player was Phil Ivey. His playing style is Mike Mattisau.
Playing style Mike Mattisau.
Oh, my.
Yes.
Angry?
Angry.
Plays angry.
Medicated?
Okay, easy.
What?
All right, and in the middle of the table there in the white shirt is the man that goes by Chris Limo. And if you are familiar to our Borgata Poker live streams, you're very familiar with Chris Limo. He final tabled the $2 million event in September last year and then won the inaugural Almighty Million. Safe to say no one has ever had a stretch quite like that in massive fields at Borgata. And here he is again at another final table. The guy just has it figured out, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, he's, again, he's living in Queens, Armenian, back-to-back. He's only been waiting for this event the whole year. He's got 3 daughters he wants a shout-out to, Nicole, Christina, and Victoria. And the one person he'd want to be would be Will O.C. I need his hair. I need hair like his.
Does he need my paunch? Does he need my new paunch or no?
Your new paunch.
He didn't mention that, but he did say he was going to take it back-to-back.
Wow. And I will say there's a lot of very good players, but there's also a lot of competitive players and confident players. There's one right there on the screen, Kevin Grable.
Kevin Grable's
He's final tabled a bunch of these big events, whether it's across the region. And if there's anybody you don't want to see with chips, it's him.
And he always has chips, so it's always a problem.
And he's also the kind of player who's very comfortable going up, going down, going up, going down. He's riding that roller coaster. And a lot of players, they just like to kind of steadily plod along. Grable is going to play. He's going to get the chips, and he's going to gamble. So we'll see if that changes here at the final table.
I had a great conversation with Grable. I love him. I think he's like one of the funniest kids in poker.
Yeah.
We were talking about shove charts because he made like some absurd shove that was like not even close to being on a shove chart.
Yeah.
And he goes, listen, he goes, what do I care? I don't want 15 big blinds. I don't want to know what to do with 15 big blinds. He goes, I want 100 big blinds. And I was like, all right.
there is something to be said about, Kevin Grable's almost ignorance is bliss kind of thing when he has 20 or less big blinds. It's like, well, I either want to be out, or not want to.
He doesn't want to sit
I'm either going to be
yeah.
out or I'm going to get the
Right.
chips back, and I'm going to then continue to punish
Right.
you.
You would never
like I
be
was.
like, man, Kevin Grable, that grinder.
Oh yeah,
no
man.
way.
He ground that one out. Yeah. That's not. You're not going to use that to talk about Kevin Grable. And speaking of grinders, Steven Madera. He is a online. We can call people online pros in New Jersey, right?
He definitely is.
Definitely
He's in
is.
every tournament. All
Every
the time.
tournament, cash games, and this is his real first big live breakthrough score. A little bit of a, what's that, Think Bink patch?
Yeah, and he has the bad reg shirt, which I love that.
Yeah,
It's awesome.
he's got Corey.
He's got some swagger.
Yeah.
He's got Corey Weiland in his rooting firm in his
Corey
corner.
Wallen, the GOAT, right?
Yep, and he was just telling me Steve's kind of a little unknown to most people, although he's probably one of the better New Jersey
I
players.
played with him yesterday. I was at his table for this one. He actually knocked out Shannon Shore, making our table a lot easier. They got into a pretty huge pot, and Steven had ace king versus Shannon Shore's ace queen, and he won a really big pot there. And I was like, I don't care who wins really. If one of them are gone, they'll be replaced with somebody
it's the
worse.
best of both worlds for you, no matter how it goes.
There's Don Fisher just folded. He's interesting. I played a lot of sit-and goes with him this summer. He filled out his questionnaire a little bit, and he wanted to say one of the persons, if you want to be one person one day, it would be Brett Bush because of his tail wag. I guess it's an inside.
To you to decipher.
It's
Cold
an
Stone.
inside joke with a hometown dealer he wanted mentioned out.
All right. Gotta get those hometown dealers shout outs.
This is bizarre. The last, so I did the commentary for the final table of the 2 million last week,
Sick
and
brag.
like that's a brag. That's a brag. Yeah. 3 people wrote on their sheet, or it says, if you could be anyone, who would you be? And they said me, like themselves. They were like, I'd rather be. I'm like,
Wow,
what? I'm
what
like,
kind of uber
yeah,
confidence
dude. I
is
was like,
that?
how good is your life, man? I have a list of like thousands of people
I get
I would
it.
like
You
to
just
try
final
out.
tabled the 2 million, but how good is your life outside of
Yeah.
that? Because I have a list of that's probably 50 people long before I even sniff myself.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Have some imagination.
Shockingly,
Aren't you
I think
curious?
you might be first. You might be like, oh, you're way above me.
Yeah,
That's weird.
Brian's going to lead with a gut shot and 2 overs. It's going to be interesting to see if Steve could find a reason to call here. He should probably take down the hand with that bet.
I will say, Steve and Pocket Sixes, he played a massive pot with Norman Michalik yesterday. Everybody
Sure.
in
Norm.
the booth knows Norm. A lot of players following along will know Norm from, just blogs and past tournament runs. And Norm actually improved to trip aces on the turn, and Steve ran this huge triple barrel bluff with just a pair of sixes, and Norm ended up folding it. It's in hindsight, it's a tough play to really talk about and decipher because Norm's in there in the moment, but
Yeah.
it just shows that Steve is capable of running that kind of line, and if he's put to that test, I don't think he's going to be afraid. He's so experienced, like we talked about his online background. I don't think he's going to be afraid to, run a triple barrel bluff in a big pot with a lot of equity on the line.
It was actually really funny because Norm posted the hand on Twitter, but he messed it up. He said that he had a boat, and we're like, and everyone just responding.
I think there was
Twitter. Twitter's so mean.
Yeah,
Twitter's so mean because they're just like, Norm, you should just kill yourself.
Yeah,
and I'm like,
I mean,
stop saying.
I commented. I said, great fold, Norm.
Yeah.
But we love you, Norm. If you're out there following.
If Norm's sweating this final table, that's terrible.
God bless.
Like I don't have the heart to do that when I fold trip aces to sixes.
I don't think I've ever folded trips in my life.
Are you playing the heads up tomorrow?
No, I wish.
Darn it.
Okay, tell the story about how you beat me, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, it's such a great story.
Such a great story. Yeah, what was up top in that, like $100?
Yeah.
And guys, yes, we are live from Borgata Hotel Casino. If you couldn't tell by the signage on the table, the stream, the background. Anyone have a Borgata patch on? No? No patches?
No.
Just got self-made. And that is, again, Mario Concepcion, our chip leader.
Looking at the 9-4 off.
And I spoke with Kevin Grable when there were 2 tables remaining. He played with Mario for most of day 2, and then here on day 3 before the final table was set. And Kevin, he's going to be a fast-paced player. He wants to open every pot. He wants to have the action move quickly. But he was commenting how Mario is basically the exact opposite. Mario, he said, takes at least 15 seconds with every decision. So, you know, going to be interesting to see if he keeps that same time frame going.
And this is going to be a very interesting hand, Kevin, against Steve.
These are 2 very aggressive players, as we know.
And both of them know each other's ranging, so they, Steve, I'm sure, thinks he has a pretty good hand, and Kevin has a pair, which is ahead.
Pairs are hard to make. And Steve is going to 3-bet to just over $6 million. As you can see, big blind at 800,000. And on the scoreboard, get to see the remaining players' chip counts, how many big blinds they have. And Steve is going to show the ace-queen. Show Kevin that he's not messing around.
I think these 2 guys' best strategy would be to lean on everyone else and leave each other alone. Getting in, if Kevin 4-bet that would just be insane. Like, it's just, you don't have to do that yet, and there are people that you're going to be able to pick off. Like, Kevin's pretty good at that, knowing the people he should be leaning on and knowing the people he should just, like, leave alone.
Yeah, and I'll say this with all due respect to Kevin and Kevin's opponents. I do think of Kevin as a very, very good, just for lack of a better phrase, bum hunter. He's really, really good at beating down, just picking on
the player that he can.
Players that are, players that are not, up to snuff.
It's more. It's not even that. I think he just like senses weakness. Like he's very good at knowing like the people who are trying to pay jump and the people who are going for the win. And like Stephen Madara is more likely to be like going for the win and knowing spots that he can't fold mathematically. And he's not going to make big laydowns. Whereas like a few people who don't really play much online and who aren't in the situation very much are likely to make big folds and try to ladder up.
And I think the other thing we know about Kevin Grable, not from Borgata live streams, is that he's gunning for the win.
Always.
If he has a chance to play a pot that's going to give him a huge chip advantage 5-handed, he's kind of indifferent about the payouts.
Well, I think his last 2 years of extreme success in Philly in those areas have given them the bankroll to really stand behind the conviction even more so now. But
yeah, it's a lot easier to do that with money in the bank as opposed to this is my last $500.
Exactly. But I mean, he always has his foot down. So if you're going to play a hand with Kevin, just be ready to handle a lot of aggression on streets.
As you can see, the remaining payouts, $169,000 for our eventual champion. And as the pay scale goes up, the jumps do get bigger and bigger.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that's how tournament payouts work, oddly enough.
And I hear the blinds go up also.
They do, yes. Every what is it, 40 minutes, 50 minutes at this final table?
Yeah, it went up today. Is it an hour for final table?
Maybe 60 minutes for the final table. Thank you, Tab. The players, thank you. Best TD in Atlantic City, as Dan Buzgun says.
At first I read that and I was like, wow, Dan's being really nice. And I was like, of course there's some other layer to it. Fun fact for you guys, there are 2 Team Kitten members at the final table. Yeah.
Meow.
That's
What
pretty
else is
crazy.
new?
Chris
Chris
and
Laeta.
Kevin, yeah, and Kevin Grable.
Oh,
And Chris, mainly a Parks regular, just
Yeah.
outside of Philadelphia, has had some decent tournament results, but never has really had that breakthrough score. And while we're not there yet, comes from a cash game background, so if he's deep enough, he's going to be able to contest with guys like Grable, guys like Madera, guys like Concepcion, who can kind of battle.
Well, he's
And
gonna
it should
try
be
his-
interesting. It should be interesting to see him on his first real big stage.
it's going to be interesting for him. You hate to say there's an experience difference between the poker player and the poker player, but he hasn't been here yet.
Yeah.
And he's ready to be here, but the other people have been here, and they have to feel more comfortable than he has.
No, there is something to be said, and you can even tell when people, just step onto the live stream stage. There's just kind of that, ooh, like, I've never done this before. In essence, it's just poker still. You know
No,
what
it's
I mean?
almost just, it's like the Super Bowl. It's just different when you
Yeah.
go out there for the final Super Bowl or World Series game. I know about these things because I've watched them.
watched them.
I've watched them on TV.
I've watched a lot of Super Bowls.
But no, it is different. You're at the final table, and you're going to be watched. Also, you're going to have your hands possibly critiqued by people.
Mm-hmm.
Chris would have played King 5 right there at Diamonds if he wasn't being watched.
If he wasn't short, also limo throughout when play resumed this afternoon at 12 with 24 players remaining. Limo was sitting around 3 million chips and said he's been hovering near that amount throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah, when I came over to
So-
him, he was saying the same
Yeah,
thing. I need chips.
he's the kind of guy who, and I love Chris Limo. He's super exciting, he's super fun, but he can be with 10 left in a tournament and somehow he's still complaining about how card dead he is. There's something didn't really. You weren't that card dead. I don't
He
think.
actually complained after his back-to-back in the series, losing Ace King to tens.
Oh yeah.
No, I'm just
Tough.
joking.
That's tough.
He said he's going to be more like Greg Himmelbrandt this year. He doesn't know his playing style, and he would do jumping jacks if he won this event.
All right. Little workout plan
It
video.
is
by,
definitely
by
something to
Limo.
look forward to.
Yeah, no, and you mentioned earlier. I know he just had a new baby daughter, his third daughter. So congratulations to him and his family, and hopefully, poker can still be good for Chris Limo.
Oh, Kevin just turned up and down against top pair. Interesting to see how he plays this. I'm sure he'd like to take the hand from him.
He's going to take a free card here.
And it's
Seven
a
of
brick.
spades is not the card he was looking for. The one of the eights outs was taken by Brian. Excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, I think if he would have bet the turn, he would have had a better chance of winning this hand with a bet. But, Kevin's
Don't
going to
worry.
try.
Here it comes.
Oh, I know he's going to make the bet. It's just a little tougher of a story to tell. The 7 didn't change much, and he checked behind. But if he did have it, he
Yeah.
would have checked also, and the story's not a
And
good
he was
story.
going to call, and Kevin Grable is going to very quickly muck. That means that Brian does not have to show his hand.
And I don't think Kevin needs to know right there. I mean, he'd rather know that he got called by a jack than a queen, but he just doesn't
Yeah.
want to show his hand. And fair enough, he'll find out what the hand was in a half hour with the stream. Like I said, if he bets the turn where he has a pretty good draw and then follows through, he still might get called by Brian. I'm not sure what Brian, his history is. There's not that much information on Brian.
Yeah, Brian is one of the unknowns, as we'll say, at this final table. But that's the great part about a over 2,000 player field. You're going to get some players who have been there before, some past champions, some very experienced players, but you're also going to have your guys who are making their first big breakthrough score. And Borgata Poker Open after Borgata Poker Open, that happens, and
that's what
really
makes
excited, and that's what makes everything
100%,
exciting.
Yes.
Everyone can do it.
Listen, if it was me, you, and Jamie winning every event, how many times would people be coming back?
Everyone would show up. If they knew us idiots could make it, they were like, geez, that would be so inspirational for like the average fish.
Maybe not the best example I could have come with. All right, maybe if Negreanu and
Yeah.
Ivy and me.
Helmuth. What about Helmuth? He's really good.
Helmuth is good, but he cries a little too much. All right.
There's that joke that I like. It's what's the difference between a baby and a poker player? Eventually, a baby stops crying.
I like that.
That's a good one.
That is pretty good.
Have you ever cried at the poker table, Jamie?
I wait till I'm going home.
Oh yeah, and then it's just in the car.
I feel like crying by myself. Like, I mean, maybe that's even more more lame. But I have cried over poker, but it's been like I exit the premises first. I haven't cried and made people feel horrible for beating me or something.
They're not like dealing the turn, and you're already just like no.
I bet I would like bank the river if I cried. If I actually cried.
If you cry hard enough, it'll come.
But no, definitely on the ride home. I got 11th in one of these last year, and I cried on the way home. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I was really
that was
sad.
at like 5 a.m.?
6:30 in the morning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was emotionally just done and very, very sad about the whole thing. And it was like also you feel tense for like 4 or 5 hours. We're down to like 16 people for a very long time waiting to make the final table. And you just are like holding in all this anxiety and tension and stuff. And like on the way home, I was just like, oh, I felt good to like cry and be done with it and go to sleep. And the next day, it's like I forgot I played a tournament.
Yeah.
I don't know. Did you guys do that?
Did you have to do the commentary?
Did we do that?
Oh, you didn't commentate?
Miles has kings and he's all in here. Let's see if someone finds a hand.
Kings is a good hand to be all in with.
Yeah.
Did I ever cry? I cried after Foxwoods. Are you kidding me? My friend's like, you just came in second. I'm like, I didn't come in first. Nobody wanted to listen to me.
I cried happy tears. I won an Omaha tournament where I didn't even know what I was doing. I had no idea what I was doing. And they were like, hey, we need to take your picture. And I'm like, I'll be right back. I had to go to the bathroom and like cry, just like.
Kevin calls.
Yeah.
Kevin is going to call with ace-queen.
It's a bad spot for him.
7.5 big blind shove. I mean, he's going to have to call. The weaker aces are always shoving there, and he sees the bad news.
No, it's clearly standard.
It's so amazing. Just has 7.5 bigs, and he just finds 2 kings.
Kevin's good at this race. Kevin's good at this race also, so we're not so sure.
Oh yeah, this has to come ace high, right?
No, it could come 3 spades. That's not a good flop for Kevin.
Miles is doing almost everything he can. He stood up. He looks resigned to losing. I mean, if that doesn't give him an extra 10%.
Start walking away.
Yeah.
I wouldn't stand up with the kings.
I would. You got to give yourself the extra 10%.
I think you got to get. You have to, what are you going to do if he hits an ace? You've already been standing up. I think you have to stand up when the ace comes and grab your bag. Like, what is he going to do if the ace comes?
Yeah,
He just stays
there's no plan B there.
You just scream a bunch of expletives and then your king comes.
But you know what it is?
I thought you've been playing for all. Shouldn't you know this?
I've understood with the younger people. They just want to do it all at once. They don't want to do it in increments. So he did all of it, and it worked.
This is not the start of the day that Kevin envisioned, but yeah, he's lost half his stack already.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin has I call it a rubber band life where you're just going up and down, up and down.
And that's a good point that you made, that a lot of people have trouble handling these emotional swings, but like Kevin is used to this. This is his entire tournament. He's on a roller coaster. He's insane. And that's good. You get practice for dealing with the emotional distress of losing half your stack in 20 minutes.
Which is the most difficult part of poker. A lot of people that learn how to play the game and they're still coming off of taking losses and not being able to readjust, readapt. The game is a game of your chip stack, and how many chips you have allows you to play whatever style you want to play with your stack. And if you drop down into a 15-25 big range, well, those are 2 different spots. But whatever range you drop into, you have to adapt and play, and that's one thing Kevin can do.
Do you guys feel that in tournament poker at a final table like this, 15 to 20 big blinds is where it's won and lost in terms of pay jumps, moving forward past other short stacks?
I don't believe the standard shove chart that the kids are using right now really pertains to a final table. Having 15 bigs in the small. Okay, I could still see the spot if you're in the small with 15 bigs. But having a call off in the big blind with king 8 or 10 jack suited against somebody that has 15 bigs when you only have 30. I mean, I understand all the numbers probably go the way shove, hope that the person doesn't call. But if you're using the chart as your call range, you also have some difficulties figuring out what's right or wrong.
There's just another layer to it. Like shove charts, Nash charts will show you what is a profitable call plus chip EV wise, but not dollar EV. Like you have to always take into consideration how many short stacks there are, ICM, all these things. So something that on level 1 of the tournament is a snap call when someone shoves with 12 big blinds. It's not so at a final table. You have to think of so many other things.
Most people just look at the card that they're carrying around with them, like the blackjack card, and they see 15 bigs, king 8, and they say, oh, wow, I have king 8. Well, it's on the button, not the small, but it's the same. It's an interesting chart because now I'm sitting there with King 9 in the big saying, sir, are you using the chart? Because I'm blowing away a few hands in that chart with this King 9.
And as we're talking about maybe standard or unstandard play at a final table,
we have
we're going to
Chris
see
against Chris.
Chris Limo against Chris Laeta. Limo defended his big blind with 5-3 of diamonds off of his short stack, and he now has just over 12 bigs behind. And after check calling the flop, he flopped to gutter. Laeta still best with ace-jack, but he's going to have to slow down as well.
Well, I think
checks to the river, and
I don't think he's ever folding his hand now. Like, I think Chris had a. They're both Chris.
Once again,
I think Limo had a chance to win this hand a couple times. I mean,
I
he
think if he check raises or leads turn, he can take it down. But
I like a turn lead there. I think that works.
Yeah, once
very
again,
often.
the turn would be really strong, and there's no way. Well, the ace could still call because it's 2-pair, but it's just a tougher call. And
it just looks like a real hand when they're dealing with such short stacks like that. With Limo being, if he realized 15 bigs, if he's leading the turn, like. And you're Chris Laeta, I can never say his last name. It looks strong to me. Like, I think it's tough to call knowing that, like, you might have to call. I would think that Limo would be setting up a river shove.
Yeah, and, when he, as you can see on our chart, he has 12 big blinds right now.
Yeah.
It's against a player like Chris Limo, and while we know that a win here would be so important to Chris Limo, trust me, everyone at that table knows this also because he's been talking about it for 2 straight days. So everybody knows that he's not going to – he was put in for 8 big blinds and said he folded a big hand. I don't know how big it was with 2 tables remaining, but a lot of people would just stick it in with, any Broadway cards there with 8 big blinds in the big blind. But I think Chris Limo is really going to try to grind this out, and that's just the point I was trying to make earlier where – it's won and lost at that 15 to 20 big blind range. And, Limo, while the last time he was in the Almighty stack, he was the chip leader wire to wire. It's going to be a little different path to victory if he is able to do it here today. Looks like Kevin Grable is going to get involved with some suited connectors. And Jamie, have you ever played in a poker tournament where the big blind is 1 million? Or, excuse me, 1 million.
Or 1,000K as our graphic shows. I like 1,000K. It's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
I have to think about this. I mean, online, yeah, I'm pretty sure. But like live, I don't think so.
Sick brag. Can you tell the double final table story that you told before we went on air?
Yeah,
guys, Jamie made 2 final tables back in 2014.
Yeah, it was like 1842. Yeah.
It's a pretty good flop for jacks. I'm sorry, guys. We'll get back to that. But he flopped 2-pair against a gut shot. But go ahead.
Oh
Continue
no,
on.
I'm not going to tell the story that I was telling Will.
Poker?
If you believe it.
Those are just those are Willow C and Jamie Kurz that are intimate moments that we share before. Well, and I liked when I saw you yesterday. I said hello, and I said, oh, you're still in. You still have chips, and she said, yes. My only motivation to make day 3 is so I don't have to be in the booth with you. So the love, I feel the love, Jamie. I really do.
Are you watching how Kevin's shaking his? I'm sorry, Jocks is shaking his head right now that Kevin bet into him. He's doing the act like, wow, you must have me.
I just want to know how he knew to flat Jack 7 of clubs. Like, how do they know? I need to learn this skill where they go, this is making 2-pair, I call you.
And Grable he instantly mucks after Jock raises. Grable stands up from the table.
I think it's I don't know if it was a break the way 2 people got up at once, but I don't believe so.
And Jocks, I mean, I've seen some OGs in this game. Jocks might be one of the OGs. Look at him.
Yeah,
I love this guy.
I think with Kevin now dropping to 9th place with 10 million.
Oh, and Kevin talking to his life coach, Mike Dentali. Mike Dentali.
He's eating a pizza right now? There's not enough protein in that.
Okay, if anyone is watching, go back, rewind that, screenshot Dentali with the pizza, tweet it at me. WOC Poker, tweet it at me. With like a caption, something funny, throw like an emoji in there.
Just don't put your name on it, or Michael chase you down on all social medias and curse out your mother.
Squash you.
Mike will eat you for protein.
Yeah, Mike Dentali eats poker players for breakfast.
Unless you want to become one of his biceps, do not send that picture to Will.
Yeah.
I actually got
I'm gonna go with no comment.
A picture sent to me of me and Cold Stone coming on right away. And DJ McKinnon asked, It's like he didn't even know he was going to be on camera today.
This might be Chris's last hand. This might be Chris. Chris likes this hand. I know. He's on the button,
I like this
unraised.
hand. What does he have, like 12 bigs? This is a snap shove from the button.
It is. I don't know
it
why.
looks like less than 12 bigs.
He might be trapping. No, he could probably be trapping right now.
I mean, this is not a play that I would
And don't
do.
forget, Don's very tight, although he gets stubborn sometimes. He's not allowed to wear his headphones, which he was upset about.
Oh, yeah, he was not happy.
And he said that the whole table's going to suffer because I'm going to be talking, and he hasn't talked yet. But he also had one other funny comment that was almost
we need to talk about this hand.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, and it's gone check on the flop. So
All right,
Limo's
so
going to open off of about 11 big blinds and
instead
then
of
check.
shoving, which would have gotten through most likely, he's now raised off 11 bigs. Don has defended the king 10 instead of shoving it, which is what I would do. And then on a flop that Chris Limo should always be betting, he checked behind and delayed c-bet the turn. This is a weird hand.
Yeah.
It worked. I mean,
I would have liked to know Don's effective stack there, just to know where he was in terms of big blinds. But either way, that was a little strange. And Chris Limo trying to get his rail excited. He's excited. And, hey, no matter how he did it,
that was a much-needed
out.
3 big blind pickup by him. What's weird is, like, if a normal player's in the big blind, he just gets jammed down there. Like, they don't defend king 10
and you know, that's either, I think, a fold or a shove from the big blind.
I mean, I'm not folding his hand.
I think defending is just...
I would rather defend than fold, but it's a shove. Like, you would just shove on the button.
On Cold Stone's little card, does it say shove? Or
it says double down.
What does it say, Dave?
7-10 is not 10-jack suited.
Pull that little napkin out of your pocket.
It's a fold. It's 10-jack suited or better.
And as you guys just saw on the top-hand corner, throughout this live stream, Borgata Poker promotions are going to be flying across the screen. That was for the Deep Stacks Challenge that is coming up in October.
And Grayball's all in for less than 10 bigs. This is not the start of the final table that he was imagining.
Yeah, this has gone
wow, and
wrong.
Miles makes a very tight folds.
And this is a point where, we were talking about just the pay jumps. Miles, if this is, a different stage of the tournament, he could potentially be making that call.
I just want to see
if
what
it's a
his
different
stack
player.
is. I think if he has Grayball covered by a lot, he would not be snap folding Ace 9 suited there.
Well, he was short and then he just doubled up. So
yeah,
I imagine he's
about
still probably 15 to 12 big blinds.
Yeah.
And you don't want to really be calling off with
you don't
9 players
off your
left.
Tournament life at the final
with
table
Ace-9.
at Ace-9. But it was like a snap fold, which is kind of...
And again, you're playing against Kevin, whose range is a little different than most. But again,
so
you're just sitting there with Ace High.
I would be thinking about the call at least.
Slansky dollars.
And I just got a tweet. Where is at Mikey Unbelievable's fanny pack he's been sporting all week? Mike Dentale has a pretty good fanny pack game. I won't lie. But guys, if you want to tweet us, I'm at WOC Poker. Coldstone, you are at the Coldstone.
I probably am. At the Coldstone.
And you are at Jamie Kerstetter or at Crouton Says, right? Or hashtag Borgata Poker Live. We're going to be fielding all your questions. Jamie's manning the Twitter. Coldstone's manning the Twitch. So if anything is said on the Twitch chat.
I'm actually on Twitch. I'll be on Twitter too.
So we could have just pawned it all off on Coldstone.
Well, there's something.
We messed it up.
He's like barely lucid though.
No, I'm not barely lucid. I'm slightly aware, and I'm just not repeating the Dentale twitches because I'm not going to breed negativity right now.
Okay.
And I'm not going to bring up my opinion on anything with that type of stuff
just
that they're talking about.
Stick to your chart.
I like to be political.
Miles is going to stick to some premium hands.
Yeah,
he doubled up with kings, and now he's found ace-king after a raise and a call. So this could be big trouble for Chris Limo, who just called after Steven Madera opened to 2.2 million in middle position. Looks like Mario might be a little interested, but I think this might be him just posturing a little bit. Imagine Steve is going to pass, and now Chris Limo.
He doesn't have many bigs. He needs to fold this.
Just over 12, and he is going to fold. And
those chips that he just got from playing that unconventional button hand, he is given away by speculating with King Queen.
Yeah, and in that situation when you have 14, 15 big blinds, you put yourself in such a tough spot just flatting there after the open. And 3-bet, you find out where you are, and then if Miles shoves in behind, you're losing more, but you're also
Yeah, he
knowing
can't
100%
three-bet.
where
It would
you're
be
at.
a 3-bet jam. So
Yeah.
he would have 3-bet jammed into ace-king and lost, or been 30-70. But, I mean, it's still probably overall a better
You know
play
it's a
than
queen-high
flatting.
flop. If that
I'm
gets in, right?
just surprised he didn't go bust that hand at
Yeah.
showing. He's having a little more patience, and then it was important right there.
No, and that's what I'm saying. It's
Sure, sure.
You just see. I think this means so much to him, and that he's not gonna. When he gets it in, I don't know when it's gonna be. I don't know if it's gonna be 5 minutes or in 5 hours. I think he's gonna be ahead. He's gonna have to get sucked out on. That's just me personally, because I think he wants to win this so bad. Just from a I don't want to say this in a negative connotation, an ego kind of thing. I think he thrives on that he can do this.
It would also go in the record books as back-to-back.
Yeah.
You know, it's pretty strong.
I like Kevin's play here. If I was not looking at his hole cards right now, I would have thought that was really strong. He counted his chips out to see if he could afford to raise rather than shove. Like, he was clearly playing the hand. He cuts his chips out and then puts out a raise on a stack that I would shove. And I just think his hand looks incredibly strong when really it's just like barely a shoving hand.
Or he wants to get a call with that hand.
I don't think so.
That's that live pro in you, Jamie. That's that live pro in you.
Don't forget, I put a snap up there. This is
you put a
the
snap
Cold
up there.
Stone.
You're on
Snapchat on the
Snapchat?
Cold Stone. Yeah.
The world is
What's up,
ending.
everybody? The world is watching.
The world
And there's
is
the
ending.
final table
And
behind
as you
me.
can see, the updated scoreboard. And usually at these final tables, we have one or two players that start to kind of separate themselves from the field. Not so much today. Relatively even. Everyone within touching distance. Even some of the shorter stacks, they catch a double, they win a pot. Could very easily, find themselves near the top of the leaderboard. And Jacques Melky is going to try to do just that. Looks like it's going to be a pretty big open. But earlier today, I think the big blind was, the big blind was 600 earlier, and I saw somebody open under the gun to 4.5 million. Just your standard. I can't really do that kind of math, Jamie, but maybe you can.
This is a huge open, and no one is deep enough.
And
like,
Grable's just like, get at it, come on.
and he shows
Shows the ace.
Jacques Cousteau.
Show us 6 once. Like, I just want this guy to just show a 6 and pretend it's like standard. Like, what? Of course I have a 6.
Yeah, obvi. obvi, I have a 6.
Obvi, I have a 6. Yes, I slept next to Jeffy last night.
Tell us more.
No, they just asked if I slept next to him. I did. I said I did sleep next to him.
Next to Jaffe?
And then he woke up in my bed. Jaffe's got a weird thing in the middle of the night getting up and getting in my bed. And when I wake up, it's like, you know.
Oh, you two
Jaffe's
you have 2 beds, and he just gets in yours, or he just breaks in your room? I don't understand.
No, we have 2 beds in the same room, and he just wakes up in my bed, and I feel him nudging me in the middle of the night, and I just move over. I don't know it's him, and then in the morning I do, and let's look at this hand. Chris has a king
That's a deep-rooted illness that Jaffe has.
I don't know. I don't want to tell you about the issues I'm having because I had to go through it. But I think Chris is all in now with the suited king-queen, or is that just a raise?
It's going to be a raise. And
all right, he's just raising a little 2.1.
I would say Chris Limo is not going to go quietly, but he's playing 12 big blinds like Chris Limo only can.
Well, I mean, I can't see folding this hand with 12 big, but he's doing it in his own
It's
way.
definitely a jam, though. Like, he's opening the door for Kevin to jam here.
He's
and
gonna
now
call
he's
him.
going to, I mean, maybe.
And he likes king-queen.
You think Kevin's going to call? No, I think
No,
Kevin's
no.
going to.
I think Kevin's
No,
going to
no, no, no. I said
Yeah,
Chris
yeah.
is going to call him. But doesn't this look even stronger than Kevin's ace-9 open? He's raising 2.1 of 14 million.
Except that he's done this
3
multiple
times?
already. He flatted. He flatted.
Did
on
he
a
show
stack
the
I would never
3-5?
flat. No.
I'm just saying he hasn't
3-5.
shown the hand.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, yeah,
He defended
with
out of the big blind with
7-5,
3-5.
whatever.
But
And the
and
7-10.
the thing is, if you're going to do this, I think you have to follow through on future streets. You can't do this and then play passively and try to check it down and things like that.
He had to have raised the flop with
And
the 5-3.
I will say, my headphones, I'm on headphone number 3, so I don't get to hear the table. Was there any table talk between Limo and Grable there?
I didn't hear. Well, it shouldn't have
There
been. 'Cause
was.
There's still another player in the hand at that point.
Okay.
But there was this little
Yeah,
bit
and
of stuff.
I will say Limo and Grable, they like to, not negatively, but they like to exchange some words. I wouldn't be surprised if Limo maybe talked a little bit enough to have Grable Okay, yeah, you can have this one, buddy.
This has worked now 2 times where he's like played unconventionally on like a short stack. I think the problem with it is that he has hands that will have some value if he ends up getting called. Like if he raises king queen suited and ends up folding to like Kevin's ace 9 or something on a stack that's 12 big blinds, all of a sudden you're doing okay against that hand. You're like 40%.
Yeah.
You've committed like 20% of your chips and you're not going to see 5. Like that's the problem with it. It gives him a chance to get away if like tons of action happens after him.
But you don't want to get away to 8
You don't really
bigs.
want to because Kevin's capable of like shoving 6s and things that like you're doing very well against.
Yeah. And also you then put kind of the ball in Kevin's court as opposed to you shove and then Kevin's like, okay, I don't want to call off with ace 9 because calling off with ace 9 and shoving ace 9 is
Much
2
different.
completely different
Yeah,
things.
the second way you have 2 ways to win.
And I know that because I know poker.
Yes, and as
even in
time
your
goes
name.
on, you're getting better.
Willow C Poker, right?
Willow C
Yeah,
Willow
I mean,
C
you must
poker.
know it.
Yeah, duh. It's in my Twitter handle, guys. It's going to be a Jack-Jack 6 flop, Madeira and Lietta. Steve is just going to check call. And I believe Steve
pretty good
defended
turn for
out of the
Steve.
blinds. He's defended out of the big blind. And it's a very good turn card. He's going to improve to a full house. Lietta drawing dead to a chop. And I imagine Steve is going to spring into action here. As you can see, 10 million in the pot. And, you know, while we might not be able to get every action on every street, the production guys in the back, they do. You can see that on the left-hand side of the screen, all the action from every hand.
I think they should hire one of them to do this live stream because that's like more action than we've talked about the entire time.
How much was that? That's a pretty interesting bet with the board looking like a chop hand. This guy Steve's pretty good. He probably should have been called there too because he made a really nice sizing on it. But
yeah, a lot of the times Jackson 6s with the ace probably plays for both players.
especially when someone just bets, you know, a nice
so-
little
so
value
small.
bet. Yeah, I mean he played that really well. He didn't get called, but so there's Chris. He's just happy to be there right now. He's got his Nike sweatshirt on. He's got his whole family at home rooting, and I'd hate to say it, but he expected to get here. So I guess if you expect to get somewhere, you're not as happy getting there. But there's something about him in these big fields at Borgata.
I've never seen this Chris so like stoic ever.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah,
he's like
he's-
usually so chill and calm. Like he's definitely like taking this more seriously and
Well, I mean, you have to. There's
you have to. I mean,
170,000.
some people never change
Well,
their
here-
personality no matter what. Like
here-
Kevin's like Kevin looks like he wants to
true.
eat someone alive right now. Like
Here goes Mario with queens, and Mario hasn't
This is
played
the-
too
yeah,
many
I think
hands.
this is the first hand we've
No, I
seen
think he played
from
one-
Mario.
I think he played one other hand, but the point is, like, you're not going to get any value ever off of queens if you wait for him. But he had a big enough stack to wait. So,
Yeah, and the other thing is,
I mean,
these
ace 10
orbits,
shrivels up against a guy that plays one hand.
one hand every hour.
But, you know,
Looks like Brian is going to invest some chips here.
yeah, I don't think I would have played this hand now. I mean, obviously he could flop pretty well for not that much money, and he's in position, but
yeah, it's not quite as enticing when it's almost a 3x raise.
and the guy hasn't played a hand in a month and a half and is the chip leader.
Limo does a little bit of a pump fake in the big blind, and man, there are a lot of chips on this table, huh?
Yeah, they have to bring in the $1 million chip.
Well, they have to color up the 1,000K chips.
I mean, you know, so right now I'm sure Mario's going to lead.
Yeah, they need to get
Brian's
the
gonna
25s
fold.
off the table
Yeah.
first. So it's going to be a 9-high flop, 2 clubs.
This
Mario-
was a tournament. I tweeted out that the rainbow of chips. We started with 7 different
Yeah,
chip
yeah, I
denominations.
saw
was
that.
like, whoa, like I could make it 50,025. Like no other tournament will ever be able to do that except for online. It's great.
And
So
Mario
he's
is
betting half the
going,
pot.
put out a, looks like close to 4 million.
Looks close to 6 million.
6 million, excuse me.
So he bet half.
Oh,
the,
there you go.
Yeah, he bet
He bet-
2/3 the pot. I mean, I don't. You know, right now there's a little jockeying by Brian. I really can't see why he would get involved with the hand. And he did the tap saying,
Yeah, and
"You're my man. I'm going to give you this one."
The problem with these like bet sizings is like he's going to make it very difficult for him to have like a lot of hands he can open now. If he's going to 3x it, all of a sudden you really can't be opening hands like speculative hands and stuff.
Because it's so
And
expensive.
it's so expensive.
Yeah.
And then now when he's c-betting close to like 90%, that was a big c-bet. What is he going to do when he's bluffing now? He's going to have to commit so
He's
many
not
chips
bluffing.
to bluff.
I understand what you're saying. Now, Mara's got a lot of chips. He could let it go down to 3-handed
He's
as long
going
as
to
he
chill
stays
out
up there.
and like pay jump and then bluff later.
He's going to get aces once every
it's going to
22
be hard for him to
loops.
get paid off though too if you believe that.
I was
like,
surprised that ace-10 even came in.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with coming with ace-10 suited for a flop, I guess. But what are you going to do if you hit your ace?
Latest position.
If he hits his ace, he's going to feel good. If he hits his 10, he's going to be in trouble. It's latest position against a guy that hasn't played a hand today.
And it's a situation where these two are the biggest stacks in the room. So you kind of, we were talking about Madeira and Grable early on when they were battling. Let's just avoid each other. These two big stacks should as well because there are close to 5 players that are teetering in near that danger zone where there can be an extra 50,000 of equity if you can just outlast 3-4 players. And for
Fix the video.
people who are might not have the most experienced tournament resumes like these two, with all due respect, that 50,000, anyone 50,000 is huge, especially in at this final table. So it should be interesting to see how these guys combat each other and sort of fold to Kevin Grable, and man, he looks oi.
Yeah, I mean,
He
Kevin
looks
would like
focused,
to get a
though.
few hands. Focused and
Doesn't
oi.
he? Like, he looks like he wants to eat Steven Madera alive right now, but he does also look...
Yum, 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 yum.
He is focusing. Like, Grable never has, like, 12 big blinds. This is, like, one of the only times that he's, like, ever even experiencing this. He's like, oh, my God. He's like, I wish I would have listened to Jamie Kerstetter and looked at a shove chart one time in my life. Do you think he's thinking that right now? I think he is.
Yeah, he's going through his head. He's like, if only I listened to Jamie.
Yeah, exactly.
So with Kevin out of the fray over there, Steve's opening light with Jack-3 of spades. And he flopped a pretty good hand, but he's up against a royal flush draw, which just hit its straight. So
Good card for Miles. He has a
very
complete lock on this hand.
I'm pretty surprised that Steve didn't try to take this. He would have been called in any street he tried to. But it was a good job. And this should just go bet fold.
And Steve, he's most likely going to be folding his hand. I just want to ask you guys have been in the booth before. You've watched a lot of these final table live streams. Best facial hair ever on a live stream?
He's up there.
He's up there. And then, from Jamie. Tell us how you really feel.
I'm not a huge beard fan.
You're not?
She likes blonde facial hair.
I like scruff.
mine?
No,
Yes,
close. I think
that's
she.
barely facial hair. That's like, I like a little bit of facial hair, but that's like aggressive.
I don't even know, like, I couldn't do that. Not that I physically have the tools to grow such beard. I think it would take the rest of my life to do that. But, yeah, that takes some dedication. That takes some serious discipline. Like we were talking about earlier with, like, diets and working out. Like, I don't have that discipline to grow facial hair, let alone do anything else productive with my life.
Yeah,
Times are tough.
in the chat room, people don't like the bearded look, it seems. With me being as polite as possible. Beat Me says Grable is just bad and tilted. Someone, No Limit, doesn't look like he gets much sunlight. He doesn't. He's multi-playing 600 tables 23 hours a day.
Who's this?
Madeira?
Madeira,
Yeah, Madeira.
I think that's kind of intimidating. Like, if you sit down at the table and someone looks like they haven't seen the sun in like 100 years,
Well,
and
yeah.
they're growing a beard that it's impossible for them to be employed with that beard, I'm like, this guy probably plays a lot of poker. Like, he's probably pretty good.
Yeah.
But it's one of those tells, a woman player, an old man, and if you see someone with a lot of facial hair unkept, you know he's
like
probably
he plays
an
a lot of
internet
poker.
player.
And Kevin Grable is going to open ace-6 offsuit. He's had a rough go of things through the first few orbits of the final table. But Miles Walker has kind of been on the other end of the spectrum.
And Miles is going to play the ace-6 of diamonds against him.
He's chipped up well. He doubled once and he's taken in a few more pots. Looks like he's over 20 million. And while that is only 20 big blinds, that is probably over the average right now, I'd venture to guess.
Well, they both flopped an ace, so it'll be interesting to see who outplays who in this hand.
I can imagine that Kevin Grable is not going to be folding top pair here.
Well,
I don't think either will. They're both pretty shallow. They both hit top pair, and I don't see either of them folding ever.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, if Miles leads here, it might throw a little wrench in the machine.
Well, I think Kevin's chips are going to go forward as fast as he can right now, and it might make Miles fold to his bet.
It's possible. That's why this lead is not preferable to a check. I think.
Well, you gain the information. If you just check, you'll never give him an ace and call. But if you do make this bet, you might find a way to fold.
Yeah, the betting for information when the person's at 12 big blind stack is just not going to win you any money.
It's still going to give you more information than ever.
And I think, Jamie, you brought up earlier, Kevin is just so good at sensing weakness. And the way that Miles cut out those chips, he was pretty shaky. And Kevin is always watching. He's very perceptive of what's going on the table. I think he's running through his head.
Well, he's trying.
I think he's thinking, I have the best hand right here. If I shove, I can maybe get maybe a better ace to fold. I'm certainly getting a king to fold. So this is
well, you know,
an interesting spot for Grable.
I mean, if Grable really does feel he has a king, he wants to let the guy bet into him. But he's trying to figure out if he's ahead right now. That's pretty much all that matters.
There's also
what would Miles be calling with?
Of having chop outs on this board. If you have ace king forward, like the board could pair. Like there's like lots of stuff he has to think about right now. And like, what is Miles really going to lead out with? Like Miles is really going to call and lead out with like ace queen here? That makes no sense at all.
He's never going to flat ace king.
I'm saying ace queen. Hands
I'm just trying to figure.
Kevin's, it makes no sense. Like Kevin is a short enough stack that like a quality ace like ace jack and ace queen can just shove pre-flop and take down his chips. So you think, what did he really flat with that he wants to lead with? It's never ace four. He would never lead with ace four. He'd want to check raise it or.
He's all in.
Kevin Grable is going to shove.
And then unfortunately.
Has Miles called yet or no?
No, but he doesn't have much choice.
And Kevin went through the same thought process and said this lead doesn't make any sense. Like, why are you trying to get me to fold?
No, I don't think Kevin was thinking. I think Kevin was just saying.
Scoreboard. Miles sitting with just 20 big blinds. Kevin Grable is all in for just under 11. So this is for more than half of Miles Walker's stack. And
you just don't make this lead versus someone as psychotic as Kevin. You just don't. Like, you can be folding the best hand now. Like, if he decides to make this fold, like right now we see that they're tied. But like very often Kevin will do this with like a wider, would put the pieces together and say like, this might be a flush draw, this might be whatever, and decide to jam with a worse hand than Miles.
And I think Miles, while he might not have the past pedigree that Grable has, he's played with him enough in this event. And at this point, I think Kevin Grable's his reputation precedes him in the fact that everyone kind of knows that he's a very aggressive, very aggro player, as they would say. So I think Grable is maybe talking to Miles. I think after Miles tanks this long, I think Grable's very confident.
I don't know about very confident. Like ace 8, ace 9, ace 10 still hate their life right now, but they might call.
And
I want to know what's going on in Grable's head right now, because it's a spot where I'd be like, I still hope he folds.
Yeah, I think he's just like expletive.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, I think Kevin has to put him on an ace at this point.
Yeah, for sure puts him on an ace, and he's like,
and he's probably assuming a better ace than ace 6.
Slightly better ace, and he's like hoping for a big card in the turn when this guy inevitably calls him.
Yeah, Kevin's like, please God, can this be a chop pot?
It's pretty sick because Miles like basically took the only line where he gives himself a chance to fold this chop.
And he is going to call. Kevin Grable doesn't like it. He is going to like it when he sees the same hit.
He's like, whew. He can't believe he's called.
Oh, Kevin Grable. They're driving him insane. They're not making it easy. And regardless of this run out, it is going to be a chop. So both players are going to get their chips back.
And many of the hands that have chopped anyway on this board, the ones that beat Kevin that he thought that Miles would be
even ace 8, ace ace 7. Ace 10 does not.
No.
Ace 10 does not. Yeah, just double checking the board. Can we rewind that? I just want to double check the flop. Okay. All right, so as we send those chips back, Got a question. It's not from the Twitterverse. It's not from anywhere. It's from my father. My father is a very avid Jamie Kerstetter follower on Twitter. And he said that yesterday you tweeted something about a friend from college getting a cross-country job or something? Like
She got hired at Georgetown.
a coaching job?
Yeah, she was my teammate at Rutgers. We were track teammates.
Okay, so he asked, was Jamie a runner? I'm going to go with the was.
Screw you.
But you were a runner at Rutgers cross-country, right?
Uh-huh.
And soccer.
Yeah.
And football.
In football, I wish. But yeah, Julie Cully, shout out to her. I doubt she's listening because she's a busy girl, but she made the Olympics and
oh, really? Like back in the day?
For however many years ago.
Cool.
It was 4 years ago.
Very
and,
cool.
yeah, she's a badass, and she ended up getting the director job at Georgetown.
Okay.
For
Very
track
nice.
and cross country. It seems like a pretty big responsibility. Good job.
For both track and cross country?
Yeah, she's going to be busy.
Congrats to, who is it?
Julie Cully.
Julie Cully. Congratulations to Julie Cully.
Jersey girl.
Jersey girl.
And also, thanks, Willow C's dad.
Yeah, no, well, you and Kate Hall are his favorite followers on Twitter,
wow.
except, quote unquote, Kate's.
Mario's not playing too many hands.
Kate got a little funny during the summer.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
But yeah, no, so he follows all the East Coast knuckleheads, I'll say.
Bad spot for Kevin right now. Kevin's opening in. There's Jocks.
Cold Stone doesn't tweet enough for him to follow him. Imagine if every thought Cold Stone had went to Twitter.
Oh
I used to tweet a lot.
Twitter.
I haven't tweeted in a few weeks because I'm busy Snapchatting funny things. Like I'm in the Dallas airport asking for Pittsburgh Steeler hats. That's my humor, you know.
So these hands are not of this planet. Like Kevin is on a very short stack and opens the ace-3 suited in middle
Jacques
position.
Cousteau.
That flats
and
the trap.
Miles flatted that.
Well, I can see Miles flat. He's set mining only right now.
Set mining against a shallow stack,
And
though.
Grable is just going to snap shove with bottom pair.
And he's ahead.
This is a I hate my life spot for Miles.
not
Yeah,
ahead.
and he's fortunate that no one hit anything and that nobody was trapping
Well,
anything.
Miles is ahead of him
Someone needs to
right
tell
now.
Jocks to wake up. Okay, there he goes.
I mean, if
Steve, nudge him.
Miles might think that none of those cards could be raised by with Kevin. He might like his fours, but I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, and
But I
Miles
think
this is just such a tough spot for Miles. Even if he thinks Kevin
He's
has
got
a flush
someone
draw,
behind
he
him.
imagines
He's got Miles behind him
It's kind of
also.
crazy. So, like, Miles...
I was talking about Miles
Miles.
there, yeah.
Kevin was doing a stop and go, I believe, on any flop there, which is probably better than just jamming the ace-3 into
But
the
just
ace-queen. In that particular
not
spot,
raising,
it worked.
Just not raising the ace-3 would be better, though. Just folding it.
Well, how about just jamming unraised to him if he's got 12 bigs?
He's still, like, in early position, though. We got to get these charts out for Mr. Coldstone. The charts you
I don't
believe
follow
in.
charts. I don't do charts. I'm a field player.
I actually don't like the chart. I don't know how it could be written by a 70-year-old like Harrington.
It's not written by him.
I heard there's a Harrington push-fold chart, too.
Oh, but they're all right. We won't have to talk about push fold anymore because it's like
Push
it's
or
just-
fold. It's 50.
yeah,
it
it's
makes
boring.
the game 50-50.
I love you, Coldstone.
It is pretty easy to figure it out, I guess, after that.
And Brian's got
Can't
his,
make that many mistakes.
I think we're watching Grable be a little bit on tilt right now, to be honest. He's not used to being in a short stack. He plays a big stack very well, in my opinion. And he's getting a little bit annoyed that he's not doubling up or busting. Like, he's just trying to make things happen because he's missing the chips that were in his stack. And he needs to chill because if he just chills out, he can make another 20K just sitting here watching other hands match
I
up.
think that's a problem that a lot of poker players come into, where they have, they come into day 2 of a tournament or whatever stage of a tournament with X amount of chips, and they lose a pot and they think, oh my God, well, I have to get back.
Yeah.
No, breathe. You have X amount of big blinds
Yeah,
still.
it's
Work your
ni-
stack. Like
it's
it's in the past.
90%
It's
of the
not going to
problem.
come back with it. And I think at the highest of levels, it's that mental game of just being tough to just forget about that, forget about what happened, and just move on.
And you could
that's
see
what
it.
separates it, I
You
think.
could see it on the break, too. Someone comes out on the break where you're supposed to be chilling for 15 minutes and relaxing. Like, dude, you don't understand.
They're
And they're
trying
getting
their
madder.
Yeah.
You don't understand.
Yeah, a break
They're-
is supposed to be when you're calm. You're supposed to
Yeah.
relax, chill out,
Your,
vibes.
your venting is not reducing your stress. It's actually building it.
And
Your
when
neck is
when
bulging.
you're telling it to the blogger, he's then getting stressed too, and he's going crazy, and then
And remember, everyone you're talking to still in the tournament, and they're now getting stressed. Steve opens ace king.
They're like me and they're just not listening.
I just hear like wah wah
Yeah.
wah.
I have so many things to say back now. It's fun for me.
Oh, you just turned into like a little troll?
I tell a blackjack story how I lost with a 20 and the dealer hit 17, 18, and 19. I'm like, he's got a 14, gets a 3. Then another ace, and then a 4 for 21. They're like, wow, that sucks, but listen to this. And at that point, I explained to them how they did not listen to me. And I now don't have to, yeah.
You can kind of tell how like mentally well adjusted someone is when you ask them on break, like, how are you doing? And they could just say, I have 180K at 10K, instead of saying, well, I had 440K and then this happened.
And I think my favorite is when somebody comes over, they're steaming about a bust out, and they say, you know, okay, I call, and then the flop is Jack, Queen, 6. The turn's something, and the turn is fairly important. Like, you know, the hand just happened a minute ago. How do you not really remember? But God bless them. God bless them all.
This is pretty funny. Philly Blim says, charts, Stone Cold is only up to using coloring books.
Philly's been on me for a long time.
He has. I feel like he shows up every time.
Yeah, he still won't show me. He goes, oh, we're at the Cold Stone Snooze show.
Big Handsome 647 says Steven Madara is the best player at this table. I think he's been playing well. I mean, when I played with him yesterday, he played really well. He doesn't give away much at the table. Like, he's pretty calm and was just finding some good 3-bet spots that I was like expecting him to take. And yeah, I might agree with you. I mean, Grable on a big stack is a force to be reckoned with. On a short stack, he's a little bit too reckless.
Oh, if Kevin Grable has chips, watch out.
Yeah, the only problem is that he's playing a short stack as if he's a big stack, and he's putting himself at risk when he just doesn't need to. And you're going to lose a lot of really good spots. Like, if you give up a spot like this, yeah, he gets deep a lot, but like this is a spot where if he chills and like can rebound to some good hands later, this could be another W for him. But he might give away his chance before he gets there.
And the other thing is, you know, the big blind is still 1 million. You get to a point where even if you're opening and then have to fold to a 3-bet, or you're opening and then folding on flop or turn, sometimes some of these players have been like just forfeiting 20% of their stack, 10% of their stack at a time. And when you're a big stack and you have 45 big blinds, you can lose 3 big blinds here. You can lose 3 big blinds there. When you have 12, no.
Yeah, you can't have leaks anymore when you're sitting on 12 bigs. And it's worked out for him so far, but it's because his opponents haven't been flopping anything. But he's opening hands that should be dominated when he gets flatted, and it just hasn't.
He should have been 3-bet by ace-queen with jocks in that spot.
Yeah, he would have
also.
had a fold. Yep.
Fold or lose, but yes, it wouldn't have been a good spot. Instead, he picked up 5 or 6 bigs. But here's Jacques now playing. He's bluffing for the first time.
Jacques Cousteau. Ooh, I love this.
Yeah, me too.
I did not see this coming.
Where did this come from?
This is with all due respect. When a player who looks like Jacques makes this raise,
age-wise,
demeanor-wise,
you just have to muck.
Yeah,
it's just a muck.
And Jacques does have the best hand. He might not know that. But that's a pretty ballsy move right there on the flop.
It is. And you know, you watch the guy just flat with ace-queen. Obviously, maybe he was trying to trap or something, but here he's aggressive with ace-9 and bluffing. So it's kind of interesting to see his changing of you would think the way he was playing right away there. You'd think after flatting ace-queen, he'd never, ever be bluffing. Check, raise, bluffing.
And I think that's the problem. I think, you know, it worked with ace-9, but I think he should have flipped those hands. You know, 3-bet the ace-queen and then just end it right there.
100%,
win the pot.
100%.
But you put yourself in this spot, and then Grable just shoves the flop. And as you said, I think you mentioned he was going to do a stop and go kind of regardless. You know, he can be doing anything, and then you're just pushed off your ace-queen, and you have such a really good hand for that spot, and against a player who doesn't have a lot of chips. And heck, if Kevin Grable has 8s and you get in with a flip, you're fine with that too.
Yep.
Like you're saying, and I'm saying, he played both hands backwards, and it worked out. I mean, he's playing aggressively.
Sometimes it doesn't make any sense, Dave, and I'm not going to try to figure it out.
Well, he might have just felt he was against 2 different players too. I'm not sure what's in Jacques' head right now, but he's stacking.
This is going to be Brian versus Jacques again. These two can't seem to shake one another. Jacques defending out of the big blind, it looks like, after a button open to 2 million. And Brian's sizing has been relatively standard throughout. 2 million, you know, just a 2x pre-flop raise. And Jacques isn't going to get creative with ace-6. this time.
Again, you know, a younger player might have 3-bet him back there out of the blinds with that hand, but that's not how I play either.
No,
so.
and I've started to see a trend, and Jamie can even touch on this, I think, also. A lot of players aren't just calling out of the blinds anymore. It's a lot of, you know, it's either 3-betting or folding. I'm
from
seeing
the small blind,
from the big blind, it's a different
so
story.
much more defending going on this year than like ever before from the big blind. The problem with these tournaments is that people's raise sizing is so inflated compared to a normal tournament that your big blind defense has to be lower.
Yeah.
When they're 3xing it, all of a sudden the hands that you could profitably defend with, you're way down. Like you can't just be like 6-7 offsuit. Okay.
Well, and when someone's going to raise to 3.8 bigs pre-flop, you can't get that speculative from the big blind, even though you already have one out there.
A lot of your range there. Yeah, but I mean, I agree with you from the small blind. I just don't see people flatting too much anymore. But these tournaments, it's like all bets are off in the 2 million and the 1 million.
Yeah.
Because
like, it's so bizarre.
It's a lot of rec players who make it through. So a lot of variance in this tournament, and so you end up seeing people do things that are like not standard at all, and it's actually like, way more interesting to watch, in my opinion.
Do you think the 100K starting stack and then, having 200 million chips in play over that, do you think that plays to it? And do you think a lot of people aren't able to kind of, figure out how that equates to a normal bet size?
Yeah, I mean,
do you think they might not admit it, do you think they actually struggle to figure out, like, how much should I be raising here?
Yeah,
this is going to be a problem for Kevin now. I mean, Kevin checked back. I mean, Jack's flopped the 7. I think he's waiting for Kevin to bet. We've already shown him check raise with air, so he's definitely thinking top pair is good against Kevin. That's the bet he was looking for.
Jocks is going to check call.
I don't love the flat here. You're leaving room. I don't think Kevin would have put another dollar in the pot.
Kevin gets bailed out so often, it's insane. Kevin needs to bluff this card.
And there's 10 when he checks back.
I mean, he got bailed out and didn't take it.
And again, I think
like Jocks, though?
If Jocks mid-raises back there, he doesn't have to fear.
All of it. You don't have a big stack anymore. You don't have a lot to lose. You just bet. You overbet river and you get through. Anyway, what were we talking about before?
Is Dan Red Sox Nets? Is that Dan?
Yeah.
Yeah, Sunig.
All right, Grable chopped an opener to Borgata. What are you people talking about?
That was, I believe, 2 or 3 years ago in the Spring Poker Open. I believe Carlos Alvarado
that was his
took
first
the title.
Yeah.
Kevin Grable, I think, technically took 4th or 3rd,
and
but there was they don't call them chops or deals. They are adjusted payouts.
I think Dan's
Adjusted
misinterpreting what we're saying, too. Like, hating on someone and critiquing them is completely different. Like, I think Kevin does a lot of things really well, especially, I keep saying, when he's a big stack, he's like a force to be reckoned with. He's scary to play against.
I'm hating. I'm a hater.
But,
we'll see.
But there's
Top
definitely
hater.
things, like, when he's a short stack, short stack play is like very easy to learn. It's like cut and dry, easy to learn. And I don't think he's ever taken the time to do it. Like he does things that are very difficult to learn and abandons learning things that would take him like 4 hours.
Yeah. No, and I'm familiar with Kevin just with his prowess in the Parks Big Stack series, and I know you two frequent those events enough.
Yeah,
I remember there was a stretch where Kevin made a few final tables in a row, and he finished 5th, 3rd, 6th, and it's a very final table strategy isn't, as you said, isn't the hardest thing to figure out. Play a handful of sit and goes a night online and just kind of figure out that strategy. And I think maybe
what's Chris thinking about
he hasn't.
Right now
I don't think he's actually hit the books, if you will. But I think over the last few months, he's been able to close out events. I think that's given him confidence because I think there was a point where he might have been thinking to himself in the back of his mind like, man, why isn't it just working when I get down to that final table? And he's gotten himself into another position here today. So,
yeah, that's kind of my point. Like, he could be winning more tournaments.
And
like, if he can revive these tiny stacks, then, like, he's now going to, like, crush
Look at that flop, Steve.
And I think the other thing you have to realize is that at these final tables, they're in a vacuum. You need to run well. You can't get cooled. You can't get unlucky. And, in a few of those spots, those 5th, 6th place finishes, he did, but hopefully he can regain some of his mojo, some of his swagger here at the final table, and it's going to be Chris and Steve battling again. As Cold Stone said, Steve has flopped a
Big situation.
Flush draw and a straight draw, and he is going to take it down with a bet on the turn after it just checked through on the flop.
Well, I mean, he was looking
Chris
for.
decided not to.
He was looking for a check raise there. You know, obviously.
On the flop,
to,
you think?
Yes, yes. He wasn't like waiting to hit that hand. He was trying to build a pot, which he would take anyway on the turn. I mean, not too many hands could have withstood the barrage he'd be putting in with that hand.
Do you see in the top left corner upcoming entertainment at Borgata?
Okay,
stuff.
let's see. I am 25 years old, and I've heard of Cage Fury fighting championships. That's about it.
Stephen Wright's really funny.
You don't know Elvis
he's a
Costello
comedian?
or John Mellencamp?
Elvis Costello. Okay, I've heard of him. I don't think I know
You've
his
heard
songs.
of Timex on 11/19?
Oh, Timex. What are you, poker seminar?
Yeah, he's coming for a poker seminar. It's going to be great.
I think we could bet something about that seminar with him. And Stephen Wright, who kind of talks even slower than me sometimes.
Impossible.
Is Stephen Wright a comedian?
Yeah, he's like good for one-liners and stuff. He's pretty funny.
He does like Carlton stuff like, did you ever wonder why you drive on a parkway and park on a driveway?
That's pretty much
That's him?
Yeah.
Well, that's actually George Carlin.
But I'm
that's
sure
his
his
humor,
tone makes it.
as slow as possible. He makes me look like I speak fast at the table. I think he was stoned before stoned was like in.
A thing, yeah.
Not that we condone that type of behavior by anybody.
Yes, not of course
in the
not.
non-legal states. If you're in the legal states, we condone it.
And there's going to be a shove from Kevin Grable.
He is running.
I believe it was a shove. Kevin
you
usually
say
does
that?
that verbalize and then.
Yeah. I need to learn Kevin's the skill of having your opponent flop nothing. Like that is very useful.
Well, you do know betting the don'ts works 2 out of 3 times.
Betting the don't, I like it.
But I mean, if this was an online tournament, $100 buy-in, that would be a standard shove.
I don't think so.
Well, that's why we differ, Jamie. That's why my online.
That's why Cold Stone's chart is different than yours. His is on this little napkin, and yours is on that fancy app on your phone.
I would think you'd want to pull up my Borgata chart. I stopped when it looked so good and decided not to go back. I had a lucky little streak on the tournaments there.
I remember you telling me about that.
All
but
right.
speaking of online tournaments, BorgataPoker.com continuing to qualify players in.
Oh yeah, there's a 400
And-
tomorrow to the 3,500.
The WPT.
Yep.
And then tomorrow, everyone's been
Heads
talking
up,
about
heads
it.
up.
The online
Battleship.
pseudo-live Battleship
Heads
Yeah.
Heads Up event. Jamie, are you going to be playing?
I will be playing.
Cold Stone?
I think I'm going to play the satellite to get into the main instead.
Okay.
But
Yeah, there's a live qualifier as well also, right?
But
there's
it's
3 live
the heads up
qualifiers.
is pretty cool. Usually.
What time's the heads up?
1 p.m.
So actually, there might be a shot.
With heads up tournaments, usually they're way more expensive than that because it's a dealer per 2 players.
Yeah.
They need to make it like a
Well,
1,500
the one
to
here
have
in
the rate
September
be
and
high
January, I
enough.
think it's always 1,500.
Yeah,
I think even
even more,
one
it's
year it was
2K.
2,500 or so.
But it's kind of cool that it's online, so they can keep the rake down. It's 500 plus 35.
Yeah, it's awesome.
And it'll go a lot quicker, but starts at 1. Your match will definitely be over by 1:30, 2 o'clock the latest. So
All right,
maybe it will get in the time.
I know we are talking about online tournament, but
Don has a big hand now.
Don has just shipped all in
Don's
after
really-
flopping trips. Chris Limo posturing a little here on the button.
Yeah,
Don't see him calling off with King High.
Yeah, Don waited and found a great flop for himself. It's amazing. There he is trying to egg him on as he's drawing dead. I don't know what Chris is doing right now. He's had enough camera time in the last 2 years to just muck this hand. Let me see how much. I'm going to do you a favor, Don. I'll give you this one. You give me the next one.
And as you can see, Chris Limo there with just 8 big blinds. So
There he is. He's doing the come get me dance.
That was from Mike Tyson's Punch Out when Glasha was like, "Arr, arr, arr, arr," you know?
Shows the 8. What did he show?
Man.
The 8?
well, the 8 has to have a 7 with it, right?
Like he's so
8, 9, 2.
pumped.
Because he doesn't
Somebody
have his
get this
music
guy
on.
his headphones.
Don has his own personality, and it's not much different than this. He can annoy a sit and go or get along with a sit and go, depending on how things are going to go.
How things are going.
It's interesting that Kevin Graybill's presence at this table would change the way I'd play if I was a short stack. I would be the most conservative short stack at this table right now.
Is that because you think that
he has the chance to either implode or just needle other people into doing the same thing?
in blog speak we like to call that boomer bust?
Yeah, just he's making big pots in spots where most people wouldn't even be opening hands. So if you're sitting there with 10 bigs, you kind of have to chill out and wait to see what he's doing, because he might pay jump you a couple times. He might make you 2 pay jumps before you have to touch a chip.
Yes,
and I think the perfect example of that is Mario. He came in with the chip lead. He's kind of just hovered near the top of the leaderboard. And right now, you're sitting with 9 players left at the table. The next payout is, I believe, close to 12,000. We'll get that up on the screen shortly. But with 170K up top, just wait. You can chill out. You can take your time. And speaking of taking time, we are going to take a quick break here. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back to the action. I think we're going to get an up-close and personal shot of the commentators here. Maybe we'll get Jamie. And finally, we get Jamie Kerstetter. We get to see her. Jamie, how's it going so far with Borgata Poker Open?
It's pretty good.
Good?
I cashed 2 out of 3, but for 1 peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Yeah. Yep.
And you've been here for the entire series. Coldstone,
I just played the first and the last event. Played some survivors, picked up some cash, and I'm just chilling, getting ready for the main.
All right, and getting ready for the main. I believe it was maybe 2 years ago, you went deep in this event or this WPT event.
Yeah, this is my Run Good event.
This is the Run Good series. Okay.
We got 12th and 22nd in it, I think.
All right.
So I would really like to get first in this, though.
First is better than 12th or 22nd, slightly.
It's 800K.
I think I got 22nd in the last one.
Yeah?
You did?
Yeah.
Let's go, Coldstone.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
We're going to I'm going to run through the crowd of the 6 max and try to make fun of a few people and see what's going on besides this event.
With the camera?
Streaking.
Already did it.
Oh, you did it already? Wow. When do we get to see that?
I'm not sure.
During
the break.
It's coming.
All
okay,
right,
perfect.
Guys, get ready. It's coming.
So we'll get to the action on the table. So far through the first 2 levels or so, who do you think is putting themselves in a good position moving forward? And who do you think might be the first to fall off after break?
It's just been the Grable show so far. I mean,
the ups and downs of Kevin Grable.
Going to either have the chip lead again in an hour, or he's going to bust next.
And I think that's kind of the battle within himself, where he needs to figure out, can I get a double? And if he is able to get a double, the rest of the table should watch out.
Yeah.
And I know we've kind of been laboring this point, but it is going to play such a big role in determining the outcome of this tournament, where Kevin Grable goes.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's
Steve's
table
playing
captaining
really
on 15 big blinds. I've never seen anything like it. I need to take a page
That's hard
out
to
of
do.
his book.
That is hard to do.
Well, Steve's chipping up pretty well also.
Yeah,
He's finding
I would
a
say
niche.
Steve Madara has a really good chance of winning this tournament based on his background and the fact that he's playing very well, and he seems to understand who he should be playing pots against, who he needs to put the brakes on.
And I think
we've seen a bunch of mistakes also, which kind of worked out for people too. But there's a standard play and there's a different type of play. And even though Limo's playing not standard, and same with Kevin, they're still there, and it's working for them.
Yeah, and I think it remains to be seen. Just some players, it might not be standard. By the book, by your little apps, by your napkin shove chart.
I'm anti-shove charts.
People are comfortable playing their own strategy. So while it might not be normal for anyone else, maybe Chris Limo feels comfortable. Maybe Jacques feels comfortable just flatting every hand. He's never going to 3-bet. And when he does, it's like, okay, this guy has aces or kings. Let's just get out of the pot.
But comfort level isn't proper to be a good player. And if you're going to just flat with ace-queen and let a pair come in, if an ace or a queen came, the pair stacks him with his set, and he's not even trying to avoid that.
Yeah, no, and I think
safe sometimes becomes unsafe.
And we got off to a very quick start, elimination on the first hand, but since then, just kind of hanging around.
Yeah, if Kevin a couple of pots had gone Kevin's way, this tournament's over already. I was rooting for him. I'm like, we'll just be in the booth for 45 minutes.
We'll get 100. We'll have a pretty good hourly, as you said earlier. But I think we've been talking about one Team Kitten guy. I think the other one, Chris Lietta, unfortunately, I think he's in one of the worst seats with the 2 big stacks of Mario and Brian directly to his left. And he's been kind of handcuffed by that. And on the other side of things, if Kevin Grable is able to get chips, he's going to have a lot of chips to his right, and he can punish you.
And don't forget about Dan. Dan's going to play his tight game, try to interrupt, try to entice someone to call him when he has the best hand. So there's still a lot of interesting things coming ahead for the rest of this tournament.
I think we are set for a very exciting final table. But, guys, we've already done one. We're in the middle of number 2. Third final table live stream tomorrow, the 1K6 Max. That is always a stacked group. That's happening right behind us. Some late registration should be ending shortly. That's a $200,000 guaranteed event. I'll be back in the booth. We're going to give Jamie the day off. You've been working so hard this series. And then Cold Stone, we're going to let you satellite in tomorrow
we'll
into the WPT.
Or the heads up. I'll play one of the other two. And another event to mention, we have the final table of the horse going on.
Final table of horse, the Super Stack Elevator. So the weekends in Borgata Poker Opens, those are always busy. And then you add in the 100K Saturday series tomorrow. It's just going to be an absolutely action-packed weekend. So, guys, Labor Day is over. Your kids are back at college. Get down here this weekend. There's so much poker to be had. A lot of qualifiers and online as well.
Yep.
All right. Send them to commercial.
Sending them to commercial.
Why am I here, Jack? You just scooped a pot, so I figured I'd come over and say hi. How you doing,
First
Jared?
pot I've won since you came and saw me the last time.
You guys having fun with Jared, or is he quiet today?
Just hanging out.
Congratulations on your run in the Millie. These guys are playing poker. Let's keep dancing around. Where else are we going to go? Can you follow me? Here we go. We're going. There's Greg Himmelgrant. What's up, Greg? How are you doing? Are you in the middle of a hand?
I'm not in the middle of a hand.
We're doing a little interviewing during hands, so if you're not in the hand, it's even better. Is it creepy that I'm like right up on your face?
Yes, extremely.
Is there anything good you want to say? Come on, this is your big chance.
Why don't you get involved with the people in the hand? It's a really interesting hand.
Well,
you probably annoy them.
I'm trying not to bother people in a hand. I'm trying not to bother people. Anything you want to say, there you go. Right there.
I got nothing to say.
What with you? So we're just having fun with people in the 6 Max at the Borgata. Oh, here we go. Nick's in a hand. Oh, if you could zoom in, Nick's playing a hand. If we could watch him play this hand one day. Nick scoops. Say hi to the camera, Nick. Right over there. You could do it. That way. See, tournaments are important, but we're also trying to have a little fun. We got Charlie over here. What's up, David? Say hi. Dave's in the 6 Max. What's your goal?
To win it. Win it all.
Win it. Are you in a hand?
Of course, but I don't care. Anything for Cold Stone.
Anything good you want to say about the Borgata, the streaming, the fun we're having?
I mean, Cold Stone's the best
Look
part.
at your cards.
You're the best part.
Please look at your cards. I can't believe you just folded that.
I had to let it go.
Well, that's what we do at the Borgata. We have fun, we play poker, and we try to have... Oh, Gags is over here, too. Don't forget Gags. Can you sneak him in?
How we doing?
How are we doing?
I'm splendid. Trying to run this up.
Well, that would be all from here. Dave signing off. It looks like everyone's going on break. This would have been a good time to do the interviews, but we don't do it that way here. Goodbye.
Toasting the perfect marshmallow and turning up 5 cherries. Now that's a win. Get the thrill of Borgata anytime and anywhere in New Jersey. Play online, poker, slots, blackjack, real money. TheBorgata.com. Now that's a win. Get $20 to play when you sign up now. Loving up on the Puglets and looking down on 4 kings. Now that's a win. Showing off your soft top and shoving in on a straight flush. Now that's a win. Manning the tongs and taking down a hot tournament. Now that's a win. Do what you love and get the thrill of Borgata anytime and anywhere in New Jersey. Play online, poker, slots, blackjack, real money. TheBorgata.com. Now that's a win. Get $20 to play when you sign up now. Stretching your hammies and splitting aces. Now that's a win. Toasting the perfect marshmallow and turning up 5 cherries. Now that's a win. Waiting for a nibble and setting a trap with pocket kings. Now that's a win. Do what you love and get the thrill of Borgata anytime and anywhere in New Jersey. Play online, poker, slots, blackjack, real money. TheBorgata.com. Now that's a win. Get $20 to play when you sign up now. Toasting the perfect marshmallow and turning up 5 cherries. Now that's a win. Get the thrill of Borgata anytime and anywhere in New Jersey. Play online, poker, slots, blackjack, real money. TheBorgata.com. Now that's a win. Get $20 to play when you sign up now. Loving up on the Puglets and looking down on 4 kings. Now that's a win. Showing off your soft top and shoving in on a straight flush. Now that's a win. Manning the tongs and taking down a hot tournament. Now that's a win. Do what you love and get the thrill of Borgata anytime and anywhere in New Jersey. Play online, poker, slots, blackjack, real money. TheBorgata.com. Now that's a win. Get $20 to play when you sign up now.
109. Third over 71,000. Fourth over 61,000. Fifth right at the 50K mark. Sixth 40K. Seventh 30K. Eighth 20K. And everyone at the table taking home at least over $14,000 for this event. All right, it looks like Don is our button. Christopher is small blind. Mario is big blind. Brian, first to act, just sold his hand. Kevin reaches for chips. He's going to raise it up. 2.6 million total. Steven is down.
All right, guys, welcome back. We're back from break. 9 players remain in the Borgata Almighty Million, $1 million guaranteed prize pool. Again, my name is Will O'Connor, a.k.a. Willow C, here with Jamie Kerstetter. Do you have an AKA?
I don't think so. I mean, not any that I know about.
or that are responsible to say on air.
Seriously.
So we also have David Coldstone Inselberg in the booth. He's running around doing some more interviews. We saw him on break goofing around. And
Is he just like in the crowd?
I'm sure the players in the Six Max absolutely love whatever he's doing.
That's great. Coldstone just running amok.
Just got word that Coldstone is going to head over and screw with Joe McKeon a little bit. I'm sure the champ is going to love that. Anyway, back to the task at hand. 9 players remain. Over 2,500 started this event. And over the last few days, there were 6 starting flights. They got bigger and bigger and bigger as they went. Play resumed. Over 600 players yesterday. They played down to 24. Jamie Kerstetter notched a cash.
Yeah, I think I was like 100 something. If not quite good enough.
It's just all numbers at that point. And Kevin Grable led this field coming into day 3. He's had a tough go of things at this final table, and he is going to look down at 2 queens. He's going to raise to $2.6 million, as you can see on the bottom of our screen if you're joining us on the other side of break.
Yeah, this is the wrong one. So the Nightbot in Twitch chat is streaming the wrong payouts. First is, I think,
169, yeah. And guys, if you want any information on any Borgata Poker Open event, not only the Almighty Million final table, anything at all, go to borgatapokeropen.blog.theborgata.com. An amazing live updates team here at Borgata. They work tirelessly every hour of every day. They'll get you all the information you need. And I don't think Kevin Grable needs much more information. He is going to call after a 3-bet shove from Mario Concepcion. He came in as the final table chip leader, and it is going to be a flip for Kevin Grable's tournament life. This is as classic as it gets, right, Jamie?
Yeah.
And Kevin Grable all in for $20 million. He could be the chip leader if he's able to hold on this flip. It's ace-king of Mario Concepcion to Kevin Grable's queens. As you can see, Grable the slight favorite in this flip. And we mentioned after we went on break, if Grable is able to get chips, he's going to be a really tough player to contend with. And it's a king high flop. Grable shaking his head. 2 hearts. Grable's backdoor hearts are covered by the ace of hearts with Mario, though.
And this is a brutal spot for Kevin because you think of how active he's been playing. He can get it in so much better than this.
Yeah, he should not have this hand.
Like 8s and 9s and 10s are just like happy pre-flop to get it in with him. They're like, okay, I'm dominating his range, let's go. He just happens to be 50-50, which is...
9 of diamonds pairs the board on the turn. Kevin Grable is going to need just 2 outs. 1 of 2 outs on the river. The 8 of diamonds is now that he taps the table. Wishes everybody good luck. And Kevin Grable, who came into day 3 with a pretty sizable chip lead, ran into some tough roadblocks at the final table. He is going to be eliminated in 9th place. As you can see, just under 15,000. And Kevin Grable, he's been here before. We imagine we're going to see him at a final table again. He's
I mean, he
a
runs
really
up
great
big
player.
stacks pretty easily. And you'll see he was walking out with Mike Bees, another Team Kitten player.
Meow.
I'm wondering if they'll come back because Chris Lade is still in, and they're good friends.
Definitely.
I think he needs to walk this one off.
Yeah, he needs like 5 minutes just cool off.
5 minutes. I would be back in like 2 hours drunk.
And, you know, we talked about Kevin Grable being able to spin up a big stack. Now Mario Concepcion, he has close to 30% of the total chips in play. And after Kevin Grable found pocket queens, Steve Madera is going to look down at pocket tens. Whoa, a little bug-eyed look there from Steve.
That's his normal look.
And
it really is. Like, he just is like, yesterday, the whole day, he's kind of staring off into space, listening to music, just hanging out. Like, and then throwing a 3-bet in there once in a while and building a stack. He played really well.
Easy game. And this is going to be a 3-bet shove from Chris Limo with pocket sixes. Table's going to fold back around to Madera, and he will call. And unfortunately, for the defending almighty Million champion, Chris Limo won this event in September of last year. He is going to need to hit one of 2 outs to stay alive in 2016.
One of them was already folded. 6 deuce was folded.
Okay, so he has 1 pure out.
Yep.
And he is arm in arm with Kelly DeCellis, who has been calling this final table, and it's the ace-ace-king flop.
He has
Not
some
much
chop
help,
outs. Not anymore.
He is now dead. Steve Madera improves to a full house on the turn. So Chris Limo will be eliminated in 8th place. Back-to-back knockouts quickly down to 7. And, hey, you can be disappointed with a 8th place finish, but he final tabled the $2 million event last September, won the almighty million. Now he's going to make $20,000 for an 8th place finish. That's close to like 8,000 people that he navigated through to notch 3 final table runs in some of the biggest events in the region. So congrats to Chris Limo and
another nice run.
Another,
he got
another
that
player that we will probably see here again, just based on.
He got that last second pay jump in too. One hand, not a hand too soon.
Here's another 5K.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to say no to that. So now Steve Madera solidifying himself as a big stack, and I wouldn't be surprised if the action continues, because outside of 3 players or so, the rest of the table is relatively short. So I would imagine there's going to be some more action, and I think Steven Madera is come back from this break. He's super focused, it looks like, and he is thinking bank, and we are thinking Cold Stone.
Hello.
How's the Six-Max field?
It was fun. I did a fun interview with Joe McKean and Will Fiala, but he used the F word too many times, so I don't think it's going to air. Will got a penalty for misreading his hand and checking quads back, yelling full house. So when he said he effing this and that, I think it might blow the telecast. His hand gestures and the manner he was making the head gestures towards let's say mixing a batter might make it, but the words weren't very good.
Okay, and as
you missed
missed 2 eliminations.
Yeah.
Grable and Limo, they're out.
And
Kevin Grable lost a flip, ace-queen to queens. Chris Limo,
ace-king, yeah.
Ace-king to queens, excuse me. Chris Limo got in pocket 6s against Steve Madera's pocket 10s. Lost, and as you can see, the updated leaderboard
so
with
Mario beat
Concepcion,
Kevin.
Madera up top, and Mario got it in against Kevin Grable and was able to win the flip. So that means that he is still the final table chip leader.
So Mario, with his tight plays, holding on. He had queens apparently against the ace-king. Is that?
He had the ace-king. It was a king-high flop against queens.
Yep.
So, hey, Mario's doing the whole, I'm going to play one hand to level, and I'm going to play it pretty good, and I'm going to win some chips.
And he has more than enough chips to continue to do this. Sometimes when you get up to 25%, 30% of the chips, you're thinking about what it would be if 3 years were left.
Yeah.
And you start thinking your own Slansky way instead of stack playing. Either way is acceptable, and, you know, obviously if you get sporadically good hands, his way is playing much better. Steve's more comfortable playing more hands, playing the king-6 of hearts, which he really knows how to do a lot better, probably the most from his hours logged.
Yeah, and it will be interesting. You know, we've talked about Mario kind of been working that tight. You know, he's not going to play a lot of hands. Steve, I think now that he's sitting second in chips with close to 40 big blinds, I think we're going to see Steve open up a lot and really punish Miles, Don, Chris, who are sitting, you know, under 15 big blinds and are going to be looking to make some pay jumps that are going to be pretty valuable.
I agree. And he started doing that even earlier as Rabel started having less chips, opening 9-2 suited, stuff like that. So Steve will be playing a lot more hands than most of the table, by far.
And this is going to be a chop pot unless Miles is able to push his opponent off of it, but he's not going to, and King High is going to take it with Jacks and 9, so nothing to see there. But
it's going to be interesting to see at this point who's going to start getting a little more tired, too. A lot of things that you have to do at this level take a lot more thinking than in earlier levels, thinking back to past things and stuff. And they played a lot of hours. Jock's a little bit older than the other players. A
little bit.
But playing less hands. But you might start seeing the tiredness setting in on a few of them, mixed with the excitement, because they're all excited that they've gone this far, and they're all excited that Greg's out of the tournament if they know who they're playing against.
Yeah.
Greg had an earlier chop this year, which I'm sure you know about, at Sugar House, where they came in.
Grable.
I'm sorry, Grable. They came
Greg
in.
Grable.
Kevin Grable. They came into the final table and chopped it, giving him first place, and the other people just.
That's an easy way to go about things.
I've never heard of that.
But you know, and you have to, a lot of players, they might just be watching this and say, "Oh, how tired could you be?" Trust me, you played that last flight. You even play any of the night flights, you're going to get done 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. That last day 1E session gets done around 5. You're then back here for a 12 p.m. restart.
Plus, you're bagging by 5. It takes an hour to get to sleep, so you're sleeping from 6 to 11.
And then just the excitement of, I'm coming back for a day 3. That doesn't happen every day, every tournament. So just that excitement, you're winding down. Some people might not even be able to wind down. You wake up early, you're antsy. And this is a new situation for a lot of these players, so they might not be getting their proper sleep, or their whole routine or regimen might be a little off, and that's going to affect your play, and it's especially going to affect your play the longer day 3 goes on.
It's impossible to get to sleep right after you bag in a tournament. A lot of chips. A lot of people use different methods. Some some people smoke, some people drink, some people take Ambien. That's prescribed to them. Whatever the method is, there's an importance to getting that sleep at any cost. And somebody that doesn't usually do this is going to come in and they're going to lay in their bed for 3 hours, and at 8 o'clock they're going to sleep for 3 hours, and they're going to wake up and now they got to play a whole day. And then they have to come back today and start at 12 and not get much of a break. So it's not like running a race, but your mind starts misthinking things. And, when your job.
And even when you are sleeping, your mind could maybe even still be working, and you're not really getting
an actual
REM
full
sleep.
No.
Now we're actually getting into, like, the science of poker psychology. So I'll forego that whole discussion. That's because Brian has picked up
queens.
Pocket queens. So some big hands here early on after the break.
And this is when it's 1.2 million to come into a hand, so the raises are going to be at least 2.5, 2.6.
Finally a normal raise size.
Well, Brian's been doing this, throughout the big raise we've seen have kind of been from Jacques. Even I think we saw
3.8, 3.9.
Yeah, 3.8 at 1
and
million.
2.9 was the other one, which is like, it doesn't seem that crazy to make it like 3x unless you consider that people are all like 10 to 25 big blinds deep, except for like the 2 chip leaders. So all of a sudden you're taking a lot of plays out of your opponent's repertoire. They can't use it anymore. They can't 3-bet and fold on like a 20 big blind stack. So when you're opening like kings and queens to 3x, you have to think of it that a 12 big blind stack now all of a sudden like can't really get squirrely with you, or if like you're min raising, maybe they do. I don't know. Like, so it's kind of crazy to waste the value of your like very big hands like that. I like the chat.
What's the chat up to?
Is the 1 seat self-made or nah?
The only bag alone Cold Stone breaks out at the table is a sleeping bag. Philly, are we still going to do that dinner? It's Jock's Cold Stone, son. What a dick. Wee, that's pretty funny.
The Don finding pocket aces. He's been relatively quiet, but he said that he wasn't going to be, but he's focusing on his play. So far, so good for Don. This is going to be one of his best career finishes, and I know everyone at this table, I believe, if they are to win first place, is going to absolutely up their career earnings. I don't think anyone at this table. Ustake is a staking site.
Ustake.
No shameless self-promotion here, though.
I thought it was Y-O-U-S. I thought it was use.
Use?
It'd be great if they panned to the booth during that.
OC takes a selfie, part 500,000 of this week.
My favorite
selfie game strong
booth moment ever was during a WPT final table. It was Baumstein, Tony Dunstonite, and it had been the longest with
I remember
no
this
bust
one.
outs.
I
and,
remember
like,
this one.
It was like the 12th hour of it. And I'm laying on the floor, like sprawled out. Tony Dunst is like napping on the couch, and Baumstein's staring at his phone. And they panned to us for probably 2 minutes before any of us realized it, and we're like, "Hi guys."
Oh yeah, I think I was watching that. I was typing and stuff.
Yeah, we're very professional, if nothing else.
Well, listen, this is part poker, part fun. It would be boring to just talk about every hand in the depth we could with our sophistication.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they bring me in here, just in-depth poker sophistication.
Obvious. You're the pretty boy in the middle. I mean, me and Jamie could probably talk about this hand for 3 hours if they gave us the time, and Jock wins it with ace-7 of hearts. Jock's got a Mets sweaty on, or patch on the sweaty.
Who's your sports fandom fly with?
My issue is I went to school in Boston, so I pulled from every New York team whenever I had to, even if it was the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
So I like all the teams, and in New York, I like the New England teams just to piss people off. And I'm a fair weather fan, so once they get to the finals, I'll usually yell my team on Facebook or Twitter. I don't use much Facebook. On Twitter, I'll probably say, yeah, my team's there again, whoever it is. Steven's got Kings.
Yeah, I'm on Team Steve so far.
Oops.
Oh, no.
And it's going to fold to Chris Laeta, and he's going to move all in with pocket nines. This is a less than 10 big blind shove.
And this is a standard. Yeah, everything's standard here.
And Jacques is...
Jock's going to get himself in trouble here.
He's got an interesting decision here. If he gives himself the time to think through this, he's going to realize he needs to fold his hand.
He's never folding this hand. He thinks Steve's just opening like he normally does. Chris has no bigs, and he's got a premium hand. It would be nice if he could think it through a little bit further.
For a while, he's going to fold his hand because he doesn't want to go up against another big stack.
He's got ace-queen against a jam.
He has a chance to ladder up with no risk at all because Chris is the short stack.
He's got ace-queen suited.
Steve is praying to God he was behind a monitor right now. He just wishes he was online right now. He wants Jock to put it in. Chris seems pretty laxed.
Well, that's what Jock's thinking about now.
Good vibes.
Jock's thinking, can I just call or can I isolate? But he's not folding
I think
this.
just calling is lighting money on fire, but...
He may.
Oh, my God, he just verbalized all in.
No, that's
Mandara.
Wow, this is massive. This
Oh, my goodness gracious. Mandara is instantly calling the all-in from Jacques.
You have to understand, with ace-queen suited here, he has a lot of chips. A 9.9 is nothing to absorb, but he wasn't thinking about the open from Steve. And I understand why he wasn't thinking about the open, because Steve's been quite active.
Yeah, Steve has been very active. But we are going to see a three-way all-in. Steven Mandara has both players covered, and he has the best hand with pocket kings. It's a 10-high board, 2 clubs.
And he's got the club.
He has the club covered, and Laeta only has one of those 9s left, so he is drawing a 1 out.
No, Laeta's got 2 9s still.
One of the 9s was folded.
I'm sorry.
Like 90% sure. And an interesting card for Jock. He picks up some additional equity. He now has 5 outs heading to the river, and Mandara is sweating this river card. He wants it to be a blank. He wants to score a double knockout.
He sure does.
And he wants to be the massive chip leader, and he will be. It's the 10 of spades.
Wow.
Steven Mandara knocks Chris Laeta
Steve's
out
got to be
in
over.
7th.
He's going to be over 80 million now.
Jacques Melky
Maybe
out
90
in
million.
6th.
And
Steven
that
Mandara.
was what we'll call an ICM nightmare. That's why you need to really think it through. Like, he has to look at the stacks and realize that he's putting himself at risk with a hand that's not likely to be ahead.
Well, when he understands that. It's just the point of the matter is the opening Steve keeps making makes the value of ace-queen enormous. He's opening
not when
king
there's
6.
a shove. Not when there's
the
a
shove. The shove.
shove.
He thinks he's going heads up against a shove, and it's a short shove. It's 9 million of his 39 million.
It's such a tough spot, and with
really bad.
he has
You're
close
just folding the ace queen.
Yeah, I'm folding the ace queen.
He has close to he has close to
Like a girl.
35 million. It's just so much play at this final table. So much
Yeah.
play. You let Chris Laeta do whatever he has to do. You let Steven Mandara maybe call light against the 8-9 big blind shove, but Steven Mandara, he's okay with the move. Of course, he has close to 100 million.
over
80 big
90,
blinds,
yeah.
40% of the chips in play. And that look kind of says it all.
And when we were talking about people being tired after 3 days, right there you have Jocks thinking it through, looking at such a pretty 2 cards.
That's yeah.
And this guy can't really hurt his stack, and he discounted the open for whatever reason. And whether it was a mistake or it just was a mini cooler or
We'll chalk that one up to cooler.
Well, look, if it wasn't Steve opening, and if it was Miles that opened, or Don, I think he might have just mucked the hand.
Which is crazy. That's a different situation. Like if
I'm not talking chip stack.
Yeah,
I'm
I know,
talking
but you have to
about.
talk chip stack.
Okay, I'm just talking about hand selections. If those people had a stack
Madeira
with hands,
hasn't been particularly loose.
no, but
he's been
open.
opening a lot, and I think we are perceiving him as looser than maybe the rest of the table because, or we might be, the rest of the table might not be perceiving him as
really
loose.
Think of a hand that he opened that I wouldn't have opened. Like
Jack,
he
deuce of spades?
he even let Ace 7 of spades go earlier when it was like not a
Earlier,
great spot for
but
him.
then they opened Jack deuce of spades. He opened King 7 off or King 8 off. Hands that none of these other players would ever open.
And I think that is going to put the rest of this table in a really tough spot moving forward.
No, they're prize
because Madeira
jumping now.
is going to know how to punish and how to really. And the blinds are extremely high right now. It is expensive to play poker. And Steve, I think, is going to be able to take this big chip lead. He has 40% of the chips in play.
Yeah,
I think he's going to be.
He's in a great spot right now. They also have to look at the positions that he's opening in. Like the chances he's opening absolute dust under the gun is so small. And Christopher's shove, even though it wasn't a big shove, was like the most decisive shove. He's like, this is a shove, let's go. Like that's not something that you do with ace 10. Like you think about it. Like he didn't even think about it. It's like clearly a pair he's going with or like ace king, ace queen type hand.
Yeah.
So when you're in Jacques' spot, you have to be thinking like on every single level about what these two hands could contain. And he's just not even a favorite against Chris. So putting all your chips in, trying to ISO him, and completely discounting the under the gun open is an ICM nightmare where he could have just let a big stack take a flip or whatever it is against the other stack and move up like 10 or 12K in real money before having to do that.
And
so
3
it's just
days,
too
3 days of
risky.
grinding.
Oh yeah, look, people make mistakes. I make tons of mistakes, and like this is just
My
one
life
where
is a
like
mistake.
I just would have probably I think your mom probably agrees.
So Steve's checking his 2 pair to Brian, but Brian's not the type
Yeah,
of
this
person.
is the Madeira show. Coming back from break, just flopping 2 pair, no problem.
And having, well, the queen on the river is the only over to the 9s, except for the ace, obviously.
And I don't think Brian is going to be able to call. This just went check on both the flop and the turn. And as you can see, the updated leaderboard, it is starting to look like a battle of the haves and the have-nots.
Someone's asking why Brian didn't 4-bet shove the 9s pre-flop.
Because he has almost 30 big blinds to start the hand.
And Miles and Don are going to have to jump on the dagger before he does. So you kind of want to pot control against people who have you covered when there's 2 short stacks.
And you just saw Steve turn over king's last hand.
Yeah.
So, you know.
So he's definitely more likely to have kings the next hand.
When the player's running, when players are running, they're running.
It's more likely to be black the next time, right?
I don't know. It depends if you go by do theory or
Do theory?
streak
Yeah,
theory.
don't please. We are not bringing do theory into this.
You're going by hot play with a lot of chips, chopping out your prize from you.
Do you imagine if we had a live stream for the summer with Blumstein? Just the anarchy.
It would have been awesome.
We would have gotten to see it firsthand, and like I don't know. I would have loved to commentate that. I would love to. I probably would have just trolled like 85% of the time, which is a little higher than I usually do anyway. Steve looks very, very laxed.
Yeah.
And why wouldn't you be? As you can see, the scoreboard. All these graphics. This is great graphics. And the picture of Steve is amazing right there. I might make that like an avatar of something.
From the way Corey Whalen was talking to me, he pretty much built Steve into what he is right now. So.
Oh, really? They go back.
He says the last 2 years when he met up with him, he started playing online. He's been talking a lot with him. So this could be good for Corey to know he's in the right direction. Because sometimes you need validation that the person you're talking to is doing well.
Coaching or whatever. And Corey Whalen, what does he have? He has like a dozen circuit rings, right?
Something big.
Something absurd like that.
He collects rings. He's over there.
Now, this is a spot where like if I'm Brian, I'm never calling, but I feel like he almost has regret for not putting it in pre, and this is what's making him. Like he's knowing that his hand is like under-repped pre-flop, but like post-flop, like your hand is dust right now. And I think he's trying to convince himself to hero call because he feels like he should have just 4-bet jammed pre. But like I think it's fine the way he played. Like calling that big of a
And a
three-bet
show,
pre-flop.
by the way, he showed him the ace-8 to make him feel better because he's going to start running over them like they were little biatches.
And I think we're going to get a color up here because, hey, you know what, Steve? Big chips up front. I know you have 40% of them, but come on, man.
Yeah, Ghost, I don't think anyone's questioning the 9 shove in that spot. He didn't have many bigs. The question was the ace-queen, like you're saying.
And again, guys.
I think they're talking about this hand. They're talking about the guy shoving on Steven Madera with 9s this hand. Saying that he should have just 4-bet jammed it pre, which I kind of...
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Chris's shove.
We are live from the Borgata in Atlantic City. This is the Almighty Million final table. Over 2,500 players started this event. It was a $450 buy-in, correct, guys?
Yep.
You would know better than I. $450 buy-in event, $1 million in the prize pool. We are down to our final 5 with Steven Madera. There he is, the bad reg. He's thinking bink, and a bink in this event would be worth $169,000. The remaining players all fighting for career best scores.
I thought my 400,000 was a lot of chips in this, and it's not even 2 antes right now.
Yeah,
it is so crazy to think about. And this is going to be
Steve, there's Miles,
an all-in for
7/8.
Miles, and
Steve
it's a shove of
can't really call.
just over 10 big blinds.
Yeah, the calling with deuces is always problematic because you're just like never ahead.
You're
you just
flipping
need
against
to fold in the
anything.
spot. And if I'm Steven, I'm just not doing anything that crushes my momentum right now. I'm putting my cards in the muck. I'm losing 2 big blinds and not caring about it.
Yeah.
You have a stranglehold on this table. There's no reason to ever gamble right now.
And especially against a guy like Miles, who is relatively tight. And when you give chips up to him, it's going to be hard to get him back.
Yeah, and
a guy like Kevin Grable.
Miles just doesn't have ace deuce. So that's all you need to think about when you muck.
And it looks...
Yeah, this is not recommended.
He did call.
He did call.
Well, I mean, that might be an internet call there.
No, I mean, this is just not a good call.
13
Even on the
bigs.
internet, Mr.
He
Coldstone.
knows, yeah. Well, I don't know. You kids.
Google? That's Google. Not a good call on Google? All right, so it is going to be 8s versus pocket 2s. Steven Madera has just 2 outs. It's a 7-7-6 flop. Keeps Miles Walker in the lead. The 4 of clubs changes
you know,
nothing.
this kind of, I guess if the 9 shoved last hand, nah, I wouldn't have called.
This is maybe the king of diamonds on the river. So Miles Walker, he hasn't done much other than just double up when he plays a hand. It's a good way to go about it. But Steven Madera is going to give a little bit. I think he's looking at actually Corey Wallen. Corey is on the rail.
Wayland.
And I think Corey Wallen.
He said it's like Wawa. Like Wawa.
Walland.
Walland.
All right, my apologies, Corey.
He got mad at me for the way just before.
I think that's a spot where Madera might just be in the mindset of, man, like let's like ride this here, let's kill this game off. But I also understand your point, Jamie, where you have the momentum, don't kill it, don't let it die.
Yeah, and it's just not
just
like,
give up the 2 big blinds, as you said.
It's probably not even plus chip EV. Like we were talking about before with like ICM and chip, whatever. Like that's not even a call that you'd make on like level 2. You know, when there's no ICM implication.
Oh, yeah,
there's no like. There's no, oh no, I'm going to double up this short stack who probably would have to like go with a worse spot soon. So it's not even a good, it's not even a good spot to pick up chips. Like you're probably not, the percentages are not with you. And then to make it also where you're doubling up a short stack and putting him back into play and giving up your momentum, it becomes even a worse call. So Greg, who runs the live stream and organizes all this, said that Mario won a Saturday series in August for about 16K. So he already has one of those. Yep, he has one of those nice glass Borgatas. So he's trying to get his second here, and he's putting himself in a pretty good position to win it.
Okay, all right. And those, you are a proud owner of a.
I have the fakest one.
The fakest of fake charity. It's the charity series of poker.
Yes.
From January, right?
Yeah, it was sick. It was a Negreanu Dream Declared Deliver moment where I said, I'm going to get one of those glass Borgatas.
And you did.
I should have been way more specific
in your dreams, yes.
because I just
in
won
your
the smallest tournament, the charity tournament. But hey.
And you chopped it.
Yeah, of course. It's a charity tournament. We're all drunk.
Well, who'd you chop it with? Stout and
Neil
Blumenfield?
Bloomfield. Dude, that guy is awesome.
Oh, yeah, the fedora and
Yeah.
everything.
So whoever wins, right now they're all at their biggest cash ever.
Yes.
All right, that was pointed out just
This
now.
that's pretty cool. That
By
is
Poker Dorms.
That is a really, I think for the growth of poker, that's great. Not only, are these guys all getting career scores, but someone watching at home who, might be a little skeptical of, oh, can I play at this level? They look at all these tournaments and they see big name guys going deep. They see, your Chris Hoarders of the world winning Parks 300s. No, I'm being serious. Where I might not stand a chance, but when 6 relatively unknown live players make it this far and all can achieve career best results, I think a lot of people that sit at home and they say, you know what? Come November, come January, the next time they do this, I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there, and I'm going to make it to the final
And you
table.
can also probably just play aces or kings like Mario and get there too. You don't have to do too much fancy stuff.
You don't have to be fancy. There's a very easy way to go about it. Mario has showed. Just play like 2 hands a level.
What's the average he's making per hand per tournament?
Seriously, he's probably made like 2,000 per hand.
Hey,
at
the
this final
guy's
table
the
right
guy's
now.
self-made. All right, let him live.
I did want to say before the moment has totally passed, which it has when Jacques busted. But you look at him and you're like, how did he get so many chips? And we saw him just fearlessly get an ace-queen suited in not a great spot. But look, you still have 30% equity.
That's the beauty.
That's the beauty of this game, is that if you're willing to be aggressive, even if you're not super experienced, you give yourself a chance. I would take Jacques in this tournament versus somebody who just knits and folds.
Yeah.
Because he has a chance to build a big stack, and I wouldn't be surprised if some of these moves just worked out before. He wasn't
well,
against
he
big hands
check
or whatever.
raised in one
the
hand,
ace-nine
and he
on
was
the
trying to
jack-seven,
trap, and he
six
might
row?
have been trying to trap Kevin with a dominated
queen,
ace and let him bet into him 3 times, but someone got involved,
Yeah,
or he hit the 3.
All right, and this is an interesting line from Brian. It's going to check through to the river. Steven Madera has turned trips and is now going to be facing 2.5 million on the river. And certainly going to be putting out a raise, and with just 6 high, Brian is instantly going to give it up. And these two seem to be clashing. They seem to be butting heads a little bit. And Brian, I'll be honest, I don't know much of anything about Brian. Even in our pre-final table inquiries, was kind of uninterested in the whole fanfare of the event, and that's totally okay.
Well,
but
yeah,
also just not really much of a tournament resume as well. So another player who is looking for a really big breakthrough score today.
Yeah, slightly in their defenses, they didn't have much time to write this shade. And, it was
and
really
when
fast.
when you get to a final table like that, you want to tweet, you want to text your family, text your friends.
right.
You don't want me and you hey buddy, what's your favorite color?
As I was talking to a few of them, I was like, look, I know you're about to sit at the final table, so it's okay. I'm doing this for you. It's your mom or wife you want to mention. Don't worry about it. But one thing about Steve was, he doesn't mind staying under the radar as long as he can. And, that's why Corey didn't even give me his online name. Not that he wouldn't have given it to me, but we weren't sure if he wanted it out.
This is going to be Brian and Steven again.
Well, it's going to be Steven and someone every hand, but yes.
If he's playing well, I agree. He should just be opening a lot and putting a lot of pressure on the short stacks. It's tough to get dealt a hand. They're going to have to just keep folding, and they'll get whittled down if he keeps being aggressive.
There's that ace-queen flop that Jacques was looking for before.
Almost. Tyler Rogers tweeted at us and said, all registered for the 535 online heads-up tourney at Borg tomorrow. Let's go.
He's hoping for a good turnout. That's going to be 64 players, I think, max. I personally think that's going to fill up. It should.
I think
so. If there's 63 come the start, I am in there.
I hope there's 63. Let's go.
Get it in there, OC. Who wants some of that blog money?
And Brian makes a kind of strange bet here. I think he thinks he's betting them off a chop, but it's a very small bet.
Well,
we just saw Brian do the same exact thing.
And he has,
Steve raises, which is beautiful. And Brian calls.
And he wins with the king, ace, 3-3.
All right.
And Brian knew
something we don't.
But Steve did too.
Yeah.
I mean, Steve was right, but it didn't work out. No pair calls.
I mean, Brent, that was a really interesting play. He bet so small that it looked like a blocker bet of some sort. And Steve was like, nope, not having it. And then he just snaps it off. Like he had a plan for
and
the
he
hand.
min-raised a little bit more than the min-raise of the blocker bet.
Back in his cave. And Gags tweeted in to let us know there's a satellite tonight at 7:45.
I'm Oi Gags.
Okay.
Oi the Gags.
Some unknown player tweeted at us. Let us know that 7:45 p.m. tonight, BorgataPoker.com. There's a $400 satellite to this weekend's WPT.
So tonight, 7:45 p.m., $400 buy-in, WPT satellite, $3,500 buy-in for that event. Boasts a $3 million guaranteed prize pool, and this September Borgata WPT stop is one of the biggest WPT stops every year, no matter what.
800K is what first has been.
Yeah, and last year David Paredes won that event. The year before, Darren Elias. So who is going to write their names into the WPT and Borgata history books this weekend?
We have poker gods asking us what the green chips are and what the brown chips are.
Green chips, 100,000. Brown chips, 500,000. No cash value on these either, boys.
And those are the only two chips at the moment. But Jamie did have 7 different chips at one time.
I did.
7.
That was so much fun.
And you could go to Jamie's Twitter.
Double rainbow.
You could go
all the way.
Follow Jamie on Twitter and see the picture. It's a very pretty picture.
Even if you don't want to see the picture, just follow Jamie on Twitter anyway, because she's funnier than probably Cold Stone and I combined. So.
Thanks, guys. That's a really tough thing to do.
I'm going to try to get more on Twitter and stop bothering people, but I've been quiet in the last 2 weeks.
Oh.
But again, the Snapchat at the Cold Stone.
Yeah, how good are you at Snapchat?
I need to add
Paul Volpe taught me. I've been doing a lot of Volpe taught
Well, he's the goat at
He is.
He has a puppy and a cute girlfriend.
And a
That's all I
and a
need.
Tesla.
Yeah.
And a lot of golf and a lot of chips in his pictures.
Yeah, and Chirp Herm.
I don't want to brag on Crouton's behalf, but he got followed yesterday by Jessica Dawley and Justin Bonomo.
Wow.
Yeah, and he got the Lizzie Harrison follow the day before. I'm like, all my guy friends are probably like, oh my God, all these hot girls follow your dog. Is this real? Like,
Am I going to have to follow Crouton?
Am I going to have to
Yeah.
get a dog?
I mean, it's a really good play, I think.
Yeah. So if you follow Crouton, Crouton automatically gets a 1
Does the
per.
Borgata
one
allow dogs in hotel rooms?
No
or
dogs
no?
allowed.
No, so Crouton's never stepped foot in the Borgata.
I wouldn't say that.
Never. He never.
I mean,
winked.
yeah.
Never.
I'm following Crouton, guys. Just clicked it.
Yes.
At Crouton says.
Yeah.
Yes.
He tweets once in a while. It's mostly pictures and stuff.
It's mostly dog toys.
Yeah.
So we got King Jack against 10, Queen. King
on
Jack.
a Queen High 2-club board.
So Don has a gut shot and an over, and they'll handle probably end while Miles boringly bets.
You don't think Don's going to peel her?
I do not think Don is going to.
Oh, I thought Don had had an
does.
open-ended straight draw. Excuse me.
Yeah,
I thought he had
just the gutty.
open-ended.
No, he's got a gutter and a king.
Just as he got to. I'm just like clicking back and forth on Twitter and stuff, and I just got a message in one of the group chats I'm in that says amoxicillin is the nuts.
Uh-oh.
What's going on?
What do they have?
I thought that only works the first 3 times.
Yeah, then your body is immune to the.
I don't want to know about all this stuff.
Yes, Jamie, play ignorant. I meant I thought you were a pharmacy major. Yes, for all you guys that have extracurricular activity in hot tubs, the burning is not a problem. Just don't
Itch it.
think
Just,
it is.
Yeah, don't,
Oh my goodness.
Don't go running home confessing. You will get through it. Send questions to the Cold Stone slash. I won't even continue that one. Don's got aces, and somebody just said you can't wait for big hands.
I kind of want to just be quiet for like 5 minutes, and we'll do the same and just see what happens.
It
I
was-
want to just see the Cold Stone. Like
I'll do it, but you know,
stream of consciousness.
you know what the problem is. Sometimes I find out that I said things I was thinking during it. So
You'll listen to it in 2 weeks and be like,
Yeah.
that actually came out of my mouth.
I'll be like,
I thought
I
just
said
thought
that. Oops, I apologize. Yes, we could just have people just throw some subjects up, and I'll just give you my views
Yeah, we'll
on
do
them.
an AMA with Cold Stone. Just ask him anything. He has to respond.
Yeah, how do you not have like a podcast or something?
I'm
want to
saving
never
it
well
up for
into
everything.
this
What I really
Oh,
want to
you're
do.
saving. This is a project.
What
that's
I
been
want to do
years
is I
in the
want
making,
it
Jimmy.
is because Go Videos finally has the technology where I could wear a Go Cam and run through the crowd of players
awesome.
busting on them, and I want to do it like in a puppet way,
Oh, okay.
so
okay,
that they
okay.
could look at the puppet, be like, "What are you saying?" instead of looking at me.
All right,
Yeah.
so Don, I'm going to interrupt the
Go ahead.
the David Coldstone project. Don just opened when he found pocket aces, and he's now going to shove all in for just over, looks like just over 13 bigs.
Yeah, usually when you get ace 10 after aces, you're so mad that you didn't get a second ace that you.
I'm all in. So he's going to fold around to Steven Madera,
Steven's
who
got a pretty
going to
hand.
make a very, very tight fold. Or not tight fold, but a good fold.
Yeah.
I think if that stack from Don was a little bit shorter, Steve would have maybe asked for a count and, thought it through. But
Well,
as we
Don-
were talking about the momentum side of things, I don't think we need to. I don't think Steven needs to be putting himself in.
Plus, Don's wearing a wizard hat, and Don's in last place now. He understands.
I think he gets that position. I think he's very comfortable in that position as well.
Yes, but he's not afraid at this point to prize jump and hold back.
I opened up our Twitch chat to asking anything to Cold Stone.
Yes.
So far, we have what's Cold Stone's biggest live cash so far. I'm just going to ask them, and you can answer whatever the hell
My
you
biggest live cash is second in the Foxwood 10K.
want. Oh, that was a good one, right?
That was a WPT, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
Tony Dunn just totally aired you out, right?
We became friends after that, and I explained to him what a blocker bet was, and his mouth dropped. And I embarrassed Tony 3 separate times,
You
and
gave him
now
the
we're
raw
friends.
deal?
I said, did you ever hear of a blocker bet? Blah, blah, blah. Now, he's been so successful in the last 2 years that I'm glad
I
we're
think
friends.
he's just been really lucky.
Yeah, you want a bracelet this past
Super
summer?
lucky.
Rather been lucky than good.
I want to know Cold Stone's IQ.
My IQ is very high. I had to skip kindergarten. I was able to put the round blocks and the square blocks in the round and square holes. And it took till about 8th grade for them to realize that maybe they moved me a little too quickly. But I did have a high IQ, but I've been trying to get it down lately.
With various substances.
Various
What's your favorite hand, Cold Stone?
aces. It's clear. I'll never fold my favorite hand pre-flop. And I see people doing it all the time. They're like, I am going to fold my favorite hand, and I just don't get it.
I won't lie to you, and maybe he's listening, maybe he isn't. I will not name names. A player came up to me today. I started the day at my blog desk. I've then transitioned into our commentary desk booth area thing. So event 10, I believe it is, the Super Stack Elevator come back. There were a few from the money. Guy busts in like 29th. They pay 27. He comes over, and he's like, I just don't know what I should do with this hand. And there were 2 all-ins in front of him. He had pocket aces, and he was back at my table just bemoaning the fact that he lost. His opponent, who had them both covered, flopped the set. And he's like, should I ever fold aces there? And I said, I don't know. I'm just the blogger, but probably not. I mean, I don't know. If you can play it differently than me, but probably not.
It's kind of the typical story. Someone comes over and says they had kings in the small blind with 2 bigs unraised to them. What would you do? And they just want to tell you they ran into aces or lost. What would you do? I fold kings. Apparently they lost. How many bullets did it cost these guys to make it to the final table? Yeah, and I think that should be a stack because it kind of should be important to see if people are positive or negative. I mean, I played in the the $500 Survivor, and I watched somebody buy in 4 times in 3 levels. So they put $2,000 in to make $5,000, and they lost.
Not your best return.
I saw them do that the night before, too. So, I mean, if you're just trying to show your friends a piece of ticket or put it on Twitter that you won something, it's really not a good idea when everyone in the room sees you spend $7,000 in 2 days on Survivors. But this stat won't be anything that would come out because it's not advantageous to the casinos. And, nobody wants to look like they're spewing, and the casino wants more buy-ins.
And I support that. I mean, as a player who's trying to make a living here, like, I don't want to embarrass people who are enjoying
Jamie
playing.
needs to eat.
Yeah, Crouton needs to eat.
Crouton needs to eat,
if people want to put multiple bullets in and, like, and gamble, like it's good for everyone.
I don't agree
why embarrass
100%.
them?
I don't agree with that. I mean, I understand what you're saying. It's building a prize pool, but for the person that comes down there with one bullet in this event, they can't play properly because 3 or 4 guys are just throwing their stacks at them.
I love that though. If I have one bullet to an event, the 3,500, I'm not gonna like put 14 bullets into that. I still love that people will come in and play.
That's
poorly.
a different way, but yes, they'll play poorly in that. But you have to beat 4 bad players. If you're sitting in that 4-6,
It definitely maximizes variance. I totally understand what you're saying.
Right. What
but
if 5
it's
guys
helping
go
your
all
chances
in?
of winning the tournament.
Winning more money
Yeah.
and catching them making
Getting a
mistakes
big
because they're
stack.
not playing the best way.
You know, and like, look, you might have to like weather a storm early, but if you end up with like 5 times the starting stack, those guys can't hurt you anymore. They sit down with one bullet with their 1 stack, and it's like you can just absorb their stack or like
You
take a tiny hit.
can. I mean, I played in Chalk. I sat with Tommy Marchese 3 times. I didn't think it was fair that, you know.
I mean, that's where it hurts.
He jams King 10, and he goes. He comes back. He pushes Ace Jack. He comes back. So he has free chances
Right, like
to double.
I enjoy having those people there in the beginning because I'm like they're taking these like negative spots and giving me a chance to like chip up. It does become tough when it's like down to 2 tables and you recognize 80% of the players. You're like, darn, okay, that's where you kind of see that the reentry has made the field tougher.
Or they're all at least getting a double stack at any cost against people that won't be. But yeah, it leads to more money and stuff.
But
if
look
they-
at this. I mean, people were able to reenter endlessly. There's 6 flights. And this is a final table
Sometimes
with only
it's
a couple.
literally endlessly.
Endless, yeah.
Yes.
And like there's only a couple of pros. This worked out great for a lot of the amateurs
Yeah.
at the final table. They have a real shot.
It sure did.
Well, and it is funny. I like kind of following Twitter and people throughout the 2 million and the 1 million. Somebody will put like 10 bullets into the 2 million. They won't even bag, and then they'll just get through on 1 in the million, no
Yep.
problem.
I
and
kind
they're
of
like,
feel like that happens though. I'm like a 1 bullet or 94 bullets.
Yeah,
Like, It's so strange.
There's no, like,
though.
3.
I'm not like a reasonable number of bullets type of
Mhm.
person.
it's either the bare minimum or
Uh-huh.
we are on life support and we need to bag or
Yeah,
else.
it's like when I'm in like flight 1 on bullet 1, and I like have a double stack, and I'm like, okay, if I just get through today, I'm
Yeah,
saving
yeah.
like $4,000.
And there is a thought process to those earlier flights where I can not only cut down on my expenses,
Mhm.
you know, whether it be hotel room or whether it be actual bullets, and then you can get two days off to just kind of chill,
Days
detox,
off are-
and then you don't have to be here for flight 1E, getting over at 5 a.m., and then 5 hours later after you go to bed, you're back for day 2, which is going to be an even longer grind. So
Yeah.
there is something to be said, and I think, you know, while some people maybe on Twitter or even in person complain about that final flight, hey, man, there's 6 of them. You have, you're open to play all of them, and if you can only play, if your schedule, like,
Right,
yeah,
it's
you know,
really
we
good for
can't
people
really-
with jobs. Like, it really does open it up to like more amateur players
Mhm.
because if you're someone who takes 1 day off of work and there's 2 flights in that day, you might bring like $3,000 or $4,000 and be like, look, I love poker. I want to make day 2. Day 2's on the weekend. Day 3's on the weekend.
Mhm.
Let's go. And like you take
and
a day off
even
of work,
if day
you have a
2 and
chance.
day 3 aren't on the weekend, you know,
It's
you come
worth
back,
it.
you come back for day 3, you're guaranteed X, you know, 3,000-4,000. You're okay taking a Friday off to
Yep.
do that, and you're okay, you know, maybe going really late and you know you finish, you know, top 3. Okay, I'm gonna call out of work the next
Yep.
day. You know, no problem.
Right, so it actually does like kind of cater toward amateurs. Obviously, pros like it because they don't want to be one and done. Like you got out of bed, you took a shower, you worked hard. You don't want to just put 1 bullet in, bust, and go home.
I'm here up early at 1 p.m.
Exactly.
All right, and we haven't had much poker, but here's Don. Don has been the most active player over the last few hands, and he's going to shove Ace-Jack for 21 million effective.
Like 17, 18 big blinds. It's kind of interesting. It's a hand that's good enough to raise and call off if you so choose.
I don't think he wants to. I think he wants to just end this hand right here.
agree.
If you have 8s, he's going to get it in anyway, and I don't think there are some players who are comfortable open, you know, call a 3-bet or 4-bet shove, but I think there's some other players who just want, like, we're on route 1 and we're going to play this hand and I'm going to C5 cards.
Yeah.
You know, they look down at ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack, and they just think, okay, I'm supposed to get this hand all in somehow. I'm supposed to get this hand in all in somehow. Here's how I'm going to do it.
Yeah. And it's kind of interesting because it just does a little bit to your like your opening range. Like now all of a sudden, if he's going to be shoving 17, 18 big blinds, and these guys are seeing this half an hour later, like you kind of have to do it when you have like jacks and queens and kings. Like it's kind of tough. And then also it sort of takes your like stealing range of hands out of your range. Like you can't really be like min raising anymore. Like if you're doing that in 17, 18 big blinds, it's like he's gonna have to just keep shoving that.
We saw that with Don where he opened the aces, and in the very next hand he just shoved the ace 10.
Yeah. Yeah.
You kind of need to follow the same
It's okay
trend.
if it's like back-to-back hands, because obviously they haven't caught up with the stream yet. If they're getting information they don't know for half an hour. So if you are going to do things like that, do it back-to-back-to-back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe Steve's the only one getting information out of this group.
Yeah, I don't
And
know.
Steve is going to check call here with ace 10. It's a 6-high, 2-diamond board. Miles Walker with pocket eights. The king of spades could slow Miles, and it does. It's going to go check, check very quickly.
People just aren't betting the good bluff cards, though. I'm not really sure why not.
Or
Like,
you're saying from Steven's
yes,
perspective.
like I think he thinks he has the best hand, and that's probably why. But so I don't have as much of a problem with this one. But earlier when Grable didn't bet the ace on the river, where Jacques has a one-pair hand so often, where he had the pair of sevens, I think, in a gutter ball, I think Grable could have really pounded that river and gotten through. In this spot, like, it's a little more understandable because Steven really should have the best hand, like, a lot of the time. But I do think against Miles, though, that, like, putting in that bet on the turn or on the river would have worked.
Yeah, and I think Miles has kind of been the thorn in Steven Madeira's side. And look at that. He's increased his stack 323%.
He did. He got that gift when he had the eights. The deuces from Madeira should have been a fold. And Miles is way back in this tournament now from getting that call.
And as you can see there, guaranteed $50,000.
And this is Mario's type of hand.
buy-ins. Yeah, Mario, you kind of like forget he's there.
Until he
He's
gets
just
a hand like
hanging
this.
out.
The silent assassin.
Yep.
And it shows patient players can play poker along with aggressive players. Just depends whose day it is.
Yeah. And so far has been Mario Concepcion's day, the self-made man.
Self-made.
And we mentioned it earlier, he got involved in a massive pot with Brian Hastings with 14 players left. Hastings went out 14th.
That was a flush against a flush draw against top set.
No, it was top two pair against just a pair of sevens. Mario shoved the turn. Hastings tanked for a few minutes and then eventually called off. He was correct, but then 7 on the river, no problem for Mario. So he improved to a set. He had Hastings slightly covered, and the excitement that Mario showed was palpable, and the disappointment, obviously, from Hastings, making it this far. You don't hate to go out 14th.
Yeah, I went to bed last night after seeing like some Twitter updates. The last one I saw was him having just like 4 times the average. I'm like, wow, Hastings wins this a lot.
Yeah.
Like he's just such a skilled player, and like he knows how to navigate.
He had a lot of
situations.
gamble in him last
He gambled
night.
a little too much, like that one. But also thinking about like the player he's against. He's against Grable, who could always be up to something, and he happens to run his king high flush in a Grable set. I mean, that's just super unlucky that your king isn't live there.
No, that was the hand. Yeah, that was the hand I had read a little bit earlier that I saw a lot of impact
Yeah, it just
on.
shows you stuff happens. Like you can't ever really count on, no matter how big your stack is, you can't be like, I'm just going to cruise because you get involved.
You get into these situations, you watch enough of these tournaments, and from a blogging media standpoint, I do. Just because you're a top stack coming into day 2, that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Earlier in the series, Matt Clark interviewed Andy Spears on our video series. Andy was one of the top stacks out of a flight in the 2 million. He did not cash. He was the top stack coming into day 2 and barely squeaked in the money. And that's just because, and Andy, I talked to Andy last night. He said, I won all my all-ins on day 1 and I lost all of them on day 2. And that's just how it goes. And, sometimes, as Dave, you said earlier, it's just not your day.
If it's not your day, it's not your day. I've preached this to people that are trying to get back money the day they've lost, even people that lose a little bit in cash. They're like, I just lost with this, I just lost with that. And I'm saying, those are 2 bad losses. Maybe you start again tomorrow. Luck doesn't make sense to people that have educated minds, but you see streaks and patterns, and if it's not your day, it's not your day. But when it is your day.
But it's also interesting that it seems to be the better players that have the most volatility. Like, you can easily cash. Like, there's people, if you're a tight, nitty player and not that great, like, once you get to 5 times the starting stack, you're probably going to cash. But someone like Andy Spears, who's, like, very good player, he's going to put pressure on everyone. He's just going to be at risk more. Like, he's trying to build a monster stack. Same with Hastings. Like, he's trying to put himself in a position to be the chip leader at the final.
Well,
not to be 9 out of 10.
Hastings did build a stack, but I mean, the better players know how to pull back a little bit, apparently.
Brendan Miles is going to open the Jack-9 of hearts. Looks like a raise from Don. 3-bet with Ace-King. As we can see, we're getting the price, and that's a 3-bet to 10.3. Oh, my goodness. And this is
a nightmare for Steve.
This is an absolute nightmare for Steve. It's such a big 3-bet. Don is basically committing himself to this hand.
And with the 2 people involved specifically, I'll be able to make a fold here 5-handed. I mean, 5-handed, you look at if he looked at his hand before any of the action, he's like, oh, let's go.
Yeah.
And then you see the opener and the 3-better, and you just don't like it anymore.
Plus, Don showed an aces, and he showed the ace on his ace-10.
Yeah, so Don hasn't gotten out of line at this final table just yet.
And Don's 3-betting one of the tighter players opens, too, so you can look at that. Like,
well, and it's when you, as you said, you look down at ace-queen right away, and you're like, okay, like LFG, let's see 5. But then open from a tight player, 3-bet from an also tight player, and all of a sudden your hand gets very small, very quick.
Yeah.
So Madeira makes the correct fold. Don slowly but surely chipping up. He's hovering around, but player who's been hovering at the top of the leaderboard for this entire final table is Mario Concepcion. And he's been pretty methodical. He's taking his time on his decisions. You're at the final table. You got to maximize grill.
Yeah,
got to maximize equity, stream equity. Oh yeah, we got some people cheering you on in here.
No, there was the waitress. She was very pretty, so I was typing grill.
Oh my God, I saw her too.
And Mario wasn't looking at her during the hand either.
I love Twitch for that though. Grill, all these weird things like Kappa and whatever.
Wow, and God bless the horse event. They are down to a final table. Still 7 left in that.
Wow, I feel like there were 7 when we got here.
And once again, Call the Teacher is still there.
Yeah,
Long Island player.
That was a disciplined fold by Madeira. We didn't really spend too much time saying how good of a fold that was for like how big of a hand it is, but like he read the situation correctly and he made it even look like it's a trivial fold. He was like, yeah,
Steve,
I fold this here.
yeah. Well, I remember. I think it was in January. There was a stream, and Asher was at the final table. I believe the 2 million, and there was
that was Carlos, Asher, and Stout.
Yeah. No, it was the time after that. Asher's made so many that we just forget about it.
The 15K championship.
No, the 2 million in January of this year. He made the final table with Bornstein.
Yep, call banana
So
hands.
he. I think there was like an open from a tight player, and then a 3-bet, and Ash had like 12 bigs and just instantly mucked ace-queen. And a lot of players who were watching and following were like, oh my God, how is he just instantly mucking that? Like, for that exact reason. It's just, and there's so much equity to be had. A player like Asher obviously understands that.
And you don't need to take a full minute when you've been in that spot a billion times online. You're just like, okay, like this is a spot where I fold.
Oh, Asher plays online? Didn't he like do something with like a clicking? I don't know.
He misclicked for $1 million.
Nice life.
Nice life. Nothing has to do with him playing out the whole tournament and winning it. It's just misclicked for $1 million. You won 2 tournaments. You just misclicked.
I think it just became like more interesting because he named himself Misclick online for no reason. There was like no backstory to him choosing that name, and then he misclicks and wins $1 million that tournament. I'm like,
Some
how did
people,
you know?
Jamie, would call that destiny.
Oh my God.
What if I told you? All right, so after the flurry of action right after the last break, we kind of slowed down a little bit here. Stacks on the top of the leaderboard are relatively deep, but there are still some short stacks who are most likely going to be treading water when the blinds and antes go
look
up.
At Don's eyeballs looking around. What are you doing, Don? Wait for your aces.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Think about nice. He just folded ace queen, it looked like to me. More clubs.
Was that in the small blind? Was he thinking of getting a little frisky?
Couldn't have been the small because there was an open.
I think if Don 3-bet there, Don would have instantly become my favorite poker player.
Don seems like a nice guy, but I don't think he'll ever be your favorite poker player.
A kid can dream.
Yeah, I think Mario might become your favorite poker
So it's
player.
king high flop. Mario has found bottom pair. He's going to check, and
see now you
Miles
got
Walker is going to check back. He's going to find a pair on the jack, on the turn, excuse me.
Hey, you're going to be playing a very slow game with these four out of 5 of these players remaining. So it's going to get methodical.
In this spot, I like how it worked out for Miles, but he's in a position where he should be betting that flop. He should be representing. He shouldn't be checking back flop because now he's just calling. Now he's kind of in a little bit of an unknown spot.
You mean Mario should have bet the flop?
No, Mario check flop and Miles just check back with ace jack.
We're checking to try to hit a queen, and now he. Yeah, well, I mean, these are tight players looking to have made hands.
I understand they're tight players. I just think that he's just giving up too much.
He's allowing him to hit an 8 for free.
Yeah, he's just giving Mario too much, and even if Mario does have a hand like a 10, he can turn it into a bluff on the turn if it doesn't pair up Miles. And looks like we are going to have another break. An updated look at the leaderboard. Steven Mandera, who scored that big double knockout, sitting with 80 million chips. That's good for over 30%. Mario Concepcion still in the top half of the leaderboard. Miles Walker slowly climbing as well. Don Fisher with 18 bigs, and Brian Mantini quietly hovering near 17. So these guys, they're going to come back. They're not going to be that short. Hey, what's up here, guys? Everybody again. We are in the Borgata Event Center. You are watching. Who's that?
Look, Alan Kessler.
Alan Kessler, the chainsaw.
Chainsaw in the background.
He's sweating the horse final table that's right behind us. Behind that is the Super Stack elevator. And all the way behind that, they might even be on a dinner break right now, is the 1K6 Max, going to be live streamed tomorrow as well. We're going to take a quick break. We just got our food delivered. And we're getting you on the video?
No, Will cursed his face off. He ruined my footage.
God damn.
It was a good one, too.
God damn.
God darn it.
All right, so we are going to go on a quick break. We're going to get some dinner. We'll be back shortly. Bye, guys.
Toasting the perfect marshmallow and turning up 5 cherries. Now that's a win. Get the thrill of Borgata anytime and anywhere in New Jersey. Play online, poker, slots, blackjack, real money. TheBorgata.com. Now that's a win. Get $20 to play when you sign up now. Loving up on the Puglets and looking down on 4 kings. Now that's a win. Showing off your soft top and shoving in on a straight flush. Now that's a win. Manning the tongs and taking down a hot tournament. Now that's a win. Do what you love and get the thrill of Borgata anytime and anywhere in New Jersey. Play online, poker, slots, blackjack, real money. TheBorgata.com. Now that's a win. Get $20 to play when you sign up now. Stretching your hammies and splitting aces. Now that's a win. Toasting the perfect marshmallow and turning up 5 cherries. Now that's a win. Waiting for a nibble and setting a trap with pocket kings. Now that's a win. Do what you love and get the thrill of Borgata anytime and anywhere in New Jersey. Play online, poker, slots, blackjack, real money. TheBorgata.com. Now that's a win. Get $20 to play when you sign up now.
That's 160 for first, 100 for second. He's going to be and it's a little less for third. Third's getting a little ding. Third's getting 70, and fourth and fifth.
And we're back here. We have the final 4 players. Again, you see Steve leading the pack and Brian at the bottom. There's some chatter going on around the table.
What do you think they're talking about, Dave?
I think they're talking about the prize adjustment that we're not allowed to talk about. Shh. Look at the automated hands.
But we could, I think we can say that now in the state of New Jersey, chops, deals, adjusted payouts are allowed.
Yes, and when you see two hands swinging from someone talking, they are talking about that in an animated way.
You've been a part of enough of these negotiations.
We've made
I'm
people pull out their checkbooks to prove they have more money than is being given, and if they can prove it, we stop, and usually that gets a chop going if it needs to be, or a price adjustment. I'm not talking about a televised event. I'm talking about the smaller events or the satellites or survivors.
All right, so back for the Almighty Million final table. This event started with over 2,500 players. We are now down to our final 5. That is Mario Concepcion. He sits second in chips. The man drinking his Gatorade, or Powerade, we should say, getting those electrolytes in for a final grind, potentially towards his first live career title, is Steven Madera, who is the chip leader. He scored a double knockout earlier after the last break, so maybe we'll see some more action coming back from this break. And
that was a huge hand.
Yeah, it was. And again, guys, if you want to go back and review some of the hands, some of the action that played out throughout the early part of the final table, these videos will be archived in the Borgata AC Twitch VODs after the stream concludes. So go back, watch those. You can fast forward, rewind, replay, relive all the action from the Borgata Poker Open. And if you have any thoughts, questions, anything, hashtag Borgata Poker Live. You can ask the commentators. I'm Will O'Connor. You are
David Instelberg.
And you are
Jamie Kerstetter.
The Jamie Kerstetter, the Cold Stone. And I'm going to get right into it again with Don moving all in for 28 million. He seemed to have a very Route 1 approach over the last half hour or so.
He's just shoving up to about 18 big blinds. We've seen him have a similar size stack last time, shove ace-jack the same. It's kind of interesting, though. Like, last time there wasn't a hand that would have played with him. In this spot, though, if he had just made a standard open, Brian might shove ace-3 into him. We'll never know.
I had ace-jack of hearts, man. I'm going to rip it and ship it.
He asked
Don
Don what he had. Don told him what he had and said he's going to rip it and ship it.
DJ McKinnon just made me laugh with the text, but I can't say it.
DJ is the best.
DJ is the best.
Was I involved with the text?
No, it was about something
jealous.
I said.
Very jealous right now.
Yeah, something I said. He commented in the Twitch chat. We obviously missed it because Jamie wasn't looking hard enough.
Sorry. I just don't read anything that DJ says. Just kidding. Something else. Pay no attention.
And, we're now down.
There's a lot of table chat right now going on.
Well, yeah, because I think, we were talking when they came back from break, there was some talk at the
Animated
table.
talk.
Animated talk. There we go. And, you get into a situation where there's 5 left. Maybe, one person is a little, I'm not really convinced about whatever we're talking about. And the players are going to continue to kind of nudge him in the direction that they want him to go, right?
Right, and you also had Don animatedly trying to talk.
You're the bully. You're the bully. I know you're the talk bully, right?
I just get done what needs to be done. If I want to chop, I got to chop. If I don't want to chop, we don't chop. But I usually have a clear idea of the right way to do certain things. Not we all get equal type stuff, which some novice players try to do. But right there, you saw Don after he didn't get the reception he wanted from Steve. Obviously, Steve's got all the chips. He started talking about how he's just going to jam ace-jack of hearts every hand, which, is a comment trying
That's what he's doing anyway, so.
Well, it usually doesn't get people to change their mind.
So, yeah, that is Steven Madera.
Deja Vu, very happy with the Borgata crew. Won a tournament, stayed here 4 nights, and loves our commentating.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Deja Vu. Really appreciate it, and hope you can get back to the Borgata soon. These, whether it be Borgata Poker Opens, they run almost on a bi-monthly schedule now. Any month that they don't, the Deep Stacks Challenge, that's coming back in October. Over $200,000 guaranteed throughout that entire series. And then from an online pokers, the internet, Dave, this is the internet we're talking about, so focus.
Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi, yes. The GSSS
coming.
5. The 5th GSSS. And I remember the first one. And that was like so exciting. That's going to be on BorgataPoker.com. You see it in the background of those shots. The GSSS Garden State Super Series, the 5th installment. That's going to be running from October 9th to the 23rd of October. Over $1 million guaranteed in prize pools. And trust me, if you think there's something for everyone at Borgata Poker Opens, there's something for everyone in the GSSS.
Yeah,
Guys,
people need to take a look at that. Like, it's definitely worth coming across. Like, people who live in Philly or Manhattan, you're really close. You can just come in and play at a Starbucks or whatever. Like, some of these are really worth it.
I crushed that series, by the way. What we do in New York is I was coming over the Outerbridge Crossing. We were staying at Home by Suites. They got really nice docks. You put 3 people in there, $30 each, even if you're not staying overnight. And we were playing most of the series.
Cool.
Bobby O'Booty opened up his doors on one of them, but you have like 15 people walking around playing. You have to look behind you sometimes. The guy's looking at me from across the room, and I'm like, what? He's like, I'm in a hand with you, mother effer. And I'm like, oh, great. But yeah, there are a lot of places, just like Starbucks. Most McDonald's locked up their electric, so when you go in there, you can't plug it in.
Cold Stone has vetted everywhere.
Yeah. The first year I was playing McDonald's right on Route 3, right over the bridge, and I walked in there a couple of times ago, and I see they plugged up the outlets on me.
The other thing, I mean, the fall is
that old
usually
homeless poker playing guy.
Hey, I'm buying 2 meals there, at least 4 snack wraps and 2 coffees. I'm going for $8, $9.
Fall is usually pretty cheap to stay at Borgata too. It's like off season, so you could come down here and just get a room for a night or two for the weekend. And there's like some really good tournaments. Sunday night, I mean, you could rent a room Sunday night and play.
Jamie, hold on, Jamie. We have a shameless plug. Shameless plug.
Big hand here. We have a flush draw against.
Okay, I'll wait. I'll wait for the plug.
Oh, I know
I'll wait for the plug.
Miles is betting, and Steve's not going to fold his bet, so there's going to be some action on this hand.
This is like the most action turn card we could get.
Yes.
Besides
Maybe
the 4 of
maybe
hearts.
the only. Well, I don't know the
4
4 of
hearts
hearts.
would
There
have
you
been
go.
fireworks too.
Bink.
It's going to be a jack of spades on the river, as you can see on the left-hand side of the screen.
And we're going to see
the action throughout the hand.
Yeah, I think Mario's just going to check lose this one.
Madara has the best hand.
I mean, I can't see where Steve is going to actually look for value. No one's calling. I mean, and if they do have a king.
And it is going to go check on the river. Steve is going to take that pot and move over 60 big blinds, probably close to 100 million in front of Steve right now. That's a really, really cool feeling to have in a poker tournament. And as I was saying, shameless plug for the Borgata Fall Escape Package. Let's hear this, guys. Monday through Thursday. Overnight stay, $100 dining credit. Wow. 2 comedy club tickets. You get to see Cold Stone up on stage. And 2 spa day passes, all for $169. You can upgrade for another $30. Get some more amenities. But hey, guys, $169.
Yeah, it's definitely worth it.
Come down. You can play during the week. Even on Sunday, as you said, Jamie, some of the bigger buy-in events, the main event, I think the last few GSSS mains have had like a $250,000 prize pool guaranteed.
It is big, something like that. Yeah.
So come down. That's going to be those are $200 buy-in main events. So you spend that much on the buy-in, you spend that much on the room, you walk away with $20,000 at the end of it. How does that sound?
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Sign me up, sure.
Okay.
I'm in too.
We all can't win the 20 guy. That's how this works. All right, and this is going to be some action here, certainly, as Brian Mantini has opened to 4 million with pocket eights. Miles Walker has called, and Mario Concepcion, who's second in chips, is going to move all in. He has both of these players well covered.
No, Brian's very short. It's tough to fold a pair. The only reason he might is because he has someone behind him. If he thinks it through, the guy behind him might have an ace.
And he is going to call, so it is going to be a flip for Brian Mantini's tournament life.
Well, it's going to be better than a flip, but yeah.
Miles gets out of the way. Yeah.
Well, there's a missing ace.
Dead.
Yeah, that's not in there in the stat, but yeah, there's another.
So Brian is a slight favorite, and he is all in. This is going to be a 60 million chip pot. This is a big pot. Mario has avoided them so far, and when he has gotten in, he has had the best of it by the end. And it's going to be a jack, deuce, deuce flop. No help for Mario. There you see his outs. We know one of those aces is dead. Miles folded it pre-flop. 4 of spades helps no one on the turn, changes nothing. And Brian, an 86% favorite heading to the river. Can he double? He can.
Doubles.
It's the 3 of clubs. So Brian, now all of a sudden back in the swing of things, and this is how quickly your fate can change at a final table.
Especially, you know, at this stage of the final table where there's a lot less bigs and the blinds have been going up. I mean, tournaments do have to end, blinds do have to go up, and
now this is going to be...
You're going to hit $2 million on the next big.
Very fun to watch because we've seen Mario Concepcion play very tight as the big stack. Now he plays one hand, he loses a flip, and he's all of a sudden the short stack, the low man on the totem pole. So it's kind of back to the drawing board for Mario. And I'm not going to blame the backwards hat.
But change everything. Yeah, you really can't. You can't change it up in the middle of the final table.
You've made day 3 of a tournament. I would be wearing the same underwear. I wear the same underwear all weekend anyway. But but come on, dude. So tilting. They just don't get it, Jamie.
Hats were not built to be worn backwards.
He went from 9K to a 50K payout minimum now without really taking risk at all. So now is the time to be mixing it up, to taking flips and stuff and trying to win the whole thing. Like it's
well, at this stage of the tournament, as Dave was saying, as the blinds get bigger, as every pot gets more important, you kind of have to welcome flips. You know, early in the tournament, you know, near the money bubble, even when there's 100 players left, you don't really want to be flipping for 50 big blinds.
10 people left, you definitely.
Well, how about when you get called with 8s? That's when you're praying it's a flip.
Yeah.
Just make it a flip. Let me get my first break by having it a flip, and the second break by winning a flip. So yeah, your hands selection are going to go down quite a bit right now. You can't wait as long as you'd like to wait. It's 5-handed, and you're just bleeding.
It's going to be a 7-high rainbow board. Madeira has the best of it with ace-high, but Brian has up and down straight draw. Goes check on the flop. Brian just doubled up. He's now sitting second in chips, Madeira first. So this is 1 and 2 battling. And Brian is going to lead. And again, Madeira has the best hand with ace-high, but if he's going to be calling a bet here on the turn, you're imagining he's going to have to call a pretty hefty raise bet on the river. If Brian is able to follow through with it, he's going to shoot his opponent a glare. 5 of clubs pairs the board on the end. And Jamie, if you're Brian here, do you have to fire this river bullet, or?
I think I would fire. I would bet the turn knowing I was going to have to barrel the river as well.
You kind of have to continue after that. You can't just bet turn and then give up. You're giving up too much. And it is going to be a pretty hefty bet that probably is going to fall somewhere close to 9 million. If my eyes are working correctly. 8.3, excuse me.
I like the sizing because it doesn't look too bluffy. It's like he would do this with value type hands. It's a good call by Steven. Like the river's kind of a problematic card because what is he repping? Like I feel like so many hands like containing a 7 are going to be slightly worried about Steven's hand.
Yeah, the showing.
And possibly are going to have trouble. Like unless he had an overpair to the board, that bet is a little bit suspect.
Yeah.
But still, like, Steven's calling and not really knowing, like, Brian could have been bluffing with the best hand there, too.
Oh, he could have very well, been bluffing with, maybe a small pocket pair or something.
Or a better ace.
A better ace. But, and I don't know if you caught the look that Brian gave him.
Yeah.
He kind of gave him after the hand, like, okay, man, like, you're on right now. And when I think that's a really, really big confidence booster and momentum booster for Steve himself. But everybody else at the table has to look at that and be like, God damn, you just did that 5-handed? Like, come on, dude. How focused are you? How, on are all your reads? And you can kind of see he might not have his headphones in, but he's bobbing to something, and he is focused, and he is now even increased his chip lead with that nice ace-high call. It was correct on the river. And Mario is going to move all in here. He is one of the shortest stacks at the final table. He's going to move all in with ace-king.
Yeah, he should take it right down.
Take it right down, as Coldstone says.
He's wearing the hat properly, but the chip leader is wearing the hat improperly, and his chip leader.
But he turned his hat around and then got ace-king over a raise, Like, Will's onto something.
Keep it like that.
Yep.
Pocket Profit says cheat codes. I agree.
He might have just tried. He just might have wanted to hide it and bring it back fast.
Pocket Profits, another online reg in New Jersey. Would you consider him a bad reg, or?
I love that shirt. I think think that's so funny. It was so clear that like Doug Polk was doing it for publicity when he was saying, "Oh, like Mercer is a bad rag." I was like, "Come on, man! It's so obvious you're trying to promote your site," but like people bought into it,
well,
and they're like, "Let me interview you about this." It's like, come on.
Yeah. Shameless self-promotion.
Yeah, but like in a way that's so strange. I'm like, I wouldn't want to promote myself as being a mean person.
Yeah, and I think, yeah.
Better ways to go about it. Like he's such a skilled player. Like why not just be known as like one of the best players?
Well, you know,
instead
mean
of-
players. I forget it. Go ahead.
What?
I was gonna say.
Joe, we have the champ. He's waving. He's on the outside of the booth. Touch me, champ. Can you?
Whoa.
Come on in, Joe. Come on in. You can make it. You know that footage of our video didn't go because we'll curse too much.
Yeah. We got Joe McKeon hanging out. Are you on dinner break of the Six Max? All right. How's it going?
Going good.
You gotta almost kiss our faces. Joe, why don't you take this? Well, it's always me giving up the mic.
All right, so we got Joe McKeon, a.k.a. the champ. He's finishing up his dinner break of the Six Max. Joe, how's it going so far?
It's going great, Will. How are you doing?
I'm well. Are you interested in how Jamie is?
I was just about to ask her, but I didn't want to get rid of it. I was going to say, Jamie, you're looking lovely like usual.
Oh, thank you.
Like always. So, Joe, the Six Max final table is going to be live streamed tomorrow.
Yes, it is.
You've won a Six Max event before here at Borgata?
No.
No, you haven't? You've won everything other than?
Never final tabled one.
All right, so Joe
man.
has had some deep runs in Borgata over the last few series. Final table WPT in January. And you have, I believe, off the top of my head, 4 Borgata titles?
Yes.
4 Borgata titles, so...
I don't know. I lost count.
God darn it, Joe.
Had to go there. Sorry.
What's your stack look like?
I have a lot.
You have a lot?
I have a lot
That's
because
bad news for the rest of the tournament.
We did have Will Fialis to my direct left, and we did get in a pot where he checked back quads against me on the river.
You misread his hand.
He was giving
spectacular.
He was given a 1 orbit penalty after the hand.
Okay.
He killed our interview by cursing during it.
That's true.
Goodness.
Yes. Will doesn't like Dave right now.
Oh, Will likes me.
Will loves Dave. I mean, we all love you, but
everybody loves Cold Stone.
I love your headset. This is so comfortable.
Everybody loves the champ. So, Joe, we are hoping you can able to continue to build in the Six Max, and maybe we'll get you on the live stream. So, I believe it is going to be me and Alex Rocha in the booth tomorrow. So we are just going to tear Joe to shreds.
I would love that.
Yeah, you like that?
Oh my God,
All right.
I'm getting horny just thinking about it.
Okay, we're going to give the headset back to Cold Stone. Thank
Goodbye,
you, Joe.
everybody.
Bye, Joe.
Really appreciate it. That is the champ, and unfortunately for Joe, he's only the champ for like another month.
Man, I got a
month and a half, and then it's over.
I got a
We've
sticky.
gone into the sunset, forgotten.
I got a sticky, sweaty headset.
Okay, so I will.
Why is my headphone so big? Oh, Joe has a big head.
Before we get into the next hand, I will do a very, very quick story. Yesterday we played a little mix game. Last night, me and a few of the boys. A guy comes over with a piece of paper, hands it to Joe McKeon. He says, "My Twitter handle's on the piece of paper. Can you please unblock me? You blocked me a few months ago." And Joe very politely said, "Sir, please get out of here."
Oh my God.
Yeah. I've had a few talks with Joe. Joe is Joe.
Sir, please get out. It was so calm. It was very like, I'm with my friends. I just want to hang out. But like I had to hide my face. I had to hide my laughter because I felt bad for the guy. He genuinely, I think, just wanted Joe to unblock.
I've explained to Joe the value of being a little bit more touchable, let's say. But he doesn't, everybody is their own self, and everyone has to be at their comfort level. But when I went to take a picture of me and Joe together, he put up the middle finger as a joke, and it was funny. And then on Twitter, he wrote, "Police, this guy's harassing me." It was all a joke. But when I spoke to him about the pictures, he said the reason why he doesn't want to take pictures is if he takes one with one person, he can't say no to everybody. And he's going to say no to a lot of people because he's busy and, has to do what he wants to do. So if that's Joe's prerogative, I don't think it's the best play, but if it's for his comfort level, great. But I do have a picture of me next to him with a big finger in front of it by him.
All right, so we digress on Joe McKeon. If you want to follow updates from the 1K 6 Max, go to borgatapokeropen.blog.theborgata.com. Jamie is going to type that into the chat box right now. Get off your phone.
Is there a donations tab on this thing somewhere?
No, Cold Stone.
I thought we could make money off of the internet Wi-Fi thing. All right, we have kings here. Brian once again has kings, and Don has the ace deuce, and he promised he would be jamming any suited ace, so maybe that was bravado for a adjusted prize settlement.
So it is going to be a 3-bet from Brian.
Okay, I'll just tell you that Don's going to look at this for about 6 minutes, so anybody that wants to go on a break.
I had that feeling as well.
Oh, that was fast, yeah. He's in the middle of a song.
So yeah, guys, all the updates, and again, we are on a 30-minute delay here. So if you are following on the Borgata Poker blog, the BPO blog, please, no spoilers in the Twitch chat. The blog is in real time. We are on a 30-minute delay, so that's why we take some breaks, let the felt, action on the felt get caught up, and then we jump in after the fact. But our reactions, our commentary is 100% live, so we are live and uncut.
That's why I have to curb some of the things I say and redigest them.
There's nobody.
Hey, Willie, come here. You can't curse. That's why that all got killed because you used the F-bomb twice. That whole funny thing got killed. You're not allowed to curse. He's explaining why he cursed. It's valid. We should run it.
Steven Mandara is going to be raising the small blind here.
Raise it all in.
I think Miles has verbalized all in. This is going to be an all-in shove for just under 25 million. Madera probably risking close to 20% of his stack if he was going to call. He's not going to do so with just queen high.
And we're going to see a lot of that.
Yeah, and I think these shorter stacked players, Miles and Don, are going to be relatively passive against Madera. And Madera, when he gets the button, is going to be able to abuse their blinds. When he's in the small blind against Miles in the big, he's going to be able to have, in the long run, the best of it for the most part. So these guys are going to have to do some things to combat his aggression and to combat him trying to just run over the entire table, because he can do it with his chip stack.
And they're going to need some cards and pairs because they're not going to be doing it with Queen 8, and they don't have Jamie's push-up chart. That's for sure.
I wish I was the only person who had that chart. Imagine if it was like 10 years ago, and I'm like, I talked to Mr. Nash. He wrote me up a little something.
And then I paid him to not publish it
forever,
and I'm the only one.
Yeah, that would be cool.
It would make more sense if no one else saw the chart.
So this is going to be a raise from Brian, a call. Oh, jeez.
A lot of
hands.
jacks in this
Queen
hand.
Queen Jack for Steven and Miles, and Don's going to come along in the big blind. So a semi-family pot. We're leaving Mario out, and it's 10 high. Misses everyone. Don with his sevens is still in the lead.
This is a hand Steve's probably going to win. 2 overs. Oh, wow. All right, the lower pair takes a shot.
Brian is going to spring into action. He's going to bet.
Steve can't really
It's
call.
like close to 9 million, 7 million, excuse me. I am terrible at counting these brown chips, huh?
Yeah, I think each stack is 20 times brown.
I think this is really
2
cool,
million.
this play. I mean, the fact that you're leading to 3 other people makes it so much more believable. If it's heads up, sevens are calling like every time. And in this spot, you're like, well, he led into 3 people. Like, you're likely to have the best hand.
He thought he had the best hand, too.
You're likely not to be peeled by things that have good equity, like ace, queen, ace, king, king, queen, stuff like that, because they're not going to peel with other people in the hand.
And that's exactly what happened with Steve. Steve wanted to peel. But he
And
just,
heads up, you get peeled all the time. Like,
but
so
he saw
betting
2 people
6s on
behind
10 high
him.
is tough, but it looks so much more believable when you're betting into the field.
Yeah, if you're peeling and floating, especially if he has them stacked. But with 1 Jack Queen missing and 2 people behind them.
Here's the reality, though, dude. You're not in it, so I don't know why you're chirping every 2 minutes.
You're not in it, so I don't know why you're chirping every 2 minutes.
Limpenfold 88 quotes this: each stack is 20 times brown. Sick analysis.
Yeah, that's what I just did.
I will bet 20 brown.
There was one time I was
20
covering
rounds, 2 million.
I was covering a tournament, and there was a player who was
1 million.
very, very intoxicated at the final table, and he didn't want to know value.
Oh yeah,
he just wanted
purple.
How many blue chips is it? 4, and he would just put 4 of them out.
Right.
He had no idea what the big blind was. He just wanted to know color and denomination.
I've played tournaments where I've announced how many bigs I'm raising. If someone's like, how much is it? I'm like 2.3. And I'll just say what the bigs
And you
are.
might say that to some people, and it might just like shut down their brain.
It does.
Like
And-
they'll just
or they'll be like, how many chips do you have? I have 32 bigs, and they're like, what? You just asked me what I had. I have 32 bigs. You want to know what my M is?
Steven Mandera has well more than 32 bigs, and he has the best hand here and a bet on the flop. He's going to take it down. And
He just shows it all the time.
There's a reason why.
He loves
He's
it.
just rolling over tight players. Tight players love to be shown they made a good fold, and he
Yeah.
doesn't need them to make a stand. There's just so many chips in the middle each time. But most people shouldn't show their hands because most people are giving away like almost their life showing their hands. You show a guy you had the nuts, and then he realizes you opened 6-8. He's not just looking at your final good hand. He's saying, wait a second, you just opened 6-8 of hearts.
As you can see on the right-hand screen, there are the remaining payouts. And, while these players have navigated a massive field to get down to 5th, 5 players remaining, there's over $100,000 difference between 1st and 5th. So that means these players are all going to be gunning for it. And as we saw, Mario Concepcion returned from break 2nd in chips, lost a big flip, was suddenly the low man on the totem pole. So it can change very, very quickly. And as you can see on the leaderboard, Mario, Miles, and Brian all getting very, very short.
And, this is a tournament inside a tournament. Most people that don't play the game after this many hours being told they're getting 50, 60 grand, they're shut down. They're just jamming A7, just like a 70-year-old at like midnight in a cash game when he's done for the night. So, it is hard on some of them to stay focused knowing that they have their biggest score and they have so little chips.
Yeah.
But they're doing the best they can, and Steve's just doing what he's supposed to do in this spot. Like he's been here before, and he has because Corey's next to him.
Yeah, and there is something to be said about having somebody in your corner who knows how to close out victory. There are a lot of very, very good players who make a lot of very deep runs, but you wouldn't genuinely call them closers. And I think that is a thing in poker. Corey Walland, he closes almost every single one out that he has a chance to. So to have that kind of experience in your corner on your rail certainly has to be a big confidence boost and certainly be helping.
Plus, he's a good
Steven
guy
Mandera.
in general. Like, Corey's got this outlook on life, this philosophy.
Very zen. He's very zen.
Very zen. I almost took a ride out with him for a retreat while we were in Vegas for one day near the mountains. I guess it was yoga till like noon the next day, and I was debating it, and somehow I ended up at the Wind Pool with some friends instead, which was more comforting.
Yeah.
But it wasn't
That
the
seems
same.
like more your scene.
Not usually. Usually right before the main, that last week, I'll do maybe 2 or 3 pool parties just to relax. But during most of the series, I don't.
Okay.
Usually I'm just playing and, not looking to go to a pool party. Yeah. I have to save my monologues up for just 2 or 3, and I have to entertain anytime I'm in that big of a group.
All right, so play moving along here, 5-handed, the almighty million.
Folded to Steve in the small. How much is he going to raise with 6-3 off? I like that. Now, he's pretty much betting any flop with an ace or a king after it gets checked to him. Hopefully, there's no king. Wow.
The life of Steve.
The
Madeira
life of
show.
Steve. He's thinking,
Check.
oh, Steve.
Oh, my God.
Put a
Imagine
king
like
on the river.
No, Jamie.
It's too late. I
Don't
already
ma-
said it.
Don't wish this on my...
Oh, I like to bet by Miles. King
Double
high
check.
looks good to
His
me.
eyes are huge.
Do I have it? I do have it.
Let me think. Can I min raise? No. Maybe he'll catch up. I'll just call.
You have to just call here, right?
Throw a 3, 4, or 5 of hearts. Oh, he even has the blocker to the straight flush, Steve.
You're worried
what
about
a
a
world.
straight flush right now. How old are you, Cold Stone?
Steve has the 3 of hearts.
Can we get Kyle Bowker in the booth,
Oh.
please?
I love Kyle.
I love Kyle, too.
Kyle would fold right
Oh, this
here.
is so much
it's
fun.
a boat. It's a chopped hand.
This is so much fun. If I'm Steven Madara, I bet like $3.5 million, and you just get called. Like it doesn't matter that that Miles is.
How
kinda
about
short.
Miles might
can't
lead?
check, right?
I mean,
Miles
you're
might
just gonna
lead.
check behind, and it's just gonna be. Just don't bet too much.
3.3. Jamie
3.5,
Kerstetter put it at
3.5. Let's
3.5. Listen to her, Steve. This is very interesting spot for
Yeah, we're all always.
Miles.
Everybody, you're all going to be in the spot often in your life. So watch how he plays it.
He bets almost pot, and like.
Yeah, it's a chop pot. I call. No one can have a pair above deuces. Wow, if he had the ace, the money would be in there right now. Not that it matters.
This is gonna be
So
really.
there's a full house on board. Madeira, though, with quads. And
Look at
Jamie,
him, he's
go ahead.
counting his
This
chips.
is kind of close. Like I mean, it looks like he's gonna call. So like I may be wrong and trying to go a little smaller in the sizing.
I think he's raising.
But with with Miles' stack size, like I think I would have gone a little bit smaller
yeah,
because
yeah.
then he just can call and still not be screwed.
Mhm.
In this spot, I think he's like
He can
looking
kind of
at what's
just
going to happen to his stack.
shrug call
Uh-huh.
if it's, as you said, like 3.5. And it looks like there is some table talk, and he is
does
going
get
to
it.
call, and Steve is.
Oh.
He gets an extra
Steve's
$2 million that I wouldn't have
apologizing.
gotten.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
pretty sick.
That's why Steve's Steve. And
Yeah, and I'm
you're
here. I agree. That's what if he's a bad reg, what am I? I'm just like a bad commentator. I'm like
Dusty.
Dust.
Dusty.
I'm just a barnacle on a bad reg. It's
Jeez,
terrible.
Steve, how good. And that's a really tough blow for Miles. He's played so. I think he's played flawlessly. You know, over the course of this final table, he came in relatively short, got an early double, and you know, just in that spot, it's really hard to believe that your opponent has
All the sixes?
quads, all the sixes on a board with there's a full house out there, and unlucky for Miles Walker. He's now going to be one of the lowest men on the totem pole. Was already a short stack, but Steven Madeira, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, over 110 million for Steve Madeira. So might be just a matter of time until we have our Event 9 Almighty Million champion. The rest of the final table,
They're
they
all
don't look
prize
that
jumping.
confident.
No, they're
They
all
don't look that confident.
No, I think they're all happy about the prize jumping they're going to get, and they're all rooting for Steve and want to go heads up with him at this point.
Yeah, at this point, you just kind of,
Go,
know,
Steve.
step aside and say, all right, Steve, take us out one by one, but don't let it be me.
No, I think I still try to win well.
Yeah? You go for, you go for it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I might go like get a coffee if
You're
I'm
here
if
being
I'm
like, just
Mario.
give me fourth place.
I think you might have tried.
I
a
don't
little
want
bit
less
earlier.
than second.
Yeah. That was a real quote from a guy on Stars or Heads Up, and I was like, do you want to do some kind of chop? And he's like, how does it work? And I'm already like, oh, this is terrific. And then he goes, look, I just don't want less than second. I was like, you drive a hard bargain, sir.
Poker is not dead at all.
The book of it's the Borgata Beard Invitational. Yeah, we are quite bearded. Let's see, we got at least 2. Who else we got?
I think Brian probably struggles with the same struggles that I have, the inability to actually grow facial hair. Oh, wait, no, he
Oh,
doesn't.
we got 3.
Yeah,
it's
good
just you.
assessment. I think Brian's got a
Will, do
problem.
you think you maybe have low T?
No comment.
Well, so you might be taking estrogen pills instead of T pills.
All right, and Miles is going to move all in for under 10 big blinds with Queen Jack offsuit.
And Mario's going to fold.
Mario is in the big blind, and
is he in the big, or is there someone behind him?
Yeah, I believe he is in the big blind with Miles on the
I gotcha.
button, and it's going to take it down. And if you're going to be able to steal $3 million on every shove, Miles can claw his way back in here if he's able to steal a few pots, maybe get a double.
That is the idea. The short stacks. Look at, I mean, everybody's short now.
Yeah.
Don's got a
this
rock.
tournament especially had a very high percentage of antes to blinds. There were multiple levels where it had the highest antes I've ever played compared to the blinds.
Percent, yeah,
So it was like
ratio-wise.
22.5% or something like that, and I was like, wow. It hit me at some point mid-tournament. I was like, wow. I was like, I just stole, and I was like, how many blinds I have? I'm like counting my chips. I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, it's over 20%. I'm like, I'm stealing every single.
I don't think a lot of people realize just how, you do that. I don't know, a few times a level, all of a sudden you're winning just so much dead money, especially with that big ratio. As you can see, the 300K to the 24 that's in there. It's a sizable amount.
This is the time when the looser players can really, it takes 2 or 3 hands.
Time.
Yep.
To count the chips and then check your. I don't know. That's just me.
People think they give off certain signs that, I'm only going to be tight while I'm unfolding this, and it's weird. No, I'm not saying there's a validity, but they think there is. I mean, I think most of my actions are really fast, regardless of whether I do or don't.
So again, this is the final table of the Almighty Million. This is the second of 4 live streams that we're going to be putting out at Borgata. First was last week, the $2 million guaranteed final table. Jamie Kirsten was in the booth with Kane and Gags.
Gags, yep.
Nice. How amazing is Kane's voice?
It's great.
Like,
are you into Kane a little bit? That was really passionate.
Yeah, that was.
No, not like
yeah.
I'm not gonna say I'm into him, but like if he wants to read me bedtime stories,
His dad
I'm
has a better voice than him.
Yeah, well, his dad's the GOAT, obviously.
I mean, you're born with those vocals. You gotta use them.
But I mean, I listen to some streams that I do back, and I'm like, man, I sound like what? But I listen to Kane, and I'm like, I could do this all night, all day, anytime. I just want Kane to narrate my life.
I sat next to Kane in Florida.
I'm sure that was fun for you.
No, he was quiet, and
he is an amazing poker player.
Yeah, he was doing a little talking with me, trying to intimidate me a little bit. I'm like, Kane.
Two really intimidating guys going back and forth.
Exactly. I was like, I'm taller than you, Kane.
Anyway, so we're streaming this tomorrow. 1K 6 Max final table will be live streamed, and then next week, Borgata won't be putting out, but WPT doing their live stream.
That's the one I want to make.
Yeah, do you want to do that one?
I do want to make that one. Yeah, it's a fun one.
You know what, Jamie? I want you to make it too.
Thanks.
So it's going to check through on the flop. Both players are going to hit the turn. Miles pairs his 9.
The life of Steve at this final table, man.
Steven Mandera trips up sets his 9. And Steven Mandera just kind of abusing Miles Walker over the last few minutes. And Mandera's just giving Miles the rope here. And it looks like he is going to be betting, as you can see on the scoreboard. Miles playing with just 11 big blinds.
And is that $5 million? He made a big bet as well.
4.5 million. So
he doesn't have much behind.
Yeah, he's going to be
tough decision for Steve.
It kind of is, though. It's like, do you just call here?
Right. No, I understand. I understand.
Yeah, he's trying to figure out how I can get all the chips.
Yeah, usually your decisions are, am I ahead? Am I behind?
His decisions are, when do I want to get all of the chips?
How much on this street or the next? Does he have anything? Does he have a king?
And now Miles, while he might think he has the best hand, he should be praying for
a 5.
Yeah, a 5. I'm thinking like a card that slows him down, and he checks, and he's just wondering, how is it all going so wrong against Steven Mandera?
But players don't go on lucky streaks and start hitting things.
Momentum is not a thing.
You could avoid playing against streaking players when they're streaking. The guy just got quads with a 6 and a 3. I mean, I can't prove my case any more than that. That's a streaking player. Yeah, I said it, and you watch him win hands and hit everything. You can't beat that. You beat the other players. You let him keep streaking till he loses. One hand.
So, Steven Mandera starting to maybe run away.
He's run away
with this final table, and
It's a matter if the people could double up.
I think once one domino falls, the rest will kind of start to fall afterwards. There's a few decent pay jumps. There's about a $20,000 difference between third and fifth.
And that's what
after that, the payouts get a little bit bigger, so there will be some tight play. But
I mean, Brian shouldn't be playing against Steven right now unless he's playing to win the whole tournament, because
as Jamie said earlier, that's what Jamie would do. Brian is all in on Team Cursiter's strategy. And Miles now with probably close to 8 big blinds in front of him after losing that hand to Steven Mandera. In the big blind, he's going to count out his remaining stack and realize.
He's in the small blind, right?
Oh, yes, he is in the small blind. Excuse me.
And he falls.
And the Don is going to come along.
He's very short as well.
Well, Don completes. The suited
completes.
suited
Defense is
king.
big.
It's a suited king. He almost hit 3 of a kind, too. His strategy was almost right.
That was a very Aaron Mermelstein-esque check there.
Yeah.
Brian is going to move all in, and Don folds.
Just fine. Brian has the best hand most of the time and knows it, but he just doesn't want to let his opponent realize any of his equity. Just fine. I mean, his opponent's very short stacked, and the pot is valuable, and there's 6 big blinds in there for the taking, so you may as well just go scoop it.
And as you can see, Miles Walker, just 8 big blinds in front of him. Don Fisher, 9 big blinds. So these two are
and a lot of money
in the danger
separates.
zone.
There's a big difference between the two prizes, so each one's hoping the other will go out first.
And if the other one gets involved in an all-in, they are definitely going to be rooting for the bigger stack.
Yes, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them actually play against each other, their last hands each. Because if I'm Miles, I don't want Don to get too many chips ahead of me at this point.
Brian with ace-3 again. He opened it last hand. Let's see if he does the same. No, he's going to pass. And Miles is going to fold on the button. I wonder.
Steven folded kitchens. Must not be an online player.
I would have really loved to see Mario or Don's hand there. We didn't get to see them on the card reader for the graphics.
What's funny with Steven is you don't even need a card reader for him because he shows his hand every single time.
And I read somewhere, it might have been in the chat or on Twitter, somebody said, LOL, Steve doing the same thing he does online, showing his cards every day.
He shows online too.
I guess. I'm not. I'm familiar with him as an online player just from being, writing articles and things like that for various outlets. But I've never really played against him online because I do that about once a blue moon. Okay. Is that how it works? It's that easy? Because I have a house. I can just torch that. Oops. So we are still 5-handed.
2 very, very withered stacks who are going to have to make a move right now. What?
We can be a little nicer than
Their
that.
stacks are withered. I didn't say they're withered. Ace King.
Oh, and Miles looks so distraught putting it in with Ace King there with 7 bigs. Don follows him in with King Queen. Going to be a little bit of a cooler for him. Now Mario.
Nah. Come on, Mario.
Mario has close to 35 million, or just over 30 million by my estimations. So he'd be calling for close to half his stack. He'd also be against 2 players. He has both players covered. He is going to fold. So unfortunately for Don, one of those queens is already dead.
It's very weird. Brian's thinking, right?
I mean, this is he's counting out the chips and then he's looking at the cards like he does this again. Steve quickly folding. Miles fist pumping his Ace King. He's in an amazing spot to double with one of Don's outs already dead after Mario folded Queen Jack. So 70% favored for Miles. He is the at-risk player. Don cannot be eliminated here, but he will be extremely short if he cannot win this hand. Oh my God, it's an awesome flop. Jack high, 2 spades. Don with the king high flush draw. 5 of hearts on the river. So it's going to be 75-25 to the river. You think it's coming, Jamie?
Queen of hearts.
Queen of hearts is the call. The 3 of spades, that'll do it for Don. He's going to score the knockout. A very, very important hand for Don. Unfortunately for Miles, he is going to bow out in 5th place. That is Miles Walker, basically Steven Madera's
only enemy.
Only enemy. And, you know, Miles, while he might be disappointed with his eventual finish, $50,000, as you said at the beginning of the telecast, 100 buy-ins.
100 buy-ins.
That
you
works.
can never be sad about that. Yeah. That would be like cashing for $350K in the WPT. You know? You're not too sad.
So we are maybe going on another break. We've talked about it a handful of times. There is Corey Wayland. Walland. Are there 2 A's?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that.
Sorry.
I had the second nut flush, and he had the ace blocking. Yeah. I had the nutter, dude. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Somebody is being unbearable on Twitter about the prize pool.
And that was the other prize pool, wasn't it? I thought that was the...
No.
They're talking about this one?
They're talking about this one,
Okay.
and I just said a very general answer, dealer fees, etc., because there is money
I'm
taken
not
out of
sure.
every prize pool. So the $1 million is the guaranteed prize pool, and then things get subtracted from that. Listen, I
don't know how it works.
don't
so
really
I'm just
know,
gonna
and I
stay
don't
out of
really
it.
care enough to do the math. If you want to take it up with NJ Gaming, go
What
ahead.
I like about Alan Kessler is that if there's ever any misdoing by anyone, he'll find it. So you don't have to worry your little self
and you know,
about
and
any of
I
it.
completely understand it. And like, you know, obviously there's, you know, some, you know, maybe there's a misprint. I remember there was a series that I worked not at Borgata, it was at a different casino. I won't name names, where they printed the payouts incorrectly, and then they went back and realized it midway through. They were changed. They were updated on the website, on the blog. But players still said, hey, this is what you printed out first. And then they did the right thing in the end. They honored it. But, you know, there's human error sometimes. So maybe there's a misclick on the numbers. And, again, I don't have the numbers in front of me. If somebody really wants me to sit down or ask somebody, I will. But, you know, please untag me on Twitter. Thank you.
But I was like ribbing Alan a little bit, but Alan Kessler, like, that is a good thing about him, like that he's so anal about certain things
and that's
that
very
he will
good
find
for the industry, for the community in general, because there have been some instances, unfortunately, about rooms.
Oh, Hialeah Park. There's been a few
well, that was
are on
and
2+2.
TJ Schulman, who won the seniors event last week. He was, I think, the.
He figured it out.
The outer. I don't know what the correct word is. Yeah, the whistleblower. There you go. Thank you, Jamie.
You're welcome.
And Mario could be getting in trouble. Everyone could be getting in trouble here. Can this actually happen right now, Jamie? Don is going to lead with King Jack.
This is great.
It's a king high flop, 2 clubs. No player has a club. Mario has top pair of queens with a deuce kicker, and Steven Madera.
Did you say a deuce? Because that was so
A
cute.
deuce.
I thought you said a deuce,
A
and I was like,
deuce.
that's adorable.
Ooh, I'm going to say that
You
from now on.
started a new thing. Dude, once I was at a final table at Taj, this was back in the day, with a Spanish dude who's like the nicest guy ever, and he had his whole like rail was like family members and stuff, and they were like, dose, screaming.
So Steve is thinking about this, and they just flashed. Look at Don. He's ready to stick it in. Like this is.
Don can't wait to roll the chips.
And I
in.
will say this is a bit. I don't want to say angly, but this is something along those
I love
lines.
this. I wish everyone would do this. It's the weakest thing ever. If you're Steven, you're just like, okay, how do I not screw this up? That's all he's thinking of right now.
How sick is it that every spot Steven's in, he has to think, like, how do I just win all the chips?
How do I get all the money in the pot? That's like the biggest sweat that he's had at the final table.
So I believe Steven is going to call. So we are going to see a turn. Mario Concepcion, he folded a king as well.
This is
and
a
now
bad
so
spot.
Don's like, you know, kind of posturing that he's ready to just get the chips in right away, and now he's just going to check the turn. It's a very weird line, and now Steve has to kind of wonder.
I think Don thinks he's good and wants
without
money
a doubt.
put in there.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I think he's trying to trap Steve, but little does he know That is a face of a man that I do not want to get involved with, though.
No.
That stare is
Well, unless you have
right through Mandera.
Unless you have ace king on the king high board and you don't have a club.
And he's set all in, and he's immediately folded.
Wow.
What a fold.
I mean, that's kind of interesting.
Mario
if you're, I think
dodged a big one there, too.
He's up to
Don's afraid of
140
the turn
minutes.
card. He's afraid of like
the flush, yeah.
Yeah, I think he could have maybe got it in the flop, but it's kind of an interesting decision to like look like you're trying to get all your chips in and look like you're like, come on, bet whatever. Because then when Steven actually bets, it looks like Don's like,
Yeah.
well, I've projected that I'm strong
And
at
he's
getting
still
it in,
gonna
and
come
you
through
still
it.
want to put chips in.
Sure.
I'm not putting him in now. It's like so level one, it's ridiculous, but like, you know, it works.
I don't know.
It's like snap calling, meaning you're going to call, but you're never
Yeah.
calling the next straight.
Yep.
Just his posturing on the flop was a little bizarre. I don't really like when players do that when they're when somebody's in the tank and they're pushing their cards towards the muck or pretending to flick them towards the muck. I don't know. Maybe that's me just being a little soft. But
I gave a good lesson to somebody yesterday, not a real lesson. We were just at the table playing cash. And as she was going to muck, the guy flips over the 9 of clubs. And now she pulls her hand back. She goes, now I really want to call. And she ended up mucking. I go, anytime you're about to muck your hand and that's when they show you something, they're not trying to get you to muck. I mean, you were like, at that point, don't even listen to what's being said. They're only trying to get you in the hand. It's kind of funny. It was like she pulled her hand back and said, now I really want to call.
I think this goes Steven 1, Brian 2, like lots and lots of the time.
Like if
Brian's
they run the
gonna
sim,
get chipped down a lot. Like
if they run the sim 100 times, it's more or less always them.
Brian's doing the intelligent move right now, which is like he's getting involved with the shorter stacks once in a while. He's really not touching Steven, and he's
no
laying
reason to.
low, waiting for the two shorties to knock each other out, or for Madara to knock one of them out. So it's like he will, if he's using the strategy, he will get chipped down a considerable amount if this goes four-handed for a while. But as everyone can see, like getting heads up is just like a lot can happen heads up. Even if you start 5-1, you get one double up, and all of a sudden you're like.
Heads up's a whole new world. That's why a lot of people, a whole different game. That's why a lot of people, they don't mind bleeding down to get there because even like you said, 6-1 becomes 5-2. Is that proper math? Yes.
Sure.
Yeah, Don's got some fans on the chat. Your table mannerisms follow you forever, especially in a spot like this. So if you ever at the final table, anyone that's mad about you for anything is going to probably bring it up. Apparently, that happens. Seems like the whole Borgata scene is here. Do you all know each other? We all travel together or around each other.
It's a very tight-knit community.
Well, I mean,
sure.
There's a group that flows through the middle of everything that knows a lot of people, and then those people are friends with people, so you start meeting other people, and then that whole middle river becomes like a whole ocean. So a lot of people will come over to me and say something like, your friend's a jerk, or I met your friend, or whatever. And
they're just always talking about Willow C.
it just happens to be the person
You could have said like way too many names there.
Yes.
And they all would have worked.
No, she went for the one that won't ever lash back. That was pretty cool. But basically, people associate you through who you stand next to, which is weird too, because you're like, I have no idea who you're talking about. Some guy I played a hand with at the break is talking to me about the hand, and someone's like, oh, that's your boy?
Yeah, well, okay, so I'm walking through the Six Max area earlier, and Alex Rocha sits down at a table, and some guy's like, hey, what's up, man? Like, how you doing? And Alex turns to me and goes, who is that? And, like, I didn't recognize him. Alex didn't recognize him. But, I mean, even if everybody's not, boys or you're not on, like, the inside crew, everybody is very friendly on the scene. It's a close-knit community. You'll have a lot of people. We saw when Grable was still in the tournament. Mike Dentale was on the rail. So, like, there are people who are always sweating. They're always interested. They always want to be a part of it.
If you only have one friend in poker, then you should. No, I'm just joking. I don't know. But yeah, it definitely is. And a lot of times you'll see somebody and you just won't remember who they are because we're seeing 2,500 people a day. But it comes back what hands you've played or what you've done. And, one thing good about poker players is they're not too shy, and they'll come over to somebody else to talk to them, and that's what breeds friendships, where you know, if it was a little bit of a different situation, everyone would feel weird. Guys don't just walk over to another guy to talk to them. It just doesn't seem to, you know, normal in our society. Well, although it's getting more and more normal now.
That was a big check raise. Sorry to cut you off. There was a big check raise by Mario to take down that pot. And Brian's made a lot of those teasery small bets on flops, and he's been pushed off a lot of hands. We saw it against Jacques when he was still in. Mario just did it there. So I think Brian he's treading water, and I think Brian is one of those players that's okay working that roller coaster-ish stack because I think he knows he can get the chips back.
He seems more frustrated visually than
he probably is.
Yes.
Like, you know, his composure.
Like Don gets frustrated,
and you can see it too.
And it's true. He might seem frustrated, but he still isn't.
And I wouldn't exactly call this a frustrated shove. He has just close to 8 big blinds. So Don is going to be all in with King 4 off, and Brian looks like he is.
See, this is under the King 8 push shove range.
Did Brian open, or is that the blind that he has out there?
No, it's 1.6 million, so he has to call 10.6.
Okay, so that's the big blind that Brian is in.
That's
he is going to
16
fold,
chips.
and Don is going to take in that pot, so he's going to move probably up to close to 10 big blinds. Still not out of the woods just yet.
All right, guys, I just took a walk over to the 6 max field to see what's going on, so we're going to show you that right now quickly. So we're back looking at the 6 max. We're down to 72 out of 304. Very exciting. Tomorrow at 4 o'clock, we're going to be streaming this event, and hopefully this table's still going with, once again, Jake with the middle finger, Eric, Matt Mattress, all champs, all stellar players. And there's 3 other events going on, too, as well as the elevator, the online heads up, and, well, the final table horse is also going on. So a lot of excitement down here. Thank you. Had all the cursing. I didn't want to do that one.
I didn't get to hear any of that because I have the microphone that, the headset that does not get the audio.
He mostly just talked a bunch of trash about Willow C.
Yeah.
He was like, his hair is ridiculous.
He's
What
like,
kind of a fan is
I
that?
finally get 5 minutes away from this idiot.
No.
I liked pretending I knew what you were saying though. Like
didn't know what I was saying.
Jake Schwartz.
He was in the camera. If people are behind you, you have to say who they are and make them smile. But that middle finger was just mean.
No, it's rude. It doesn't look good.
It's bad for poker.
It's bad for poker. It's bad for the Jake Schwartz image as well.
They should also be wearing suits and ties.
That's a thing, I guess.
I'm just trying to think what would be bad for it.
They should be wearing suits and ties.
Suits and ties at the poker table.
Not the final table. All poker
All
tables.
poker
All the
tables?
time?
I can open up a dry cleaner for poker players. All right, Brian has a decision to make, but we don't know what our cards are, so we'll assume it's something like a king-jack on the button. He's being pushed by Don's all-in, which we'll assume is ace-jack, so it's probably king-jack against ace-jack right now. Steven's got 7-deuce. He's going to fold, and I was right halfway so far. If Don's got 4s, I'm right. There it is, ace-deuce against 4s.
You were spot on that one.
Yeah, that was kind of creepy.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, sometimes it's just that easy. And I could also tell you who'd win this hand, but let it be exciting.
So Don has moved all in from the big blind, and while we are on a 30-minute delay,
something big happens in a half hour.
Just happened.
Something in a half hour big is going to happen.
So
behind
spoiler,
us.
guys,
Set your
this
clocks.
is not ending in 30 minutes. That's a
I don't know.
spoiler. You got 30 more minutes with our lovely company.
I don't know if that ended. We can't see that.
So Brian is, going to make the call. It's going to be ace-deuce against pocket 4s. This is the spot that Don has really been waiting for, a chance to double up. He'd be sitting with over 20 big blinds if he was able to double. Brian looking for one of 3 immediate outs with ace-deuce against Don's pocket 4s. Let's see the flop. It is queen, jack 5, 2 diamonds.
Brooks.
Brian with the deuce of diamonds, so some additional equity. 9 of spades doesn't do it.
3 aces in the
3
deck.
outs. Don is going to try to hold on for dear life here, and the deuce won't do
And
it.
the
Don.
clap in the dance. He did a leg left and a right pelican dance with a pelican jaw. He's
That was
got
a lot
it
of
made.
Yeah, there was a
There
lot
was
of
a lot.
gyration. Like, I might need to take a few minutes, guys.
So there's Corey. I don't know how Corey got on his side.
You need to fan,
Just
you need
give
to
me a
fan
few minutes,
yourself
Will.
up.
Stop asking me questions.
Don needs some people behind him because Corey's like, why are you fist pumping me?
That would have been very funny if it was against Steven and he doubled and he was trying to high-five Corey. So that's a very big double for Don Fisher, the wizard, as his hat so eloquently says. Brian now is going to be sitting with probably close to 20 big blinds himself. So everybody relatively deep, although we are four-handed. The blinds and antes are going to go around quick. That button is going to orbit the table with some speed, so it's going to be expensive to play. But Don finally getting that double, getting out of the danger zone. And will be interesting to see if he's able to get another to really get himself back into contention.
And Don's in there with an all-in for $36 million with the ace-9. Ooh, Mario.
Don just open shoved. Wow.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not. It's
Wow,
it's
that's
only
a lot
like
of blinds.
19 bigs. Nope.
That's more than 20.
You're right. 24.
And Don is going to take that down. Mario folds in the blinds. And it looks like that's been Mario's main strategy over the last level or so. He's just going to be all in with a lot of his big aces, his big hands.
Wow, there's a lot of stuff going on in the tournament over there. It's crazy to be on a delay. 'Cause
Yeah.
You can like kind of hear it, but not really. But
And
all I know is that someone is getting ravaged every time.
I like it better when we're like behind the curtain because like I can't see people fist bumping and
Yeah.
stuff and like screaming and jumping, but there is a lot of that over in the tournament area.
Anyone who's like kind of bored right now, just like bear with us for like 20 more minutes.
Get up, go take a walk.
It's clearly not 20 more minutes,
Half
guys.
an
It's a
hour.
minimum of a half hour. Nothing's over.
Exactly a half hour.
No? What do you think? Something just ended?
No.
What do you mean? No, I said a half hour. But I'm saying in 20 minutes, that was the first fist pumping, screaming.
Oh, now you have another one in 30. Yeah, so
Yeah,
set your
so
timer for
don't
20
go
minutes,
away.
30 minutes, and
And Mario just open shoved with ace queen and took it down. I'll look at the updated chip counts, and it's Steven Mandera, 130 million, sitting with over half the total chips in play. The rest of the table, they're going to be battling to try to make some pretty profitable pay jumps. And could this be a situation
definitely a situation.
where potentially an adjusted payout occurs, where Steven Madera gets handed first place money,
No.
and everybody whoa,
His,
no kissing on the live stream.
I missed it. Dang.
A good luck kiss just came from his wife or
And now he's
girlfriend.
all in, and
Yeah, exactly. You don't play that in.
honey, I'm all in.
Yeah, it's Brian trying to
I'm
play the
just going to
5-7
call
for free,
and-
and Steve lighting him.
I bet you Steve outflops him here.
I would say it's probably going to be that way.
All right, so
And he
10 high
did.
board, 2 spades.
He flopped. He outflopped him with the 8 high.
Both players look like they're going to not exactly. Brian checks. Steven is going to put out a bet of $3 million. And Brian is going to fold, so Steven's going to take down that pot to increase his chip lead. Again, with over half the chips in play. And when you're four-handed with the majority of the chips, you have everybody else covered.
It's a good
Combined,
feeling. It's
It is a very
comfortable
good feeling. And not that I ever have known the feeling, but
No, but you haven't you done it like in a sit and go?
maybe one time there was this one sit and go. I don't know. I chopped like a nightly once. It was cool. Other than that, not a lot going on. I can hear Kelly in the background.
I thought that was the parking in the red zone, lady, at the airport.
She
No
does
parking
she definitely
in the-
has flight attendant voice.
Yes,
It's the best. Somebody asks her a question. She's like, well, and she'll explain it from the beginning. She'll be like, because the first person bet out a turn, they're obligated to at least make that bet.
And it's so amazing.
But it's by
because, like,
word.
Yep.
Yeah.
But it's so amazing because when you're just talking to her in a normal non-work setting, she's totally fun, like colorful. She gets involved in a ruling. It is like statute X, part A, subtitle B.
I kind of thought all situations would be like that. Like I've envisioned her in certain situations.
Like ordering a salad.
Yeah, that's
she's
what I was
very-
thinking about. Yeah, and that's how she was methodical. As she was ordering the salad. Salad guy, put the tomato here. Okay, I want cucumbers here. Yes. More cucumbers. Can you put some carrots there?
Guys,
I didn't say lettuce. Why are you putting lettuce there?
The wheels are falling off. But
no,
guys,
it would be more like the lettuce is there for the fiber intake, and we're going to put little tomatoes in there for the antioxidating.
And I know we are joking around, but
and digressing.
We are kind of weaving in and out of the poker, but we thank you guys so much for tuning in, following, no matter whether you've been here from the start or you're just getting in. This is the almighty Million final table, down to the final four. My name's Will O'Connor, here with Jamie Kerstead.
And Cold Stone David Inselberg.
Cold Stone Inselberg. He's going to introduce himself.
Well, you made me do it last time. You took it from me.
I like to hear your voice.
I like to hear
It's
yours,
second
too.
best to Kane Callis.
If I wasn't staying with Jared Jaffe, I'd pull you in there.
And we should note that anything we say about anyone on the live stream should be taken with a little bit of a grain of salt.
No, I mean-
Kelly is fantastic. She
Yeah.
does a great job. Everybody here at Borgata, from the top, Tab Duchateau, best tournament director in Atlantic City, all the way down to the dealers. These guys all
Come
do a
on,
great job.
Tab's probably the #1 tournament director in the U.S.
He's fantastic. The
I know
schedules
Savage is okay also, but Tab to me is tops hands down, or equal to Savage since he's
Yeah.
WPT next week.
Yeah, we're welcoming in the Matt Savage.
I don't welcome in West Coast to East Coast like you guys, but you know he could come in here with his West Coast swagger.
West Coast swagger, yeah.
So you look at our updated chip counts, and Steven has about 60% of the chips in play.
And that's where he's
Four-handed.
happy.
Easy game.
That's why he posed for the picture with that smile.
And this could go on for a while, this little four-handed stalemate it has, but it could go even further just because these guys, you know, I feel like they're kind of okay with Steve. Maybe subconsciously they're thinking, okay, like, you know, this guy has first already, like, I want second, because second is still $100,000 score. You know, maybe these guys, they just want to get to heads up and then go from there.
You
As we
definitely
mentioned
play
earlier,
for second.
Brian really hasn't been, you know, contending and battling with Steven over the last few hands.
But then he did. Then he called the ace deuce with against fours of Don.
Mhm.
Like I thought he was content to chill and like not take any close spots, and that actually was like a very close spot that I probably would have given up, and he did take it. So I'm not sure what's going on in his head.
I mean, a lot of times in this type of a situation, you just don't want to deal with him, you know,
Yeah.
and let him just do what he's got to do because you have enough chips to get into second place if he does what he has to do correctly. Why would you want to risk anything? Take the 100 and flip a coin.
And we have Gags in the chat now.
Ooh, Gags, what's up?
Ooh.
What's Gags saying?
Gags just saying hi to everyone.
Hi,
Gags, I
Gags.
believe, is playing the heads up tomorrow as
Yeah,
well.
he is. Gags, so I think the plan for tomorrow, from a streaming standpoint, myself, Alex Rocha are going to be in the booth, and then both, or I should say a threesome of Gags, Kane Callis, and Vinny Pahuja are going to be jumping in and out as they all play their
That's a good idea.
heads-up event. So they're going to be coming in and out, you know, when they get a little break, if they win a round, a matchup earlier than their opponent. So, you know, should be some cool interaction. So, you know, fun. Can't wait till that. That's going to be the 1K
I like that.
six-pack stream.
I like that tagging in and out.
Yeah, I mean, it gives everybody a chance to kind of just chill. You know, I've been very sedentary over the last few hours.
No, I'm just saying that,
Falling,
yeah.
starting, my legs are starting to fall asleep a little bit. But
I mean, you could just leave. We don't care.
To tell you the truth, you can't
Are the
leave.
fans screaming? Oh my God!
I've been
Actually, the whole chat unanimously just
they voted me
to
off
let
the
you have a
island?
break for the rest of the year.
The rest of the year?
Yeah.
Does anybody want to watch just me and Jamie?
The chat blows up. Viewership increases tenfold.
Oh, wow. I meant blogging. We'll discuss the other thing at a different venue. But right now I'm talking about blogging.
We have derailed.
So the upcoming entertainment, guys.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
Have you ever seen a show at Borgata?
I have. I forget the guy's name. John Panette, comedian.
Okay.
What else did I see? Mostly anytime there's some comedy act that's decent, I'll go. I also saw Motley Crue in here.
In the event
They
center?
had pyrotechnics in here, like where we're sitting right now.
Cool.
It was crazy. It was actually really good.
I saw Tony Orlando a few years ago.
Who's Tony Orlando?
I know. It was at the Titanium New Year's Eve party. I got ripped. I got to the wrong party. I went in with some friends. But I think I saw, in the club, you had Diplo, you had Trilix. I mean, I don't know if that really counts as seeing a show, a DJ. But I did go to the pool for a few minutes in the beer garden.
Yeah.
The beer garden is all me. And by the way, open invitation.
What do you mean it's all you? I don't know what.
All right, I'll tell you. They have in there. They have in there ping pong, and I'll play anyone at the Borgata ping pong.
Anyone.
They have.
So you guys heard it here first.
I'll
Send
play anybody
send
here.
your requests.
Send your boys to play me ping pong for any amount. Then they have bag toss through the hole. It's called cornhole or whatever. You throw
Yeah,
the bag.
cornhole.
I'll play almost anyone in that.
Are you like in a frat or something? How are you so good at these things?
I am an eye-hand coordination prop bettor. I made most of my World Series money shooting hoops in the back. I mean, most of the money I made, not most money. But yeah, I like propping eye-hand games. I don't like to do it against Racner. And a few other people are just, they're just in a good zone. I like to do it against regular people. And if you didn't play college
like the Jared
basketball,
Jaffes of the world.
Yeah, Jared, I'll prop.
I just want to interrupt you guys to let you know that Steven has the best hand. It's super weird.
Again?
Yeah.
And it's just and another weird one where it just goes check to the river.
And Don Brick and Steve showed.
It's easy game.
Oh, I think a pillow's here to take my spot.
I'm about there too. I don't know why I'm so tired. We didn't even do this for very long, right?
Yeah, and I barely smoked today. Oops. We digress. By the way, cigars are legal.
They're bad for you, though.
They are. So
Ew, I hate cigars inside a casino. I
It's
think
terrible.
It's so
I don't really
Blunts or
understand
cigars?
cigars.
They're
Like, what-
gross.
I do. Guys think they're smoking a blunt, and it makes
But
them feel good.
I just don't like. I don't know.
It had that.
It's weird.
It's the same as a pipe. It seems like a weird thing.
It would be like if I just walked around the casino spraying my perfume everywhere. Just like, I was like, everyone should smell this smell that I
you
like,
took
you
a
know?
big breath in of it also.
Yeah.
If you're like,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's just
Kind
kind
of.
of like, I don't know. It's presumptuous that everyone would like the smell that you like.
Yeah, well,
So
most of the
stop it.
cigars you're smelling in the casino are Phillies, and they're
So
not
this
the
is going to
best.
be a raise to 4.5 million. The big blind has increased to 2 million, or as our graphics say, 2,000K.
And
You can see the updated chip counts, and it looks like Dom is 3-bet here.
to 13.5 over a 4.5 million open, so no one's really going to give 9 million more against that hand.
Yeah, that's we've seen Don, excuse me, just move all in almost every hand that he's had. Ace King, the pocket aces, the ace tens earlier, and now that hand he's 3-bet. So Jamie, you were kind of talking earlier. You kind of have to do the same thing every time, because then your opponent is going to say, okay, well, he's 3-betting. That's going to be a more value hand than just a complete rip for 25 bigs.
Right. Like, I was okay with him open jamming 18 bigs with ace jack, as long as when he has like 10s, he's going to do the same thing.
Mhm.
As long as when he has aces, he's going to do the same thing. Like, it just becomes problematic when you're ripping that big of a stack, because you don't have an opportunity to steal anymore. If you have a hand that you're not willing to shove with but isn't quite good enough, like, it's better than a folding hand but not good enough to be a shoving hand, all of a sudden you just have to fold. Like, if you have like ace 8 off, you don't want to put 18 bigs in it, what are you going to do? So
Well, I
you kind
mean,
of
a
are
lot of guys-
shutting down your options when you shove that big with ace-jack.
Yeah, well, most of their options are getting cut down right now. There's not too many hands that could be opened when they get under 20,000.
He's
With
got to
the
walk
ace
with
king?
ace king. He's like wants to murder someone. Like
Spectacular.
yeah.
I'm so happy I won that pot.
And, you know, it's interesting. That might tilt him a little bit, and most people will flip that hand over to show the table, and most of the table might think that might tilt you. So it's good that they didn't show it.
I think you're right. I think just mucking, like when someone gives you a walk. I think that I see people do it sometimes, show a really good hand and they get a walk to be like, oh, look how good you are, like encouraging
It's
more
different
walks.
when you need, like, yeah, I understand what you're saying. But in this situation, it might be tilting to not get any action four-handed.
Yep.
It's time to play the ace-5, Mario. It's suited and you're five-handed. And you're on the button.
Four-handed, actually.
I'm sorry, four-handed.
It's okay. He took a nap during that one knockout.
Yeah.
I thought one of us were in.
He actually he missed the double knockout, and
Yeah,
this
I did miss that one to be doing other things, promoting tomorrow's stream.
Ooh. Cold Stone's so good for the brand.
I'm just a brand player. That's why I played on Borgata Poker last night. Some guy was yelling for a chop, explaining to all of us that anything can change on any hand.
I love that.
I just loved it. No, but he was writing it. It wasn't live. So
Oh, really?
He was writing it every time. You guys don't understand. And I was just like looking at it. I'm like, I think everyone but you, because you were the only yes and the 7 no's.
Yeah.
So I think we do all understand.
Yeah, I think everybody
You know what? I
understands.
can give a helpful hint to anyone who's like wondering what to say when you're getting like chop bullied. Like the one time I actually just like shut it down completely. I didn't want to chop. I also wasn't backed at the time, but I said I have a backer who won't let me chop. And they were like, they were arguing and arguing. And I was like, listen, I can't. He won't let me. I can't chop.
Well, that's if you
And
don't want to chop.
I didn't want to chop.
But sometimes people want more.
No, but a lot of times people will like bully me like into chopping, and I'm like, I was like, I can't. Sorry.
Plus
You have to
they
talk
use
to my
your name.
people.
Like when Matt Stout bullied you to chop the charity event.
Exactly.
That's on record.
Yeah, right. That was me. I was like, let's flip for the trophy. I was like, gamble, gamble.
Well, it could work for you both ways because in the Survivor, it was a $5,000 Survivor, and the guy was offered $4,000. He's like, I can't. I'm being backed. So someone's like, what do you need? He goes, my backer says I need at least $4,250, and 3 guys threw out their offers. We'll give it to you because they can't talk to the backer. So they, you know, if it was
crazy,
him,
yeah.
they
kinda
what
like-
do you for 100 for 2? But you know,
It's kind of like a car dealership situation where you're like, let me talk to my manager.
Yeah.
And so you're not the bad guy.
Exactly.
But people get too aggro with the chop bullying. It's like, look, you're playing a tournament where you in the beginning, when you enter this tournament, thought everyone's getting 5,000.
No, not necessarily. But yes, I understand what you're saying.
And especially stuff like this, it's like first is 169K. This is what you agreed to play this tournament out. You should never bully someone into
No
chopping.
one should be
it's their
bullied.
prerogative to
You're
play
right.
it out.
And the floor will protect that in live. The floor 1-0, Andrew comes in and stops it. But the second day in the 4K, everyone was talking about how, we chopped at 25 and it paid 18. Why won't you? And there was no chop the second day. But it was because it had been done already.
Well, and I've covered a few tournaments where it gets down to like 4 or 5 handed, and some of the less experienced players are like, oh, well, these things always chop. They kind of think that there's this they earned this unwritten rule that like when it gets to this place you chop, and it's so dependent on who's still in, what the stacks look like, and also like what type of I'll say backing situation people have. You know, if somebody has 100% of their own action and they're a recreational player in this for one bullet, they might be more inclined to, deal or something like that. If somebody is backed and they are part of a business operation, if you will, for lack of a better word, they're going to have a completely different outlook on the chop and everything. So as you
it's always different. I just played in a smaller casino just to kill some time, and I think it was like 40 people, like 100. It was 50 people, 100, whatever. And at the table, some guys just telling me how it's always chopped the final table. The whole table just chops evenly, and I'm like, well, is this a Survivor or should I try to win? And I had to hang out and have a few drinks and play, and not be like the rude guy in the group, but like you telling me this means I'm going to be able to push you around the whole day. I think.
I wonder if I know Deja Vu. Would I know who that is?
That's pretty
Identify
bad.
yourself.
Whoa, that was loud.
I don't know. I've seen the name a lot on.
Deja vu, you're giving the
streams.
money bubble their money back.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah, but no one does that except you.
So I said it's pretty generous.
That means instead of 1 out of 10, you're getting a 1 out of 9, and you're the chip leader.
I need a massage, guys.
I
I'll
did
be
too.
honest.
And you see who just came over? That's my chiropractor. And I just, as I reached
really?
for my plate, I feel like I pulled my hip. So he was going to adjust me, but this wouldn't be professional. You just said you need a massage. You stood up and you pointed your back towards Jamie. Is that like a hint? Like you just?
Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah, exactly.
You guys want to see some irony in what we've been talking about? We were talking about bullying into chops and things like that. Just turn around and look at the horse. I think they are in some intense negotiations.
Oh yeah, the horse is down to 4 players, and they're talking about some type of a discussion.
4 horses down to 4 players. I believe the super stack elevator is down to, looks like 5 or 6. So, again, 4-handed here. The almighty Million final table. Steven Madeira in the middle of the table with his Think Pink patch, his Bad Reg t-shirt. He is sitting with over close to 60% of the total chips in play. And for the other 3 players, it is going to be an attempt to thrive and survive in the Steven Madeira storm that has been this final table. He's not let up. He has not slowed down. And the Borgata Poker schedule doesn't slow down either. October, there might not be any Borgata Poker Open. There might not be any $2 million guaranteed events or $1 million guaranteed events. But there is a $100,000 Saturday series, October 22nd, the weekend before Halloween. Should be an awesome turnout. Those events, whether they are run through the Borgata Poker Open or as standalone events, always crush the guarantees. So be sure to head down to Borgata. A lot going on next month.
GSS, buddy. The Garden State Super Series. You turned mine off.
Yeah, sorry. I had to ask Jamie a question that could not be on air. So
that was weird. But anyway, yeah, so Garden State Super Series starts October 9th. Get some dollars on BorgataPoker.com. And
Get some GSSS.
I don't know. I did some kind of bankroll builder last year. I put $50 on, and in 7 days, I played micro stakes only and free rolls, and I made it up to $500. Like
before GSSS?
Yep,
Nice.
and used it for buy-ins. So like just to show people that if you have an average buy-in of like $5, you can still get into some of these if you just like start grinding now. In a month, you could build up enough to play all the highs.
The awesome thing about online poker in New Jersey is you can play some $10, some $20 tournaments every night, and there's a couple $100 up top. There's some good value. We're talking about how many buy-ins each player is going to win here. Steven Madeira says he's guaranteed $61,000. I imagine he's going to be going for a little bit more than $61,000 today. But you can play these small tournaments. There's a lot of satellites, into GSSS events, and even satellites as we talked about heading into the weekend, into the WPT Championship. You can get in for as low as $45. You can win your way into a $400 buy-in tournament, and from there you can be like Asher Conniff, right? Be like Ash.
Conniff.
Ugh, I always do that.
No, it is Conniff. I just was throwing out.
Since I got there, I haven't. Since I got here to Borgata yesterday, I have not
He's been
seen
hanging
Ash.
out at my house. We have our new house
Oh wow,
in
how
Margate.
rich!
I saw him,
We
but
had a
it
little
seemed.
hangout. Croutons there, so it's like easy to get people to come over. I'm like, we have a puppy who's adorable, and then everyone just.
Is he still a puppy? Like, when does he not be considered a puppy?
He's 10 months old, and he's like cute.
A year is
It's
like.
been 10 months for 2 years, this dog.
That's what I'm saying. Like the
Dude,
puppy
his birthday's in
threshold has to
November.
end somewhere.
No, he's still definitely a puppy. He like prances around, and he's
Okay,
like.
fine.
Puppy at heart forever, right?
Yeah.
Don's got it all forward. 14.5 bigs.
Mario is not going to be calling. What about Brian?
Brian's got the 5-7.
But Brian is asking for a count anyway.
Yeah.
These are seconds that we will never get back in our lives.
No, I think Brian's not a fan of the other players at the table, but everybody has to play their own style. Don's not usually a fan of the other players either. Not everyone could be me and be in hands against people that are actually rooting for me while I'm playing against them. It's hard to get to that level. I think it's only been me and Little Man that have been able to accomplish that feat. I was actually in a big hand with him where he did beat me, and I was happy he beat me, defending the big and getting 2 bigs, and we gave each other a big hug, and I was kind of happy. It was actually a hand I didn't mind losing.
Yeah, and Mike, Little Man.
I tried to tell you, Dave, with my raise. I go, Mike, I had 2 pair also, and I was trying to tell you with my raise. Well, we told each other.
And the seniors event every September is run in Little Man's honor.
And I'll play it next year.
Yeah, you'll be eligible.
I will be. I was going to go in there and just rip it down this year, but I'm younger still, and I don't want anyone to say anything.
Tommy Bates, Hard Rock Tommy. He's a TD at Hard
Love
Rock
him.
Tampa. Stoked to be flying in to play one of the best WPT stops at Borgata Poker. Playing my first WPT main event with pros. I'm a big fan of it. And he says it's going to be sick. He actually took down an open event a month ago. Yeah, so like he's starting to transition a little bit. I'd say he's getting semi-pro at this point.
Who needs the whole real job thing?
Tommy,
so
make
good luck to Tommy. I've met Tommy a handful of times.
He's the best. Make sure you get in touch with me, Tommy. You still owe me the drinks from Florida that I didn't make it to. And I got you out here. Whatever, whether you want girls or you need something crazy, let me know. I got you. Just kidding, Tommy.
He hangs out in Brigantine a lot.
Tommy can take care of himself. I'm just trying to act like a cool dude.
I mean, and that's the really cool thing. You think of WPTs, you think of big buy-in events where it's just the pros, but it's guys who take shots and sometimes
take shots. Tommy's going to be very dangerous in this.
But I'm just talking about he's probably.
I don't mean because he's good. I just mean because
this is probably his first $3,500 buy-in.
Yes.
And okay. We're going to digress here because we have an all-in
Queens against
from Mario in the
Ace-5.
cutoff. Brian is all-in as well with pocket queens, and Mario is going to see that his tournament might be coming to an end. He has Ace-5. He is covered by Brian Mantini's pocket queens, so just 3 immediate outs.
It's a big 30% in this world.
It is, and he has.
Oh, look at that move! He walked off the table. He walked off the table.
He walked off. He went to his girlfriend, fiance, wife. We're not 100% sure who she is. He's improved to 2 pair. Just 2 outs to the river for Brian. And he doesn't want to watch. He's going to get a kiss, and he's going to give a little fist pump there. And Brian, unfortunately, is going to be sending a majority of his stack over to Mario. Ace-5 gets there.
Oh, gets a fist pump. Yeah. I was having drinks with her yesterday, but I didn't get to the final table. I am joking. I'm sure they've known each other. Yep. Couldn't get to the final table. No, they are together and definitely not together because
look at us
he's
in
at
the
final
background.
table.
Sit up, Will.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Look at that with the bad posture.
I had to stand up at some point. I can't. I've been in. Well, this is a sick brag. I've been in these chairs for so long. I've just been in deep in every tournament as I min cash the world. It gets tough to sit
way to try to get
all day
attention
long.
in your floral shirt.
What do you mean?
And,
Yo, stop being the creepy uncle all the time.
Way to get
Take a rest.
Settle down, guys.
Settle down.
Brian is going to be left with 4 big blinds. And unfortunately, I don't think he's going to be making that next $10,000 pay jump unless he's able to find a double and then a little bit more help.
It's a pretty good hand to
yeah,
find.
that's a really
big blinds. Let's go.
That's a really good hand to look down at 4 big blinds.
Mario
And I
makes
think
the call?
Mario is going
He's going to
call. It's just a technicality at this point.
I mean, I mean,
It's not a snap.
if he doesn't have a 9 or a 10, it's a snap.
Yeah, I mean, he has 25 big blinds. Yeah,
It's giving 4.5 bigs away. I mean,
Oh, 9-10's not a great
It's
drawing.
close.
What about 10 Jack?
yeah.
Snap.
I call it
I love that. I love that little.
Yeah, it's the
matters.
edges.
I
No, but like
know.
The
10
edges we need.
10-9's probably a call. It's almost definitely a call, but it's not the worst thing ever for him to fold, especially because he's you don't want to double up that guy.
You don't want to double him up, and you also just want to probably get to a situation where you're 3-handed, you're making that $10,000 jump.
Mm-hmm.
As you can see in the Twitch chat, the remaining payouts are listed there.
I think it's kind of cool that we have this whole like New Jersey online poker community now.
Yeah.
Like when people are just like kind of chatting in here with their like online screen names, I know who they are.
Yeah.
Like that's so weird because I used to play a lot. Like I moved to Mexico to play
Worldwide after Black Friday.
after Black Friday, and you don't have that there. Like you know who like the top pros are and stuff, and then after
Yeah,
that,
but you don't
it's a
know
bunch
like
of unknowns at your table.
You know the regs, yeah.
Yeah.
And the tournaments in New Jersey, there's some good prize pools, there's some good value, but they are relatively small tournaments. You know what does the Borgata Nightly get a night?
Yeah, it'll be
150
like-
players
yeah,
or
for
something?
No. The Borgata, I mean, they're giving it. Yesterday, it had a $10,000 guarantee.
No, it's 10,000. We're just saying
Yeah,
how many
yeah,
players
50.
there
Oh,
are.
just, you
You'll
know.
know like 50 of the 150 players. You know, it's kind of cool,
Yeah.
like that you.
But what's really good is they're giving a guarantee, so if you drive over a bridge, you don't have to worry about anything.
Yeah.
You know there'll be at least that much
No,
money.
and,
in
you know
it.
these events they always get off, they always run. So you know the live scene is alive and well here at Borgata, but also online as well. And Brian is going to try to stay alive here. He's going to be all in. We don't get to see his whole cards just yet. And
He's
Stephen
getting called
Madera,
here.
yeah, is going to be calling here with his suited king. His king 7 of clubs, and it's going to be against queen 3 of hearts. It looks like.
It's very, very
Brian.
interesting. Like this is a call because his hand is so good, but like Steven would probably fold some decent hands there just to keep Brian short, so that he
So
can
he can
lean on the
continue to
other
punish,
two
yeah.
opponents. But
That's a
King
very
7,
good-
King 7 suited is just too good.
Very
You
good
can't
point
fold.
from Jamie. And it is a
Wow.
ace high flop,
This is fun.
2 hearts. Both players find a pair. Brian with 82% to win the hand with his middle pair and flush draw. We're going to see the turn though. It's a 3 of spades, changes nothing. Stephen Madera, as you can see, just 4 outs heading to the river. Any king or 7 would win him the pot. And here comes again, the king of spades, the red king of spades. And Brian, unfortunately, is going to fall in 4th
Streaking
place.
player.
Streaky player for
Streaking player.
And Stephen Madera scores another final table knockout. But before we get to his updated count,
Corey
Weiland, there it is. Walland is going to probably be sitting with close to 70% of the chips in play. Here's the remaining payouts. Brian just made $61,000 for his 4th place finish, and now everybody in the top 3, they're all high five.
Those are some really sloppy high fives. Like as far as high
Did
fives
any
go,
of these guys play sports
I don't
as a
know.
kid?
That was
Ay, ay,
very
ay.
unethical.
That was really embarrassing.
Like
by
I
the
feel like
way.
they should take away like 10K from each prize because of how bad those high fives
And
are.
where does that 10K go?
Who cares? Not to them.
Who does that 10K go? Anyone that just had a watch, 4 missed high fives. The best is the fist pump change to the high five and still miss. You know, it's like.
So we're now down to our final 3. Stephen Madera still running away with it. Mario Concepcion was the final table chip leader coming in. He's managed to parlay that to at least a $71,000 score. And Don Fisher is going to be sitting, I believe he's 2nd in chips right now, but him and Mario are very close. And Fisher hasn't really ever peaked well over the chip average. He's been grinding, as we say. And it should be interesting how these 2 shorter stacks work their holdings over the next few orbits, as Stephen Madera has a massive.
Cage-free egg says self-made versus Think Bink versus a wizard. Is that like I have
This
to wear a
truly-
bunch of weird
This
things
truly
on
is
my
a
shirt?
circus. Yeah, you need.
I think at this point, after this performance, it might be what we need to do
Just
this
like
week.
graphic tees.
He's
We're
just
gonna go
wearing
to
too
Target
much.
and spend like $82 on like
Yeah.
every graphic
Every-
tee they have.
every,
No,
like, really bad
I
graphic
only
tee.
think that the Think Bank was personal. I think the other ones were bought off of just sitting in the T-shirt place liking what it said. My mom went to
And this is gonna
Florida,
be-
and this is all I got.
This is gonna be-
I mean,
It's
that-
going to be all in from Don, and Mario's going to wake up with a big hand. He's waking up with 2 9s. This is a blind versus blind encounter. Mario quickly calls, and Don is going to be at risk for his tournament life.
I'm in trouble. Good
And
assessment, Don.
This is a 13 big blind shove. Mario hovering over the dealer. He wants it to be a clean run out with
This
his 9s.
Okay.
And it's a 10-6-6 flop.
Gonna need a 7.
This is interesting. A gut shot. Mario's pocket 9 still in the lead. Don, 4 of spades, doesn't help him. He's not liking where this is going. He's going to take the backpack
Oh, he
off
bagged
the chair.
the pack.
Oh, my God, he did it.
Oh, my God, he did it.
It's
He
coming.
did
It has to.
He did the backpack pull.
And Mario can't believe it. The backpack. The
Backpack.
RV
You just
Pro
yelled backpack.
Dude. That's not even fair. He
And
picked up
while-
his backpack and gave up.
Oh, my
That's
God.
what.
While
That's
we laugh.
You don't know about that?
I do know
Yeah.
that. Everybody does that. If I'm saying it's not fair, you can't just
Oh, it's not fair that he did it. Yeah, this should be rules against that.
We're laughing. Don celebrating. Mario Concepcion is wondering how in the world that 7 came out on the river. And Steven Matera is like, oh, thank God I'm not involved in this madness. And that is going to be a double up. And I believe Mario Concepcion is going to be left with
pennies,
under 10 big blinds easily.
Under 10. I thought it was like 36 to 32 million. I thought it was almost.
It was I think it was 36 to 26. I believe.
Okay,
It was 26, I think, was the effective stack of Fisher. But man, that's
crazy.
just a absolutely brutal river card.
The backpack improves equity 68% of the time.
Oh my God! And it's like I knew it. I had this really gross feeling that Don was going to just pick up the backpack.
Or
He was already off the stage.
I feel like perhaps 30 minutes ago we heard yelling. I mean, that might have something to do with your premonition.
No, I didn't know. I didn't hear anything.
Something else happened.
Wait, this is on a
think
delay?
too. Yeah. Wait a second now. Did he really kiss his girl in the middle of that hand? Yeah, he did.
All right, so Mario's girlfriend's bad luck.
No. Mario going to kiss his girlfriend's bad luck.
It
was all the backpack anyway.
Weeks later, we find Mario and his girlfriend of 4 years are no longer together because of a bad beat kiss on the Borgata Poker Live.
And she keeps blaming it on the backpack, and he keeps saying it's the kiss. It wasn't me.
It tore us apart.
Poppy, it no me. He picked up the backpack.
Cool.
What do you mean?
Coltson's the best.
Okay. Mario, I believe, is going to be shoving here. He's on the button with his short stack.
Oh, Jack.
and- I don't know. What do I know? Looks like it's going to be a raise, not a shove. To 6 million.
Wow.
And I mean, if you're gonna open off of a short stack with King Jack, having your opponent have 2 10s is not the worst situation to be in.
Yeah, it's Steve. He's drawing dead against Steve.
Very, very true.
Steve's
Steve has not lost one of these.
Steve's like, how do I get it all from him? I have the tens.
Time and time again, he doesn't even have tough decisions. It's just, when do I want to move all in?
Look at Don. Don's more excited than anyone on this. I don't blame him.
Don folds, and
No, Don
Steve's
jumped
gonna
out of his seat.
3-bet. Mario's going to call all in for just over
Don't kiss your
10
girlfriend.
big blinds.
Don't do it if you want
Don't
to live.
kiss. Don't kiss.
Do whatever you want, Mario. You're safe. And it is going to be a flip for Mario Concepcion's tournament life.
You see
King
how
Jack
they
versus 10s.
It's funny how they're standing there like on those Survivor shows.
Queen high flop, rainbow, no help to Mario. He was the final table chip leader coming in. Ace doesn't help him either.
Well, it gives you
some additional outs.
yeah.
Jamie, you were saying?
I was saying I don't think that Steven Madara has blinked at this final table yet.
Well, judging by his little profile picture there, he hasn't either. And he hasn't blinked. He hasn't lost a flip yet. And he is going to score another final table knockout, another one. And we are now quickly heads up after about an hour and a half of a four-handed stalemate.
Mario gets 71,000. He played really well.
71,000 for Mario Concepcion, a career best score for him.
Really
He's
good
going to get a
game.
good game from Don Fisher, and Don Fisher is now going to enter heads-up play with a little bit of a disadvantage chip-wise, but if anybody has all the heart, it's Don Fisher.
It sure is. Don will go hug a stranger right now. He don't give a crap. He's so happy. He's looking for Corey. He don't know Corey's in Steve's
Here we are,
background.
guys. We are about to go into another break as they set up the table for heads-up play.
5-minute break?
It's going to be a 5-minute break. We're going to be back soon.
10 minutes.
10 minutes? 5. We'll call it 7.5. All right, how does that work? All right, we'll be back shortly. Until then,
Toasting the perfect marshmallow and turning up 5 cherries. Now that's a win. Get the thrill of Borgata anytime and anywhere in New Jersey. Play online, poker, slots, blackjack, real money. TheBorgata.com. Now that's a win. Get $20 to play when you sign up now. Stretching your hammies and splitting aces. Now that's a win. Toasting the perfect marshmallow and turning up 5 cherries. Now that's a win. Waiting for a nibble and setting a trap with pocket kings. Now that's a win. Do what you love and get the thrill of Borgata anytime and anywhere in New Jersey. Play online, poker, slots, blackjack, real money. TheBorgata.com. Now that's a win. Get $20 to play when you sign up now. Loving up on the puglets and looking down on 4 kings. Now that's a win. Showing off your soft top and shoving in on a straight flush. Now that's a win. Manning the tongs and taking down a hot tournament. Now that's a win. Do what you love and get the thrill of Borgata anytime and anywhere in New Jersey. Play online, poker, slots, blackjack, real money. TheBorgata.com. Now that's a win. Get $20 to play when you sign up now.
All right, guys, welcome back after a short break just to reset the table for heads-up play. This is going to be Steven Madera against Don Fisher for the Almighty Million title. First place is $169,000. Second place is going to be just over $100,000. So a decent jump there from first to second, and Don Fisher is going to be coming back with 25 big blinds, almost a 4-1 chip disadvantage. My name is Will O'Connor. We've been here all day. And coming back into the booth now is Jamie Kerstetter.
Hi, guys.
She's been the streamer extraordinaire this series.
Yeah.
Just doing it all.
I think I'm about done, though. See ya.
Yeah. No.
I'm going to leave you with Cold Stone. It's just going to get creepier.
Oh, goodness me. Now, Cold Stone is great. He is going to be coming back into the booth shortly. And as we see the players returning now and their stacks have been moved to the middle of the table, Steven Madera's significantly bigger than his opponent. He has close to 80% of the chips in play. And the thing that everybody wants, aside from the money, of course, that tiny glass Borgata. Where's yours?
Pretty sweet. Gosh, that's a good question.
Oh, my God.
I know. I think mine's actually in my car. It was in my old apartment, and then I moved to a new place. I had to bring it.
Oh, you moved. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. That makes sense.
Chris just won the Parks one, so he's got that. And
True,
we made
true,
the
true.
rule that whatever the most
recent
trophy
trophy
is gets the spot that like everyone sees.
Okay.
So I thought it'd be funny, like the Borgata one is so much bigger. So like if one of our roommates wins, we're just gonna put it directly in front of his.
No, those are massive. They
They're
are heavy.
huge. It's a really cool trophy.
Yeah. So
it's a gorgeous
welcome back, Cold Stone.
Hello.
And as you can see on the bottom, the blinds are going to be 1 million, 2 million.
There's Corey running
There's
around.
Corey. He's big on Snapchat, right? that is an awesome shot.
Corey's having a good time. He's on the 7th iced tea, sweating. So he gave me an update of his chip count, which was 7. There's Kelly giving the rolls.
And this is one of my favorite features when we get heads
Kelly,
up.
she's one of mine too.
That's a cool lead-in. Cool lead-in. So, but the heads up little ticker there. We get to see players' big blinds, and heads up, we could see some pretty big shifts pretty quickly. And Don Fisher has been in a kind of a fit or fold mode over the last few orbits, few levels. So it's going to be interesting to see how he plays heads up. And I would imagine that with his online background, Steven Madera has a lot more heads-up experience than Don Fisher.
I'm sure he does, yeah.
Because it's just so hard to play.
But Don's played, and it's a lot different. A lot of the sitting goes where the blinds get somewhat in a weird way. But this is still a lot more than a sitting go would have.
And we are just waiting here to get cards back in the air.
I was packing up to go. I'm supposed to be gone.
Yep, talking about the packing up to go. It's always a good story when you can talk about that.
What? Do they have million chip
They
denominations?
do. They're just not putting them out, I don't
Oh
think.
man, I want to see them. Deja Vu, I don't think we're allowed to host a streamer through the Borgata Twitch site, sorry. If I was on my personal account, I would, but I don't think we're allowed to do that.
Yeah, we that's above our pay grade, unfortunately. They just give us the access codes, and then they sign us immediately out. They also don't let me near the computer.
Yeah, that's probably a good policy. Chair kicks for her own bit.
Chair kicks for her. Is that a Danny? What's up, Dan? How's it going, man? Guys, thank you so much for following along all day.
And the nice comments.
Yeah, the nice comments. We're getting some pretty good feedback on Twitter, on all forms of social media. I think Instelberg's Snapchat is absolutely blowing up.
If it blows up, I'll have to watch half the things I say or do.
And I actually just totally forgot there is a PLO event going on in the other corner of the room. So the event center, it might be late on a Friday night, but it's popping up here.
Cold Stone, what is your what's your Snapchat for everybody? In
The Cold Stone.
It's just the Cold Stone.
Yep.
You heard it here first, guys.
Yeah, I'm
Cold
there.
Stone.
I'm in there.
You're in there.
I'm in there later.
Do you know my Snapchat or no?
I think I might have you on Snapchat. I don't know.
What is it, Jamie? I want to see what.
Nudes Ob.
What?
That's what it is. It's Nudes Ob.
Nudes Ob?
Yes, but it's NEWDZOBV.
I'm drawing dead on finding you, I think. I think they have a near me feature.
No, that's like
really
Grinder or something.
That's seriously my name.
No, it says add
great.
nearby.
Oh, cool.
Her name should pop up if hers is on.
It's not on though. I'll turn it on.
It's not on. I'm not turning it on.
I was afraid you might do that.
So I was going to check through to the turn here.
Yeah, that name sounded like a good idea until Chris's mom was like, "I'm on Snapchat, add me," and I'm like, "Oh, jeez, crap."
And you can't change your
No,
Snapchat
you
username.
can't.
I found that out the hard way.
It's Mr. Coldstone, not the
Oh,
Coldstone.
see, I knew there was some senior moment happening.
I run out of
feel it.
those in doctors, and I had to be Mr.
So, Don Fisher's going to steal that pot with King High. A little momentum there for...
Oh, chemistry. No one cares
Mr.
about our
Fisher.
Snapchat. You are a mean person, Chemistry Cat. Thanks, Deja Vu, for sticking up. Kind of got you there, Kazol. You can't really report someone for being rude, I don't think.
You can just
Maybe.
block them. Like, you could block people at will. So if someone's, like, abusing players or
Yeah.
doing whatever, like, there's no rules. It's not like there's a log to go, like, put them through the court system
Oh.
first. You could just be like, you're banned, see ya.
Aha, be careful.
This is going to be a call of $2 million on the button from Steven. A check in the big blind from Don. Checks through.
Wow.
To the turn, 4 to a flush on board.
And a straight for Don.
But Don has improved the wheel. Mandera just with one pair here. I believe if Don is going to bet that Steve is not really going to be able to call just with the board texture and the run out. So he's going to, I think Don's saying, I'm going to show one time.
One time again?
Mandera likes to show every time, as we've seen time and time again.
Heads up's a good time for both people, you know.
Well, the other thing is, you know, it's 100,000 for second, just over 100,000, 169 for first. At this point, you're pretty relaxed either way. You know what I mean? You're in the position where you don't really have to stress anymore. You know,
Plus, Don
other
hit a
players, other multiple pay jumps. It's right there in front of you, and you know, not knowing Don and Steven personally, no matter how this goes, one way or the other, I think each are going to be extremely happy with a $100,000 score.
100%. And again, you know, Don got there through hitting some cards, so whatever happens to him, he'll be happy. I think Steve will be disappointed if he gives up this lead.
Yeah, and this is going to be each player's best career live score, and you know, if you win a Borgata Poker Open title, that puts you in a kind of elite status of your own. You win one of these opening big guaranteed events, whether it be the $2 million, the Almighty Million, or even a championship event, that puts you in even a leader status. So, oh my God, is Don okay?
Don's got Queen King. He's all in.
This is a very, very big shove. 25 big blinds. Mandera is going to fold.
Steven, this is a spot you don't show the ace. Cut it out. I'm not kidding. That's a big
Yeah,
deal.
I mean, I think it's going to be standard. It's going to be par for the course. At this point, he's done it so far, and I think he's comfortable doing it. He might not, I think he understands the negative portion to showing a card there. But yeah, I agree. I think when there's 8 people left and you have the chip lead, you can fool around with it a little bit. But heads up, like, you know, with all due respect, screw this guy. Like, let's just play poker. We don't need to be flashing him some cards.
Don't encourage him to jam on you. That's all I'm saying. Like, don't show an ace and fold. If you're going to fold, just fold. Whatever. Like, if you think you could find a better spot than calling off with ace-6 suited, fine. Which I think it's probably a get it in anyway. He was 20. He was like 25 bigs deep at the
and I think
time.
it's a great. I think it's an okay. You know, if Steve wants to just end it, if he just wants to put the hammer down,
it's fine. Just don't show that you're willing to fold an ace, especially because you're showing that you're folding the best hand.
I think maybe a little bit what it would be is this is one of my favorite stories ever in poker. And if any hands develop, I'll make this really short. I'll try to be as short and sweet. It was the spring championship, and Mo Farah, who you know and a lot of people know, got in a very, very big flip, I believe with like 2 tables left, maybe like 12, 13 players remaining. Got into a very, very big flip. And later a week later, talking to him about it, he said that he, bounced the hand, the ideas he was thinking about off of a lot of people, and that one person said, you can just, I believe it was jacks against, or jacks or tens against ace king. And the player who Mo asked said, listen, you open, he 3-bet shoves. If you fold, you still have like 15 big blinds. Just muck, and you don't have to tell anybody what your hand was. So like that's a situation where, Steven can just muck, and like he could have just been opening light, and then just he thinks he got a really good shove through. But Steven showing that ace, telling his opponent what he had in a sense, just gives away too much information, and then also leads other players at the table. Obviously, there's only one right now. That they can maybe take advantage of that in the future.
Yeah, you just don't want to encourage your heads-up opponent to take more aggressive lines against you.
Because aggression is hard to combat.
The best case scenario is for him to like get chipped down, to be playing small ball, to maintain his huge chip advantage, and not let Don 3-bet shove on him ever. That's his best situation, and he kind of instead gave his opponent like a whole bunch of confidence.
Mm-hmm. I think, with all due respect to Don, that Steve, long run, is just a better player. This is just a 25 big blind shove again with ace-8. So while Steve might be wanting to play a little bit of a small ball, Don is going the opposite way.
If I'm Steve, I'm going to limp every button at this point.
Yeah, because if he's going to be shoving that, I'm just going to limp.
If he's going to be shoving, I'm not going to incentivize his shoves. I'm going to let him steal 1 big blind. I'm not letting him steal 2 big blinds and get even by shoving, waiting for me to wake up for it.
Okay, so for 25 bigs in this situation, put yourself in Steve's seat.
I wouldn't change the way Steve's playing. I'd let him shove his ace-9 when he gets it.
Okay, what is the lowest you're calling off? Ace-10? Are you calling off ace-10 for 25 big? Yeah, okay.
For sure.
King,
especially,
queen?
yes, watching the way he's playing now, it's like ace-10, I'd be thrilled to get it in. Any pairs over 5s, I'm thrilled to get it in, and probably king, queen suited. I'm going to start having to call off with that. I would regret folding the ace-6 suited, seeing how often you're getting shoved on now.
Yeah.
Because you're, it's the kind of thing he wants to safely chip up and grind his opponent down, but it's very clear that this opponent's not going to let that happen.
Yeah.
That he's willing to take a not great all-in situation over being chipped down, which is good. If you think that you're at a disadvantage versus your heads-up opponent, maximize variance as much as you can.
And I think that's exactly what Don is doing, and it's the same thing we've seen.
Don
Steve
just raised them also when he limped.
Steve is going to limp the button
Which
again.
Which is fine, because now at least he didn't give away 4 million chips. He gave away 2 million chips.
That's a really good point, actually.
And he can fold. I would still be folding. I'd still be folding the bottom third of my buttons in this spot, because you're just not getting. You're not getting.
You would fold
5-3 off,
yeah,
for sure. And I would limp the rest of my range. And if you think your opponent's not adjusting to you at all, you're adjusting by starting to limp. If you think he's not, then start raising your good hands. You can actually limp your middle of your range and still raise aces and kings and get.
And still, Don hasn't done it yet without at least king high. He just happened to have had an ace.
I mean, Don's not crazy all in just yet, but it's an interesting. And it looks like Steve is going to be putting in a raise here after Don just called the button. So maybe this is a little bit of monkey see, monkey do with Don limping the button as well. And Don, he's been very active, but the problem with these high blind limits are you kind of need a double to get really back into it. You can't. You can only chip somebody down.
And this is why I think it's
so much.
mentally defeating if Steven keeps pot controlling, if he makes every pot small, if he's limping buttons and stuff. If you're Don, you're Don's okay,
pots.
I'm gonna need to get a double up. I'm not going to get to 60 big blinds, 1 big blind at a time.
This could develop into something. This has been...
Steven's going to fold.
Those eyes.
His 3-bets are just so big. Like, this is the kind of thing, like, if Steven limped the button and Don made it like $6.5 million, he can call.
He can call.
But the fact that he raised, he's now giving him 4.5 million chips, and Don's 3-bets have historically been massive.
Yeah.
So now you're folding a good hand
It's
that's very playable.
It's a 3-bet to 18 million after the
I think my
the
strategy
raise
would
to
be
4,500.
I'd be limping like 60% of buttons and folding like bottom of my range. Like,
You wouldn't be raising at all.
I don't think so.
Not right now, at least.
You have a good chance of like limping a big hand on the button and getting shoved 25 big blinds in your face.
Yeah.
Like that's
And then you're just
ideal.
snapping. Yeah.
And every time that you get shoved on and have to fold, you're losing one big blind. Like the chance of you waking up with a big hand before you like blind down to being like 1-to-1 in chips is huge.
It's an interesting strategy, but he'll be putting no pressure on Don. And eventually, I mean,
You
Don
don't
can't
need to.
keep jamming.
You don't need to put pressure on him if he's going to jam every time he has a good hand.
I understand that part. But he shouldn't have a good hand, and you might just be giving away dead bigs also by
Yeah, but
limping.
you're giving away half the big blinds you'd be giving away if you raise the button.
If you
and get
decide to
jammed
play 3-5, if you're going to
Yeah, that's what I'm
decide
saying.
to
I'd
play
fold the bottom
king
40%
queen
of
and
my
not
hands.
fold it, then you know.
on.
And he really hasn't picked up any steam against him with all these hands anyway.
Yeah, and that's just the point I was making, that the blinds are so high that Don he can really only shove his way and win the blinds and antes to get up to 35
Tell you
bigs
this
at most.
much.
He's not going to completely change this tie, but
Steve's not giving up second pair right
And
now.
Steven limped. He did adjust that. He limped. He's still playing a hand I would have just given up.
Mhm.
But at least he didn't make it 4.5 million.
and he's going to go check, bet, call. So we're going to see the first turn of heads up, and it's going to pair the board. So both players with 10s up. Steven Mandara with...
Now, Steve knows there's no way Don's betting a 10 like that right there.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense.
So he's got top pair aside from the 10. He could have a pocket pair, but wow. Don's really going to start feeling the groove now. What's he showing, ace or a deuce?
And Don Fisher, there we go. I think the whole limp the button every hand strategy, I don't know if either of you guys know, maybe somebody following along recognizes it. Phil Hellmuth played Tom Dwan in the NBC Heads Up once, and in one of Phil's mid-hand speeches, he goes, "I never raise, I never fold the button, I limp every time." And Tom Dwan just rolled his eyes. He's like, "Okay, good for you, Phil."
But is that the year that Dwan beat him, or is it
was the year that
Phil
Dwan
killed
beat him? They got in aces
Phil
versus
killed him
10s.
next year.
Yeah.
By just bluffing away and ripping.
Phil Hellmuth is.
He adapted.
He can change up his
Mandara.
game. I'll give Phil that.
Yeah, Madera's fold of the 3 there was really weird. I think part of it could just be that he has been making the best hand the entire night. Hit bottom of his range was like a boat. He made quads, he made a boat, he had kings, he had aces. He's
Jamie,
been
we're talking
running-
about Phil Hellmuth. Stop.
Madera. He's running really good, and then all of a sudden you make a hand where there's gray area where you're like, I don't know, I'm not really sure. And he hasn't been in that spot yet, the whole final table. So now heads up play is actually kind of hard because he's used to making top 2% of hands. And now he's going to have third pair on a board where to us it's wow, it's obvious that it's good. But to him he's just this is so below my standards to have to play a non-overpair.
Yeah, what happened to all the easy decisions? I swear to God, Steven Mandara, he's on Twitter, right?
Yeah, I can't remember his name.
I don't remember his name either. If anyone can help me out with that,
Somebody in chat was calling him by his Twitter name before, so hey chat, if you guys know, actually let me find it. Chase Free Dumb, D-U-M-B. Assuming that's him?
No, I don't think so.
Oh no, that's someone else. What? Oh, they're making a joke. Because he looks exactly, wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's not him, so it's
That was
not
funny. Rich
Chase.
Rodrigo made a pretty good joke.
Oh, well, so be it.
Think pink.
All right, and even though there's been some pots going either way, it's been more or less no change on the leaderboard, as you can see on the top graphic. 89 big blinds to 25 big blinds for Don Fisher. He has a pretty tough mountain to climb, and he's going to flop a pair of sixes here, so he has two pairs. 7 changes nothing on the turn. He's going to go check, check to get there. And Don is now going to lead. He's been making these kind of somewhat weird turn leads in the hands we have played, and they're working for him so far, and everyone's just showing their cards. Stop it.
And that's just
I'm just wondering if they have an agreement they're going to show one heads up. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, we might not know that, but I've had tournaments I've
where,
done
like, he's leading, but, like, if he gets called, he's definitely behind.
Mhm.
Like, you have second pair, but third pair paired the board, and there's also...
Steve doesn't use
like,
computers,
very
it
weird.
says. Steve's an online player. How does he not use computers?
What does he use, a tablet?
He deleted it. Or maybe it's private, but maybe it's deleted. Thanks, guys, for going back and forth and not knowing.
Yeah, I actually haven't seen Steve on Twitter lately, so he's probably just been in the Think Bink lab, not getting bothered with the nuances of social media.
I think Don's happy they didn't adjust the prize pool earlier when they were 5-handed, and he seemed to be the adamant one. with
Yeah,
the
I think
hands.
he's okay with that now, because he was, I think, one of the shortest stacks. So
I wouldn't be surprised if he's still trying.
that
but,
works. I don't know, and I mean, this, yes, $65,000 differences is a big jump from second to first. Excuse me.
But at this point,
yeah. And quite frankly, Steven Madera with this kind of chip advantage, and as as crusher as they come in New Jersey.
What would he give him? What would he give him?
I mean,
that's it.
And like
10,000.
It's pennies at that point.
It's just not. Equity,
it's not worth everybody's time. I don't think
it's not, especially since Don's already guaranteed such a big number. How much would Steve take off? And Steve,
then I'm getting word that it is that Chase
That is
Freedom
him?
name.
He just has like a different name under his? I'm confused. It says Chase. Oh, Chase Glory. Okay. Is that really him? It doesn't look like him at all.
Looks like a bigger version of him. No offense.
The beard looks consistent, but the rest.
This looks
of it
like a WSOP.com. Oh my god,
Like
I
the
can't
fake
say that
one?
here. It looks like the avatar.
Yeah.
yeah, that does look like an avatar.
I don't know, man.
And his bio is pretty funny. 2016 WSOP main event champion. 2017 staking site pro, selling at some unprofitable markup until I have to sell my
That's
bracelet
a
for
big-
scrap money.
You got a big hand for one right now.
Oh, oops.
Don's got
so,
ace-5
yeah.
against a jack.
It was really big on the flop, and
I think it's going to get big
it's
again.
getting fizzled out because the ace is pretty much an action killer. If a bunch of chips went in on the flop, I could see this hand being in massive
Oh,
pot.
Steve wants to win with the John 6 so bad.
He does, but it's like the board run out couldn't have been worse for Don to get chips in the middle.
Oh, the queen's not his problem. It's the ace. Well, I mean, there was so much action. How can he have an ace and a queen?
And Don's just going to show it again.
He only won $2 million on that hand.
Yeah, I mean, if the flop...
Jamie.
Weird. I would fist pump that, too, the fact that that pot did not get big.
Jamie,
Yeah.
David, if I ever get to a situation like this, it's never going to
I
happen.
mean,
but
that's
I
just
mean,
too far-fetched.
we are just going to like.
It's not going to happen.
So out of this world if it does happen. And if I show one single card to an opponent, I will give you like a 20% free roll on whatever I cash for.
Well,
Just don't do it, guys.
I mean, yeah, I don't know what they're doing, but in one of my bigger events, I showed a lot of cards late and got a huge amount of folds late.
Oh, really?
But that was against, they were all 23 and I was 40. Yeah, that was the Fox event. There was no one over 24. But we did make an agreement that we'd all show one card, except for Hoyt Corkin, and we said, fine, the 9 of us will show one card after every hand.
Really?
So we all did it.
Wow.
And you had Stam Dog there, Bonesy, you had...
Bonesy.
had
Chris Bonita is like the coolest ever. I haven't seen him.
Chris Hooney was there. It was a lot of fun people. So,
Hooney was at the FT?
so we all
I
showed
have a
one.
great Bonita story. He comes back from break having perhaps smoked something on dinner.
Sure.
He's 20 minutes late. He sits in a seat in a 6-max where we've been looking at the same 5 faces for the last 8 hours before dinner, right?
Don't
Sits
say
at the
it.
wrong table, plays
Oh
15
my
minutes.
God.
Somehow, randomly, the other guy was later back from dinner than he was.
So he went to
goes,
his
yo,
seat.
man, you're in my chair. You're playing my stack. And Chris goes, what? And everyone on the table's like, wait, yeah, you're a different guy. The floor had to come over and like parse out the chips
Reconstruct.
like from the 5 hands he played, and he's like a very aggressive player. He's playing multiple hands on
Yeah.
this table, right? And then they move him back to the other table. They try to do that, whatever. I see Chris on break after all that commotion. I was like, what happened? He goes, I don't know. Some moron played someone else's stack.
That's funny.
It just didn't affect him at all. Like, he's just, I'd be mortified. I'd be like, let me punt this tournament and get out of here before someone beats me up for waiting like the table was paused half an hour while they're trying to figure it out.
Chris is funny.
Who ended up winning that tournament, Cold Stone?
Jeff Forrest won it.
Okay.
Tom Marchese came in 3rd. Motion came in 4th. Stan Dong came in 6th. And Google came in 5th. It was a pretty sick 10K, yeah.
All the goats.
All the goats that were under 24 and me. I'm walking with a cane, and they're all drinking in the bowling alley until 2 a.m. at Foxwoods. And we all went to the same car at breaks. Like 7 out of 9 of us are crammed in one car on the break. And then I remember the Stam Dog goes to me, what are you doing, Dave? You still just got 16 bigs. And I was like, Stam, I just got no place to go. I got nothing to do but sit and wait until I make you guys fold, and I will show you an ace. And
does Steve show an ace there? I think we're going to get a little, we were turned on to this earlier. We're going to get a little quick break here. I think this is a little bit of a payout adjustment talk. I think there's going to be an attempt at payout adjustment talk.
But we're not going to talk about it.
But we're not going to talk about it. We're going to talk about everything else.
Yeah,
we're
what
going
do
to
you
talk
guys
about,
wanna talk about?
Follow the BorgataPoker.com blog, Borgata Poker blog, Borgata Poker Open .blog, the Borgata. Follow all the action from not only the almighty Million in real time, but also the 1K 6-max. We got 2 final tables running behind
One of them
us.
is heads up right
One
now.
of them is heads up.
You can see it, actually.
Wow, heads up for all the glory right there in the horse.
And a trophy.
And then on the other side of the room is the PLO.
They're talking prize adjustment in the horse.
There's a PLO event, and then there's also a satellite to the main event tonight?
I think so.
Or no?
There's one online.
No.
There's
Maybe
like
online.
There's like
Oh, yeah.
there's one online, and there's like 8 this weekend. Guys, got to get down here, check it out. And tomorrow, early and often, it's getting started. 100K Saturday series. That prize pool nearly always gets doubled. So
We got a $700 satellite.
and the heads up online.
And a $700 satellite and a $300 live satellite. 1 in 5, 1 in 10.
Dare I say there are too many options?
There are too many options.
Is that even possible?
No.
No, it's not.
Choices to make.
So that was a quick break.
And right now we got
Somebody probably mumbled something into somebody's ear. The other person said no, and now we're back playing.
That's probably just about how it went. Will you take an extra $100? No.
But I believe the blinds and antes just went up, so Don Fisher.
Is that 15.3? 15.3?
1.53 million.
Million?
Yeah.
Oh, my. Jamie, have you ever had a blind of $3 million?
I don't think
What's
so.
the standard open
Have you
against
ever
$3
had
million?
$3 million in a tournament? That is a serious question.
Yes.
Can you open for less
I
than
almost
$6
had $3
million?
million in this tournament.
Trolled.
Trolled.
Have you ever had $3 million in the main?
Don just flopped a pretty good.
That would be.
Guys, big hand here.
had $1 million
Big
in the
hand.
main.
Steve's leading into Don with air, and Don has all.
Don has a jack on ace, jack, jack. So he's not going to go anywhere.
If he raises now, I will blow my head off. I know he likes to.
Half the poker community prays
I know he
for
likes
a check raise.
Yeah, I know he likes to play it safe, but take a look at that. He probably thinks the straight just came.
And the Queen of Diamonds put some potential
the
straight
flush.
draws and flush draws on board. Steven Mandera is going to check back.
He's checking back 6 high. It's
And
a good
there's
spot.
it's Don's turn to have quads, guys.
Yeah, why bet it? Oh, because it's the best hand.
And this could very well be a chop pot. Steve could certainly think.
Oh, no, I'm joking when I say why bet it. There's a lot of reasons. I mean, Steve might be
Yeah.
induced right now to try to take it, and he isn't. But
And
like,
he's not going to take the
But
bait.
you're saying to yourself, he doesn't have a jack. He can't.
It would be
call.
a really bad board to raise on as a bluff.
Yeah.
Because an ace is never folding, so you're just basically like giving
You're basically just
jacks,
lighting money on
aces
fire.
like 10 extra million.
Can we get the queen to fold?
Quads and no value, let him bluff. I mean, yeah, because we'll lull. It's the kind of board where a check raise would be really good if your opponent has an ace, but your opponent doesn't appear to have an ace.
Yeah.
Like the board,
He showed
the way the
quads.
hand was played, it's like
He showed every hand.
Yeah. He's letting the guy know good fold. Steve, keep folding until I have all the chips. It doesn't make much sense, Don. Your head's up now.
Don now up to 20 big blinds, as we mentioned. The
Heads up, you're supposed to
blinds-
show the bluff, not the nuts.
Yeah. You're supposed to show the 6 or whatever came with
or
it.
And
just
then
show
have
nothing.
kings.
Why is everyone showing everything?
Or just show nothing. But don't be showing quads.
As you can see, the remaining payouts. This was a $1 million guaranteed event. Just under 2,500 players in total. Day 2 began with over 600. They played down to its final 24. They came back today with 3 tables of 8. Played down to the final table. Got to here around 4:30. Stream went live.
Steve
around
raised.
4:30, and now we're
Stop
here.
raising the button, Steve. Can I just go tell him that?
Well,
Yes, Jamie. Yeah,
no,
you're muted.
only if Don has the ace-8 each time or ace-9.
It hasn't worked a single time. He's stolen 0 times by raising.
It's all in. Oh, I thought Steve pushed. Steve did 3-bet.
No. Steve opened the button, and then Don 3-bet.
All in?
No.
25 million.
Oh, I got you.
Just
I got
essentially all in.
you. Yeah.
So we have some final tables playing out, and there's trophies on almost every table in the room here for final tables. The horse, heads up, super stack elevator. That event is an absolute grind. You went deep in that like maybe 2 series ago, didn't you? Didn't you
Last
have
time,
T1?
yeah. I made a bad shove with like 17 left.
Oh, okay.
I remember distinctly because I like shoved. And I'm going, what am I doing? Like as my brain's
You
like
literally- yeah,
fold
yeah.
queen 8 suited, my body's going, I'm all in, right to aces.
Hate when that happens.
It's a bad spot.
So it is a close to 3-1 advantage. Chapstick's coming out. It's getting raw out there.
Hearts against hearts. These guys are marrying the same suits every hand. It's crazy.
Let's see what Steven does here.
Last time Steve had the 9 deuce of diamonds. They
I
reversed.
thought Steve was on the button. My apologies. He's going to take it
You
with
got
a walk.
Yeah.
And that's what you do with 9. Do a 3 suited. You fold it.
Throw it in. Flick it.
The elevator tournament was cool though. I had to miss it this time. I was like still in this one to an annoyingly late time
Yeah,
without
yeah.
really making money. That tournament's cool. If it's like the complete opposite of this tournament.
Yeah,
Actually,
it's a lot of fun if you can
don't have
make
a ton
it
of
to
chips
the-
early,
yeah.
and the levels are fast. So it's like begins as a turbo, and like the chips redistribute to the players real fast. Like people bust, you get a stack, and then the levels get longer and longer, and the tournament gets better. Like you're
yeah.
gonna have a final table with relatively deep
Probably
blinds.
like a 30 to 40 big blind
Yeah,
average,
and
which
you
is
didn't
great.
take forever getting there. You're not like in a 6-day tournament to have 40
A lot of
big
people buy into that also in the 5,000 when the level becomes
Mhm.
big and you have 40
because they
bigs.
want to like just get, which is crazy.
It's 40
like,
bigs. It's
yeah,
not bad.
It's
I
not
mean,
bad.
You're playing 5-minute levels.
But it's cool. Like your hourly in that tournament is going to be pretty high. Like you aren't spending 10 hours of useless levels, like trying to get to 1.5 your stack.
I think it's a really good tournament. I'm surprised other venues haven't implemented it. But
Well, Borgata's always the premier.
they're
on
on
that
the
stuff.
they're on the forefront. That's for sure. And I would venture to say they are going to be the first land-based property to run an online tournament in the property.
Incorrect.
Oh,
PCA.
Oh, PCA did it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's what the battleship format.
Oh, PCA did that once? Okay.
Yep.
I
We're
digress
the first
then.
one like in the mainland.
I mean, resorts like 2 months ago or 3 months ago, they did something with Somerville.
Oh, really?
I think.
Okay. I think it's cool though. I think having like.
Oh no, I think it's really cool.
wide
Even if
variety of-
we're the first, the second, the third, whatever,
Yeah.
it's still really cool. I think the players are going to turn out for it, and hey, somebody's going to walk away with a Borgata Open title, and they're going to be the first ever Borgata Poker Open winner from online.
I think it's awesome.
That's a cool
I
thing
think
to say.
Having some people watch people play online poker and see that, like a lot of like older players who maybe used to play in like 2005, got burned by online poker and they're afraid of it. And seeing people play it and like, look, this site's legit, it's regulated.
Hell, there were
You can
18-year-old
cash
kids
out.
that got burned playing on it. But, it was
But I was saying those people are more.
Okay, and we are going to be quickly all in. This was an open or a limp on the button, a shove from Don, and Steve, I believe, called all in. And this is going to be for
a lot.
Don Fisher's Tournament Life. Both players pair up on the flop. Ace-Jack versus Ace-8.
She's got 3 outs.
Did he say Jack for a sweat?
Okay.
He did request that.
Okay, a 9 puts some chop outs
Deuce of hearts on the river.
out there. Steve cannot win the hand outright. Deuce of spades is going to bring a little celebration.
I'm sorry,
for Don.
wrong deuce. He
And
knows
that's gonna be
exactly what
very-
comment would make a guy annoyed. He looks like he could just get under your skin.
Yeah. Very, very important double for Don Fisher, and we're going to be almost dead even.
Do you know they have identical sideburns also?
You're just noticing that now?
No, I haven't taken the rest of his beard off his face to notice it.
We're 6.5 hours into this thing. And
There were a few sideburn comments on the side. I didn't know how to address them.
all right, and Steven
So now,
Madeira takes his first real hit
now you're
on
going to
this
hear
final
from him.
table.
You still don't want to do that adjustment? See what happens? Yeah, now they're going to be playing another 9 hours. But we won't be here for all of it, guys. You'll find out tomorrow what happened.
Yeah.
And we're signing off.
I will say the
real quickly, the Borgata Poker Room every Wednesday,
Thursday, or
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. They're giving away $250 for every high hand every 15 minutes. $250.
If I can do math, I think that's 1,000 an hour.
And times 10 hours
is 10,000.
I think this is going to go on for 10 hours from noon to 10 p.m.
There you go.
Wednesday, Thursday, Fridays in September. I was down there for a little of it, didn't catch a piece, but I watched it happen. I'll even have you know I got quads twice after it ended.
Oh, how unlucky are you? How bad do you run?
How bad do I run?
Jeez.
How bad do I run?
No justice. For
And I
both
almost didn't even make money in the hands. Actually, it's a funny story. An old man was trying to net roll me, and when I called his all in, he didn't turn his hand over, and he said, "You got a pair?" I go, "Yeah, I got a decent pair." He goes, "Oh, I got a small pair," and I had jacks. So the flop was 2 jacks, so I flipped them over because I have quads. What do you think the old man flips over? Queens. He was trying to slow roll, net roll me. I would have thought I was good too. I would have been annoyed about it, but I won the hand. So I Snapchatted it. I said, "Sir, did you just say you had a low pair?" So it's in my Snapchat archives.
Now that's a
coming
tweet
soon.
right there.
Don't read it out loud because it's in the future. We're getting messages from the future.
Yeah, we are in the time vortex here at Borgata.
Is future Asher going to come over again? When Asher won his title, he stopped in the booth after the chop while it was still going on, so we started calling him Future Asher.
Ooh, future Ash. And Don has flopped a flush draw here. Steve is going to be treading water with 3 high, but he's going to bet it. Don't imagine Don is going to go anywhere just yet, though. although his flush draw is just 4 high. These are some really, really strong hands. 4 of hearts pairs up Don. And he's going to check again. And could we see another barrel come from Madeira? It looks like that's exactly what we're going to get. It's a hefty bet. And it's a snap call from Don. Get the count on that in a second. I believe it was close to 7.5 million. Pot ballooning to 30 million. And the 6 of hearts is going to...
I like how it says 0% next to each of their names. These
chips actually just get taken out of play.
Yeah,
I think we have to change those stats, by the way, guys.
So the 6 of hearts is going to put another pair on the board, and amazingly, both players are going to... Wow, Steve's going to do it.
Of course he has to bet. He has
Well,
to
Steve,
bet.
I'm not surprised he bet. I'm surprised that that he showed.
He showed it?
Yeah, he
I
showed
missed
the
that
thing,
part.
too.
Okay, I mean,
I didn't want to get you
balances
angry.
his showing range.
Yeah.
You think that's a little tilting?
The nuts.
Steven's going to take down that pot. I believe that was a walk in the
park.
Walk in the park. Walk in the big blind.
Yay, Jinx here. It's starting to be WPT
It's
time.
WPT season, baby.
I love this WPT. This is my own good spot, and I would like to play this every weekend.
This is what we said this before. This is one of the biggest WPT events they have.
They get like 1,100 players
every year.
Unreal.
No, like without fail.
Yep.
This is just like a paycheck to us every year. Just stop by there, get to the min cash, move up the ladder a little bit.
Yep. How easy is it for Cold Stone?
I don't know. It just seems
he already spent his min cash. He already spent that. That's already been debited.
Gone. Selling a 2.1 for this event, guys. You're guaranteed double your money. That would be 7,200 for 10%. What would it be?
What are you trying to figure out?
I don't know.
$720 for 10%.
He's like, is that one of those new fandangled calculators? I use pencil and
This is what's happening right now.
I just did that in my head. 2.1 of 3,500. Oops, just sold 5%. I was kidding. It's 1.8. Drop it down.
Don adopting the limp the button strategy, it seems, and Steve is going to check in the big blind. It's king high flop, all spades. Don with a pair of threes is best. 8 of diamonds on the turn is going to bring 2 more checks, so we are going to see a river. As the jack of clubs changes, nothing. Don is in the lead. I imagine this is going to go check, check, and Steve can just show 5 high.
Five
but Don's going to take it with ace-3 and his pair of threes.
And the heads-up match continues.
You know, I think Ship the Sherp's probably right. Madara does look like a cat guy, doesn't he?
Meow.
Every time I say, I'm not saying the word again. It's creepy.
What?
Meow.
What's creepy? Meow or cat guy?
You meowing. Cat guys are always nice. I like cat guys.
Cat guys probably finish last, though. Except for Steve, I guess, because
he can't finish last.
Because he can't finish
that
last.
Option
Yeah,
is over.
yeah. That option ended. What was it? When was the first flight? Wednesday.
Yeah.
Somebody once actually, they said I finished top 100, and I then went on the Hendon Mob and I was like
like 50 pay.
No, I was like this guy didn't finish top 100. Maybe he just told me the wrong event or whatever. And then I was talking to him later because he was still deep in the event, and he finished top 100 in his flight in the last one, and I was like, what the. That's not a thing. It's not, and it's not 80 pay in each flight or something like that. So I know I felt bad. It was pretty funny though.
Yeah,
and he ended up making a deep run the next time, so he improved on his top 100 flight finish.
It's
And
we continue on. 49 to 30
continuing
bigs.
on, and it's been a steady climb for Don since coming back from break. He's closed the gap slightly. This will be a limp on the button. Don is going to check his option in the big, and I think these guys are they're going to hit a boiling point sooner or later. And this
I vote
could
for Sooner.
this Me too.
Hey, was that an imitation of me? I want this to end off.
This could turn into something here. This is going to be a very, very big raise.
It's a big raise by Don with the up and down drawer. I mean,
I think it's a raise to 20 million.
Yeah.
I love this guy. I love this guy.
Does he
so
realize that he's allowed to listen to music now during Heads Up probably again?
I don't think he needs music. I think he's just in his own head, and he is thriving.
Do you think he knows his whole playlist?
I don't think I've ever seen somebody actually like viciously fist bump at the table, like when they take it down with the raise on the flop. That's
yeah,
like I just doubled, come on kind of thing.
One of the coolest karma type things I ever saw was a guy
Wow,
who
got to
was
walk with
douchey
3 deuce.
and tried to windmill. He's at the table next to me at 5'10".
Fell
Tried to
down?
windmill, slam down his cards when he was like calling on the
showdown or
river.
whatever, yeah.
One card bounced off the table
Dead
face
hand.
down, and they said dead hand.
Oh my
I've
god,
And it
he
was
deserves
awesome.
that. He deserves
I've seen that in a 1K Survivor where the guy did that with aces to call the all-in, and then one card came off. He was like, Dave, you know what just happened? I was like...
And they ruled it dead?
They did, and I don't
Yeah,
really
you don't
understand
act like an
that,
animal, that will
though.
never happen to you. That's
No,
not
but
in
the
realm
point
of
is they could still
possibility.
count the cards and see 41 cards
I think
on the
it's
floor.
awesome.
Yeah.
This looks like it is going to be a raise on the button to 6 million.
Yeah, this is bad timing right
by
now.
Steve. 6.5, excuse me. Don is going to call in the big blind. Steve has his opponent dominated with ace queen.
They had that backwards.
Yikes.
And
Yikes.
Don is going to find a pair. It's 9 high flop, 2 clubs. Neither player with a club in their hand. And Steve is going to put out a bet, and Don is going to just instantly fold. I mean, when you're making that call pre-flop with ace deuce, you find a pair.
Yeah.
Are you want to at least?
I mean, heads up, you have a pair. You also have.
I've heard that's hard to do.
Yeah, it's hard to do. I mean, I'm gonna at least peel one. I guess if you're planning on like folding it every turn, but like Steve Madera hasn't been he's not Kevin Grable, where you're like, if I'm calling this flop bet, I'm calling the turn bet and calling the river shove.
Mm-hmm.
It's different. I think you need to peel off the turn.
I agree with you, but I think Don is probably thinking, if I call this flop bet, I'm probably gonna have to call a turn bet, and then it just gets so expensive.
Probably not. Like Madara hasn't been like that. Like he has definitely checked some turns.
He's shown the ability to do that. I think he's starting to realize that it is getting within touching distance. So I don't think he's going to be as open to just
Jam.
kind of dusting away his stack. I don't think he's going to let that happen against a guy like Don.
It's easy. Oh, you mean Steve?
Yeah, I'm
That's
just.
what I'm saying. That's another thing. Like Steven has the chip lead right now,
And he wants to keep
He's
that.
not prone to dusting, so like you might only have to call one bet, and like you did defend the ace deuce and you hit a deuce, and like
Yeah.
This hand could get a little play also. They both got backdoor spades. Yeah,
So this top pair for Steve against middle pair for Don, as Dave mentioned.
Well, either player could have folded their hand in a ring game, but heads up, these hands are just very big. But you guys all know that.
And the ace of spades
gives Don the better draw with a worse pair.
slows down
So
all
we
the
go
action.
check, and
It's a great card for Steve.
Yeah.
Duh.
you think so?
Why don't you lead into him, Don?
And we won't lie, since we're in the time vacuum that is the 30-minute live stream delay, we have heard some hoots, some hollers from the live stream stage. So expect some action. Set your clocks. And I just got a message from blogger Matt Clark, and it simply said, "This will never end."
Oh no.
Yeah, what are you setting your clock for?
Did they pause it? Did they pause it for
Nothing's
for
paused.
tomorrow? We're coming back tomorrow.
Tomorrow at
Heads up.
12. Tomorrow is the heads up, so people will get confused.
Yeah, I thought this was online. Is this for real money?
I feel like
I'm sorry, is online not for real money?
Like, based on this match, and I'm just gonna be like, well, I have 40 big blinds. I have to shove.
Ace 9. Ace 8, Ace 9 suited.
I'm gonna play like Don Fisher. I all in.
Or I flop a pair, I fold.
Yeah, flop a pair, I fold. I'm all
This has
in.
been a crazy heads-up match.
I wonder, you know.
I'm sorry, Don's talking. Can you guys quiet down?
Again, as you can see on the bottom of the screen, all the information you'll need: small blind, big blind. 3 million chip big blind right now, so it is getting up there.
Dude, I just want to play Steven. I don't want to have you heckling me in between every game. Sir, I can't sit here and read my text and have my phone and read.
Yes, the average blinds at the end of this match will probably be 5 bigs each. And, and Steve will be opening 2-3, and Don will be jamming Ace 9. In the background, you can see Kelly's attire. It's a mixture of Gap and I'm just kidding. I didn't mean it in a mean way, like Gap's bad.
I didn't mention it when we were doing the whole Ask Coldstone thing earlier. Somebody in the chat wrote, "What do you think Coldstone does if he goes into a fancy clothing store?" And I think he gets kicked out.
No,
That's
I
like
was gonna say he goes and says, "May I use your restroom, please?"
I'll have you know, I have all my fancy clothes already bought from 10 years ago still in my closet.
Yeah, they still fit you, right?
They still fit me, but they're out of date.
Yeah, they were fancy like 2000 fancy.
Like, you know, I got the, double vested stuff. And the stuff that'll be back in 4 years.
Yeah, it'll come back. It always does.
My silk shirts with different, tiger designs on them will be back also. And when Andrew Hardy gets back.
What were you like as like a 21-year-old kid?
I got pictures
no way
of it.
he was 21. I don't believe it.
He was just born like this.
I got me pictures of me 16 years old, bare ass in Cancun running around.
Okay, we'll wait till we're off the stream.
That was actually pretty good. But
I want to see it. I want to see it.
Yeah, I was probably a little bit crazier than most. I still see myself as that young person.
Yeah, you have that that youthful spring to you. I like it.
But I get different comments back from some of the jokes I used to use.
Yeah.
More like, "What did you say, sir?" Instead of, "Oh, ha, ha, ha." "Excuse me, sir? Did this guy just say that?"
This is both players with aces. Don has just called the button, and Madeira is going to put in a raise. Looks like Don doesn't want to go anywhere.
My parents didn't take me to Cancun. I went on spring break, and I think we took a bus
Don
there.
has moved all in. So he limped the button. Madeira put out a raise to, I believe, it was close to 9 million. And Steve is going to fold correctly. More often than not, sometimes those two hands result in a chop pot, but Madeira is going to concede that pot to Don Fisher, and Fisher picked up a nice little increase to his stack there with the 3-bet shove. I was just going to ask both of you guys what you're doing tonight, but it's all of a sudden 10:30. I thought it was like 8.
Oh, yeah, 10:30. 10:30 is Friday night?
Anyway.
Yeah, I'm going to be washing my hair, too.
I was out a little too late last night, so I might call it an early one, go have a few drinks, have some dinner. I need to get some dinner, though.
I was getting my butt kicked in heads up online last night. I'm kind of steamed to people.
All right.
And I was ahead every match, but that's okay. That's what we all say.
Tournaments, or you were just playing?
I was just playing some guy heads up $100 until I was broke.
Yeah.
And I had a thing that I beat the guy 9 in a row when I was flush, and now that the account's not flush. It didn't work out so good. But I'm going to hunt the guy down and ask him for a rebate later.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to drink.
I was going to buy you dinner or something.
Oh, we just had dinner. I am actually owed right now 194 dinners, and I'm trying to cash them out. I'm telling you. I have a record like where you have IOUs.
You have a big like ledger.
I have a ledger of so many dinners, and when someone now says I owe you dinner, I'm like, whoa, can we just negotiate right now? I'll take $16.
I'm hungry now.
I'll take $16.
There's a Seinfeld like that. Do you remember he gave him his
It's
nice
not a
suit?
soup. A soup's not a meal.
Yeah, soup's not a meal. Yep.
Yeah.
The guy kept trying to cash in instead of eating dinner. He'd be like, "I'm not really hungry. I'll just have soup," because he just wanted to spend
Well,
time
it was
with Jerry.
Seinfeld, but Jerry just wanted to get it over with.
Yeah.
So Jerry finally gets him to the restaurant. He's like, I'm not very hungry. I'm going to have a soup. This is your meal. A soup's not a meal.
So Don's still treading water near that 20 big blind mark.
Oh, my God. Ace 5 to the Jack 5.
Wake up, everybody. That's me talking to myself.
I was about to say that, and I go, that's a nice little build-up.
Just let everybody gather their thoughts for a little bit as we prepare for the rest of this heads-up battle that could potentially never end. And Don is going to look down at ace-queen. That's a very, very big hand heads up, and he's just going to limp the button. Steve is going to check his option in the big, so we are going to see 3 cards. It's a 2-spade flop with 2 kings on board as well. Checks through pretty quickly. Looks like Madeira is going to lead this turn. Looks like Don already has chips in hand. What's he going to do with them is the real question, though. He is going to fold.
Don doesn't seem like he plays a ton of heads up.
Well, and that's, I mean, the really
Ace-queen
tough
is,
thing
like,
where
very strong on the
online
board.
you're going to play more tournaments, you're going to get into these spots more often. You solely play live, you may go years without getting heads up.
Yeah.
You know, because
I mean, especially you. You know?
You probably get...
Me get heads up? I just want to make it past late reg.
Yeah, there's no...
I only want to play the heads up event because it's the only time I'll ever get to be heads up.
Yeah, you should try it out.
You don't want to play the heads up.
You want me to play the heads up. You want my free money. You want that blog money.
I lost to 2
I
people
heard
in
you make
heads up.
$500K a year blogging.
That's what Asher
got-
started this
That's
rumor
not
like
even-
a year ago, and since then my like daily wage
up.
has just gone up and up. People have this crazy idea that I'm this multi-millionaire.
Do you realize
mogul.
a lot of people that would want to hire you right now think you're out of their pay range? Yeah, I was just talking to ESPN, and they were like, we can't afford it.
OC. Yeah. I mean,
Asher told us he's making too
Asher
much.
ruined it for me.
The Borgata stream is OC rich.
We're trying. Is that what somebody said?
No, that's what I said.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's why Will's always picking up all the drink tabs. So if you ever see Will around, definitely ask him to go drinking because he's always paying.
Yeah, I'll pick up all the drink tabs by the video poker.
My man. I like how they learn.
I'll put $5 in.
Yeah, who hasn't done that grind?
Oh, by the way,
definitely not
guys.
above that.
By the way, guys, everything's changed a little bit. You have a minimum bet of $5 in the horsebook right now to get your ticket.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. My $2 show bets, I can't do it no more. I got to move up.
They upped that, really? When was that put into effect?
No, that's a table thing. That was the last trip. Once they changed the cafeteria to the marketplace.
All right, so this was a raise from Don. Excuse me, this was
an all-in from Don for 60.
I just want to try to backtrack and figure out how we got there. Don shoved, and he's going to take it down.
It's only
Steve
12
is
bigs.
Not going to. These guys are getting short. The big blind is 4 million right now.
Which means that
LOL.
we got 160 million, about 450 million. If the BBS is right.
The Beavers.
Looks like Don's negotiating something. I'll tell you what, if you take a piece of my U steak.
You take a piece of my WBT championship.
Does that say coldstonesteak.com?
What is ThinkBank? Is that actually a site, or is that just a thing
That's
that somebody?
Corey's thing. I don't really know. It seems
Well,
more
Bank
like
has
a
hit your
crew.
card.
Yeah,
so
no,
yeah.
I know
No,
what
like,
it is, but is
what
it a
is the
website? Is it an entity? Is it?
I don't know. I would think it's a ThinkBank crew, and then you got the Brown Magic crew, and then you got
Yeah,
the
it's
Big
more
Cock
like a
Poker.
club.
The BCP.
Massey's Big Cock Poker.
I remember when Massey was talking about starting that. I was like, I think that's a terrible idea. He's like, okay.
Yeah, and then 6 months
And
later.
then he's like, will you wear our patch? I was like, I don't think so. Like, I
We
don't know what
all
message
we
that
all
sends.
had shirts on in one tournament. Like 6 of us wore them the same day.
Yeah, and I remember there was one player who I guess Aaron gave it to him, or he bought a T-shirt off Aaron, and he was playing. He was deep in an event. I think maybe like final 2 tables, and he won this big all in, and he just screams, "Big cock, baby!"
See, Aaron had 2 shirts. He had one that didn't say what BCP meant on the back, and one spelled it out. So I took one that spelled it out. We had fun with it. I'm a member of BCP. I'm a member of Brown Magic, and I'm not
you're
thinking.
an honorary Brown Magic member.
I have a Brown Magic shirt. Me and
That
Jaffe
counts,
got
yeah.
thrown right in the whole Brown Magic mix. We are the Jews in the Brown Magic.
So Steven with 2 pair, Don with the nut full house, and it's a bet of 8 million on the river.
Ghost, you're writing incorrect information about deals, but we'll talk about that in a second. That's changed. New Jersey does allow facilitation, but that's a whole different subject. But you're incorrect with what you're writing.
It's a bet of 8 million.
Yeah, my name ain't Earl. Borgata does allow chops. They call it adjusted payouts, and they'll do the paperwork for you now. That's a new thing for about a month ago.
And Steve is going to call. He's going to be shown the bad news. And is this going to give Don the chip lead or no?
I don't think
those
Don-
are
no,
those
Don
are
was
the
not all
immediately
in.
been updated. Okay, I thought those were still getting.
No,
changed,
those
the
aren't
numbers
right.
on
Those
top.
those numbers can't be right. Well, unless the bigs just changed from 140 down to 60 in play. Actually, if the level went up, that I don't know what that is. That doesn't seem
What's
right.
happening? Is this poker? Is this for real money?
I mean, Don just had between 18 and 23. He still has 23. Steve had 90 and he has 37. So something has to be adjusted. Although it's a great stat, he just might have won the hand as the break went up, as the level went up.
KC Drew, I'm not sure if they did a deal. We're not really given that information, so it's all
Yeah,
speculation.
there
really.
was that quick little break that we think maybe something was talked about.
We just don't see room for a deal with the 2 players being 100 and 160. And at that point, Steve had so many chips for Don to just take 10 or 15,000
Yeah,
to
I
give
mean,
up the
with-
championship.
You could always do
There's no real.
chip chops though. Like we just won't.
Yeah.
We'll never know. Like they'll never tell us. So it's like
Yeah,
not
I
really
mean, they could have
speculating
done
about.
like a 20K saver or something, but it was definitely not
and we're not really
and we're not
supposed
We're
to
not
be-
going to tell you, but we
Ooh.
can tell you when we know they don't.
King. See, and this would be a great spot for Steve just to call. You know, and you talked about this earlier, Jamie.
Or
You're
min
just calling
raise,
with everything.
or min raise, because he was min raising and Don was jamming. So this would have been that spot where that would have been good against the ace 9.
Very true, and it's just Don just doesn't have the cards to match up.
Don has a club.
Yeah, Don
and
has
it's
the
a bad
queen of
club,
clubs.
and it's a bad club.
And it's a king high board with 3 clubs out there. Went check on the flop.
And Steve has the better club and top set.
So this could get very ugly for Don. It's already
There's a big
pretty
zero
ugly
next
itself.
to. There's a big 0 next to Don's name on there.
Yeah, you don't like to be putting chips in when you have that 0 there. And Don
He's
doesn't
raising.
look.
Don's raising. Excuse us, Will.
Is he at?
Don is raising.
Holy.
Yeah, his sizing has always been.
If
like,
that
this
doesn't
isn't so
scare
huge.
Steve right now.
I thought there was a chance this would have been like 20 million based on his like pre-flop 3-bet
Yeah.
sizing and stuff. It would be like 4,500, and he's like 22 million.
He just.
So this may be a little bit of a tell, the fact that like his raise sizing is much smaller than his like 3-bet sizing when he has a good hand.
I think Don feels he has a really good hand here with the queen high flush draw. I think he bet with
but
confidence.
With just the queen high flush draw, it's such a.
I understand. I understand. But it's not like he just has 9 high.
And this is a little strange, just to see Don go with all due respect, a little crazy in this spot. We haven't seen him do this at all today, but now he's picking this one spot, and I think Steven's trying to figure out.
Does
am
he
I
already
getting
have a
coolered?
flush? Yeah.
Is my king high flush? Is that going to have
Steve's
to?
just trying to think how to extract more. I think. Worst comes to worst, he can boat the river. But yeah, I mean everything has to go through your head. But your head's up against this guy with top set and the second nut flush draw. If you just can't.
Come on.
Yeah. You have outs to almost anything.
And Don is just massaging his face the entire time. That may also be somewhat.
But this is really interesting. I mean, Steve's an online player, and he's really looking like he has a big, big struggle, and he doesn't. But
I think he's just deciding if there's any way he can get all the money in right now.
Right, but Don's looking at him thinking he's actually struggling over this bet.
Yeah.
He's playing this really well, tell-wise.
So he's going to pull the bets back, and it's going to be interesting to see what Madeira does. If he's just going to call, that looks like he...
Originally, Don was hoping, obviously, he gets a fold and wins with queen high and doesn't have to find anything out. But
I think this is going to be a raise from Madeira.
Yes, definitely. There's no reason. Don just raised. You can then raise him back right up to about 20 million. 22-3. 22.
Wow, I would love that. I would absolutely love that. If he makes it... If he makes it 23 million, I might go hug him right now.
I've only once lined up that many chips. I've only once lined up chips that way, and I only put half in.
So incredibly strong to line up the raise for 10 minutes while your opponent is massaging his face. I
did that once. I lined up all the chips, and then I just put in one row. And I had it. I had the nut, and it had a show.
So Madeira is going to take that down.
And
Don Fisher getting a little frisky with the queen high flush draw on the turn, and Madeira with top set and the king high flush draw.
A lot of people might have gone broke right there.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't leave him enough room to really have fold equity.
I think if it's deeper, maybe some more chips can get in, but I don't think Don's gonna call off. I think he made that as a move, maybe a semi bluff. But once Steve replies like that,
there's just
it's
not
really
enough
tough
to make
continue.
Steve fold
It's tough
either.
as Steve to have top set and the second nut flush draw and expect a raise to be called. Like if your raise is getting called there, it's because your opponent has a flush already.
Or the ace
they
of clubs.
can't have anything else. Like you have the whole you have to have the ace of clubs with like the last remaining king.
Now,
It's
Grable
really
could have been
hard for him
called
to
in.
have anything.
Someone like Kevin could have been called with a lot less there.
I miss Kevin Grable because if he was still in
Tournament
this
would have
event,
been
we
over
would have
2
been gone
hours ago.
4 hours. Yeah.
We would not be on
We're all
hour
okay. We're all on the
7
same page there.
Yeah, I don't usually find myself like rooting for him. But in this situation, I would have been. Because usually, I don't dislike him, but if I'm in a tournament, I'm rooting more for Don to get the chips than
course.
Kevin, because Kevin's tougher to play
All
against.
right, I want to ask you guys this because somebody in the chat is saying Steven is nervous. He doesn't play many live tournaments. So go back in your memories. Your first big live tournament final table. Were you nervous?
I mean, you're going to be nervous at your table. At my table, even though I did well, the class was just so huge. In this situation, Steve almost feels like if he didn't win this with his
There's some
experience,
additional
it's
pressure,
additional. The other guys are happy to get there. Steve has more pressure than them. Even though he's not a known, he knows he's better than this guy. He's been validating this for 2 years. So Don thinks he's good and is good, but there's a different level to the amount of time you get to spend. Don might play some online. I don't know. Not much. But Steve's hours, just because he's online and the amount of tables he gets to play.
Don doesn't exactly strike me as the online type.
But I've seen him around playing a lot, so, he might have picked up a computer. and
He's used the internet before?
Used the internet before.
But I'm just saying that, there could potentially be something to be said where, you know,
Don't
this is
forget,
your...
Cliff Joseph is probably pushing almost 50 years old right now.
Yeah, he's the exception to the rule.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
the
him and
best.
Sheets, just two people that were that age. No one else played back
Nobody
then.
else.
They were so good because everyone else that age stinks, right?
Yeah.
No, but it is true. I mean, I've seen him play from tournaments to sitting goes to cash. Just because I've just seen him, not that he's a prominent person that I see around a lot.
If we pause for 1 second, like we've seen
This is a big hand right here.
Fold hands you can't fold. Like we're now at like 16 or 17 big blind
folded that one
territory,
too, yeah.
And he's folding ace-9 pre. Like I don't buy it that he's played a ton of online heads up. I know that he thinks that he has an advantage over this opponent. If he could small ball, that he'll probably end up winning this match.
But he's definitely
our
not
opponent
playing it
has shown
online.
that he's not letting you he's not letting you small ball at all.
Yeah.
He's getting these huge 3-bets.
Ace-9's a big hand,
Ace-9's
heads
a
up.
big hand, and your opponent's down to 20 bigs. You just can't be folding it.
Once again, each situation is him having to call off. And, you know, you still... Timeout. You still have to call off sometimes.
And eventually you have to get your chips in.
Yes. It's easy if Steve was pushing his ace-9, but he was trying to play hands.
Just jams with aces.
Yeah, what the heck was that?
19 bigs. I don't know.
I think if that's not a limp or a min raise, I don't understand poker too well. You must get some value with your hands. There's no more prize jumps either. If he stacks you, he stacks you. Yes, ace all in. Maybe he was hoping he would have had ace queen and called.
A kid can dream.
I might walk over to the table and just go tell Don that was crazy. I mean, I don't even know what that was just now.
Steve, as you watch this happen over and over again, I just don't know how you justify folding hands like ace-9. Like clearly, the one time he would have been up against aces, but this has happened probably 15 times.
Right, and he didn't have he had a crap hand there, but there were a few times where his ace was better than Don's queen king or ace-6 a few times. But I don't think that Don's going to call with ace-9 either if he jams ace-6. But I don't think he's ever jamming ace-6 with 38 bigs. And back to the ace-8 hand now. I don't think he has a fold in him with ace-8 anymore.
Yeah, there comes to be a point where somebody might just be bullied. They might just want to end this. They're sick of being bullied. And also the fact that this is on a 30-minute delay, so he sees in 30 minutes what his opponent is shoving, what his opponent's doing, all these moves.
If Corey's still watching it for him. I mean, when I looked over there, it was pretty much Corey and the two of them, and he was already high-fiving Don.
Mario's girlfriend's still not there?
Oh,
she left with
I don't
Mario?
know, but when I saw Corey, I go, Corey, you got both guys you're sweating in there right now. He goes, no, I was just hoping Don would come in second so Steve could beat him.
Is that the Doug Polk poker?
Yeah, we're getting swept by Doug Polk, who says this is amazing.
What is amazing?
I just want to know, I hope that Doug Polk is learning a lot from this heads-up match.
Yeah, I mean...
It's always good to tweak your game
Doug,
a little bit.
Doug, I know that you fancy yourself a heads-up player, but this is where you can really, cut your teeth here. You really learn something. Both players are going to flop middle pair, ace-high 3-diamond board. Okay, and the 6 of clubs gives both players trips.
Yep, and no one has a diamond, but still.
And Don is going to lead. And just kidding about what I said about Doug. Doug is one of the best in the game. We were talking about him earlier with the bad reg shirt. You think Doug Polk likes that he's getting some he's getting some love with the shirt? I like it.
I would think that he knows that shirt's being worn if he's watching this right now.
So it's a bet of $7 million, and Madeira now looks like he is thinking about what he wants to do. And unfortunately for him, it's a bit of a cooler as both players have turned trips. Don Fisher with the superior kicker with 10-6 of spades. Our 3 diamonds out there, though, could keep the chips from
They should keep the chips from all getting in, but then there's also
all in and a call, and Madeira turns his hand over very confidently. Don does the same as well, and all of a sudden, this is a chance.
Chop it up.
This is a chance for Don Fisher to take the chip lead for the first time in this heads-up battle. It's been all Steven Madeira all day, and here's the river. A 5 and a 5 only will win it for Madeira. The 9 of clubs changes nothing. Don Fisher, all in for close to $75 million. He's going to win 157 million chip pot. And as you can see on the top ticker,
He gave us bang.
Bang Bang?
That's his thing that
Bang
he uses.
Bang.
He hasn't used it today, but Bang Bang is his is a thing he used. Plus, he's got some dude that trolls him that he wanted me to send a message out to. So I might as well do that now. Don Fisher told me to say, keep on trolling Slice. Maybe someday you can also make it to a final table. Well, Slice, he's in second place right now. But I think you could keep trolling him because it's bothering him. Haha. Boom, boom. Nice. Bang, 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 bang.
Not boom, boom, bang, bang.
I have a boom, boom at home, so now we got a bang, bang. He yells boom, boom. Very exciting. Poker at its finest, I think.
All right, and like we said, Don Fisher now suddenly with the chip lead. And you know what? A few hours ago when we were four-handed, and it has been a few hours, we said this might be, we were talking about, you were saying you run this sim out a lot when we were five-handed. Brian and Steve get heads up more often than not. Here we are with Don with the chip lead. And hey, that works. That's poker, baby.
Right? Don got it in 9-8 of clubs versus nines. It spikes the gutty
Oh,
on the river.
my God. I almost forgot about that, but how could I?
Guys, just to let you know, in about 10 minutes, we're not going to be able to see the screen for 10 minutes.
I think it's just the graphics. Yeah, so we're able
just
to
the graphics.
see
Okay.
anything that goes to showdown, but
so
we will be losing the graphics, and that is just the nature of the beast with live streams. We try to have everything be perfect, but
And that's when you'll see how truly terrible we are when we're just like trying to guess all cards and heads up.
I'm not trying to guess anything.
You're just gonna say no words.
Yeah, I'm just gonna announce action. I'm gonna miscount all these chips.
He's going to be adding up bigs. Right now it's 19 to 40. Keep track.
I have my I have my little notepad. I'm gonna be the big blind calculator.
So that's a spoiler alert. Nothing ends within 10 minutes.
Does anything end ever?
No, this time I tell you, my under/over is 20 bigs left, and they both grind.
I love this kind of mentality, though. 10 years gone, 86 says, Don doesn't shove those aces, that hand never happens. I think that's what he was thinking, too. He's like, if I don't flap my butterfly wings exactly correctly right here.
I didn't even think about the butterfly effect of jamming the aces.
I'm a believer.
Oh, wow. That's really a new level.
I want to see
Ryan
a 1
Fee
million
in the booth. What's up, man? Ryan Fee and Doug Polk. They were WSOP bracelet winners this summer in the first ever tag team event.
I was supposed to win that one.
Yeah, who was your tag team?
I don't know if I'm allowed to say his name. Joe Black?
Joe Black? Yeah, Joe Reddick.
I'm a big fan of Joe Black.
He's been on this live stream before. He's been a champion. He won the million.
I did this table with you. Yeah.
All in. All in a call. 8s versus
8 million to 2
deuces.
million.
We saw this exact hand play out with Steven holding deuces earlier. He
Red
did not
flop.
win.
Red flop.
And it's a king-high board. Rainbow, so just 2 outs for Don Fisher.
If Steve wins this hand, how many bigs will he have? Jamie?
Close to 35 or something like that?
I think he'll have more than that.
And it's the 4 of clubs, 4 of spades on the run out. Steven Madera is going to quickly retake
40-20.
the chip lead. He
2-1.
gave it up for a few hands. He wanted Don to feel good. So
These guys are taking 80 million chip swings. How many people do that?
how many people do that and live to tell about it? I don't know. So Steve
looks like
Madera back in the driver's seat with a 2-1 chip advantage.
Steve just gave him a look like you shouldn't even be here.
And I still think that Steve's blink count at the final table is like 6.
4, yeah.
At most. Like, he's just been staring the whole time.
I mean, okay, so I understand when there's multiple players at the final table, don't color up. We're heads up. I think we can get the millions
Yeah,
out.
can we get the million chips out?
So we can count these faster than in 5 minutes.
What are these emojis I've never seen before, and how do I buy them?
Bad reg, bad reg, bad reg. That's great.
How do we get the Bad Reg T-shirts?
I don't know. Do they sell those in stores? Does Doug Polk have, like, an online store that we can shamelessly
What's the heck?
self-promote?
73 says hashtag no eyelids.
Oh, yeah, Adderall. That would have been a good idea. So Steve has a hand right now. Steve's putting in his chips. It looks really good. He's putting in more chips. They're so pretty, the chips. Look on the forward.
What?
Okay, it's on down. It's down. It's going. Steve, let's go. Come on, Steve. Come on, Steve. Somebody do something. I'm doing Adderall.
This is Adderall Cold Stone? We have another.
No, not Adderall Cold Stone. Someone just wrote on their Adderall, so I'm imitating if we were on Adderall.
All right, so Dave, do this run out on Adderall. This is all in.
Don's getting all his money in right now with ace-6. It's against Queen King. Oh my God, a king came. King 9-9. King 9-9. I think only an ace helps. Let me just look through everything. Ace, King, Queen, Jack, 10, 9, 8. No, only an ace helps. All three of the aces help, but he's standing up. He's grabbing his bag just like he did last time. I can't believe what's going on right now. This is so exciting. An 8 came. That was an 8. It was really an 8. 9, 9, 9, 8. And a king. It's a big card. It's one card away. Kelly's telling you. I'm telling you.
We are going to see a river here.
We're going to see a river. Keep it going. Come on. We don't want this to end. No. Oh, my God. Bang. Oh, my God. I need another one, I think.
Can Steve Madera, I realize that he's caught a lot of breaks today.
That's crazy.
Okay, guys, when you guys play online and say something's wrong with online poker because things happen, this was dealt by a live dealer.
Yes.
It happens
Do you think the live
all
dealer's
over.
in cahoots from online?
Yeah. He's
No.
he's actually pressing the button, and the Twitch chat is losing their collective minds.
It just proves everything's random.
Poker, no!
I think I figured out how we're going to lose graphics soon, too. I think that bang fist pump was too
It's
much.
just actually going to knock the graphics
He
card.
literally punched the RFID reader out.
What would you have done if you had a 3 out?
It's so sick.
Okay.
Wow. So we are now just going to go back and forth, 40 big blinds to 20
No,
big blinds.
that's not right.
Yeah, that graphics.
That graphics off.
That's graphics off?
Yeah.
Yes, you're in the middle, Mike. Sorry.
Oh. What's happening out there?
I
can't hear anything.
The bang's starting to do a few things.
Bang,
right
bang.
now.
Bang.
This could be when we have to do our graphics. So right now he's putting in somewhere around 800,000.
It looks like Madara still has maybe 1.5 to 1.
Steve's got ace king to the 6-4.
Oh, yeah, Steve definitely has
He folds ace king.
He's going to show ace king.
Why not?
Why not?
So as I'm seeing it, there's somewhere around. He's still got him 2 to 1.
Most likely. So again, this is the final table of the Borgata Poker Open Almighty Million, $1 million guaranteed prize pool. Just under 2,500 players took their seat through 6 starting flights. And we are now
going into our 15th hour.
And
down to our final 2. Don Fisher against Steven Madera.
Madara is ranked number 9 in New Jersey currently.
Yeah, he's a online tournament and cash game grinder. Pocket Fives is a online poker website. They follow online poker not only on the worldwide sites such as PokerStars and Party Poker, but also in New Jersey and Nevada. They have rankings for all those things. Steven Madera is in the top 10, ranked number 9 in New Jersey right now. Just got that information from the GOAT.
He's actually in the top 9.
He's in the top.
Yeah.
He's in the top 9. He's at the official final table.
Yes.
Just got that information from the GOAT, Lance Bradley. And Steve is trying to. This is a for an online guy. This is pretty cool.
Kevin Mathers sent how to get the bad reg tees.
Oh wow!
So once we get promised ours, we'll put out.
Oh, I didn't
where to
even get a tag in that tweet. Kev Math. That's.
Yeah, me and Kev are a little tighter. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
No, Kev did right. Tell Willow C. I just didn't want to put it on his thing, or everyone would know.
Okay, so that's where you can get your bad
All
reg.
in a call?
Yeah.
All in a call again. Ace King versus Fives. Classic flip. Steve is the Don is the at-risk player.
Yeah, Don's at risk.
These
right now.
graphics, I imagine, are flip-flopped.
Throw
That
me
would make
about
the
like
most
70
sense.
million off.
If things stay true to form, bang bang baby, we'll hold it. Is he excited?
That's the weirdest reaction. Uh-oh. Put the 10 ball out for max punishment.
No way.
Do it.
No way.
King or 10. Let's go.
I'll take the king.
Not like this, Don. Not like this.
King bird. Oh,
it was
bang
so
bang
dainty
baby.
And red.
We were definitely rooting for you. Steve's eliminated. Those graphics could be wrong.
Yeah, those aren't right. Steve's going to be left with something like 15 bigs, I think.
He got 90 million of the. Those numbers are just off because the pot was 174 million. That's it. Okay, it's just me and Jamie for a couple of minutes over here, so
if you
we're just
see
going
the
to talk
top
about
left,
Will.
Yeah. Top left, we have our Garden State Super Series coming up October 9th to the 23rd. Over $1 million guaranteed. There's a lot of good stuff to play. If you guys aren't from New Jersey, you don't need to be a resident. You just have to actually be in the state at the time. So if you come in from Philly or New York City, it's really easy to make an account on BorgataPoker.com. Check it out.
And we got Will over here. You want to jump in the booth and not curse and talk about poker? No? Can't keep... Oh, yeah. Will just said that me and Jamie would put him to shame and he wouldn't come up here and talk. Obviously, Will needs a price to come up here. Big money. Oh, boy. Will has a darling little baby at home right now waiting for him. We're doing the commentary. Look at this. Look at the group coming over for the commentary.
Anybody's looking to play something tomorrow, there's the Heads Up $535 at Borgata. It's live, but we're playing on laptops at BorgataPoker.com. So it's like that Battleship format.
Yeah. Hi. How are you, hon?
And Steven gets a walk, it looks like.
I got a lucky toothpick. I got Mike Sika's daughter here and Allison Parker. We're on the stream, live stream of the final table. Don't even worry about it. Allison, say hi to the world. Or don't. So we're down to 2 players still. Yeah, they're playing over there. It's okay.
Don just picking up big hand after big hand recently.
Yes.
Don is just, it looks like he, unless the graphics are wrong, he just open jammed kings. He had open jammed aces earlier for like 19 big blinds heads up.
No, I understand. Great. God bless you too, and I'll see.
We're every 30 minutes. I thought we had a break. Wait, we don't have a break?
Don looks tired. Looks like he needs a break. I'm sorry, it's off the air. Allison Parker came over to say hello with Mike Sika's daughter. 2 very fun Borgata regulars. Allison's just coming off a heater, or still on a heater, cashing in every event. One of my favorites. And back to poker. Don's moving out 2 piles.
Yeah, so like we said before, the graphics are going to be down for about 10 minutes. And ironically, this is maybe our first tank of the whole heads-up match, is when we don't get to see the cards.
Oh, this is what I'm best at right now.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It's clearly going to be ace-6 to ace-8.
Who has what, though?
I think this time Steve has it, the ace-8.
And again, guys, as we are following this heads-up battle on the Borgata Poker live stream, don't forget that all of the action throughout the entire Borgata Poker Open is on the BPO blog, borgatapokeropen.blog.theborgata.com.
Ryan Lee
That's pretty
says,
funny.
during this heads-up match, I took a nap and finished Game of Thrones, started on Season 1. Listen, buddy, we're here live. I mean, I love poker, but at this point, I just root for the big stack.
Yeah. Sorry, Don.
Oh, yeah, Doug, I'm going to release the name of where to buy the shirts once you promise me 5 shirts. Shameless. I need a medium, a large,
Thank you, God, he didn't say XL.
And let's see, tabs, large, and all right. So I got 4 large and 1 medium for Jamie, and the plug will be right out there. Oh, you did it yourself. Upswing poker, strong.
Wow.
Ryan took it from me. Send Ryan 4 shirts.
And how amazing is it that the only tournament Ryan Fee played all summer was the tag team that he won? Just
That's pretty.
must be nice.
That's pretty cool. Yeah.
But
yeah, Vegas. Speaking of tag teams,
How are
what?
there no teams called like Team Eiffel Tower or something?
Oh,
Were
there actually team
No
names?
one named their
I mean,
teams. No, there were no
named ours.
names.
Oh, okay. Who did you play
Team
with?
Crouton. What
yeah, we
else?
were.
Obviously, that's the name.
It was me, Chris Horder, Jen
I know who
Shahadi.
Chris is.
You do.
Oh,
Do you want me,
okay,
are we
okay.
having a personal conversation?
We don't have graphics, so yes, no one else is. Yeah.
Jen Shahadi and Juliana Cornelius.
Oh, okay.
Deja vu. I get my.
That's a fun team.
Yeah, it was really fun for the hour that we were in the
Oh,
tournament.
really? Everybody got to play though, right?
Jules got flush under flushed, yeah, for a
Oh,
lot.
that's unlucky.
Yeah, so.
Poor Jules. Poor Team Crouton.
Yeah, they did it to the only person in the team that would like feel personally horrible. Like,
Oh
she
yeah.
felt so
Everyone
bad.
else
I
would
was
just be like, oh, shrug.
Yeah, I didn't care.
Looks like we have another tank here by
Don.
This looks like a raise from Don. A tank from Steve.
A neck rub from Don.
Don's definitely leading in the most facial massages.
Yes, and
Yeah, I don't think he has much competition. And here we go.
Steven's got the lead in showing whites of his eyes and not blinking.
Yes.
Wow, Steven's gonna fold
What
ace 10.
is going on? If those graphics are right, then I just quit this game.
Again, we're told the graphics are wrong, and I can't see him just folding.
No, they
ace
said we
ten
were
like
going to
that.
lose the graphics. They didn't say they were going to like invent cards.
That's true. That's true. That was a very lawyer-esque thought process. How you feeling, Jamie? I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Got nothing. All right, another Adderall hand for anybody?
That was
Ooh,
awesome.
yeah. Adderall hand. Here we go.
With no graphics?
With no graphics.
Wow.
that makes
Steve
me
has his
wanna-
cards. Steve's looking at his cards. He's got 2 cards. He's got chips. He's putting them in. He just called. He checked.
Ooh,
oh, my God.
Quick finger check.
There was a call and a check and a freaking check. And here come the cards. She's going to deal the cards soon. She's going to deal them really soon. She's going to do it right about now. Right about now. Here they come. Here they come. I promised you. And here they are. Here they are. 3 cards. 2, 6, 6. Hits both of them. Folds before the bet comes out. Now, if that happened, I'd gently do the same thing each time, fake betting. There's no way this guy is number 9 in New Jersey. This is really showing you how bad the online players are also, if that's what you think.
Oh my God.
No, I mean, look, if you don't think he's good and he's number 9 in the state, then you should be playing in the state.
Being all in and a quick fold.
Ace queen in the muck. Just kidding.
Graphics go home.
Hey.
I like that Mitch Monette said that.
Yeah.
Graphics go home. You're drunk.
Oh, my God, they like my Adderall hands.
Of course, it's
Yeah,
awesome.
Sometimes you just don't know how you're
okay,
perceived.
speaking of like
Especially
amazing,
since I'm
amazing
slow and
commentary,
monotone all the time.
Amazing commentary. Did you guys see the radio call of the streaker during the Monday Night Football game?
No.
Oh my God, I'll like show it to you. It is absolutely hilarious. It's a radio call of a guy running around and.
Oh, he was actually doing announcing of the guy's cuts and stuff?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
wow.
He's like, he's on
That's
the 40
great.
and the 30. He is drunk. He is running. He is flailing his arms.
I love that. That's really
great.
funny.
And it was like a 20-something-0 blowout that was a very uninspiring Monday Night Football game. So a lot of people said that was the most exciting thing to come out of the game. And I'm not going to jump to conclusions, but I think Cold Stone's Adderall takes are the most exciting thing that this has.
I do what I
didn't
have
know
to
you were
do.
capable of talking faster than him.
Yeah,
It has
really
to be
weird.
me. I can only do it if I'm imitating somebody. And I'm
Who are you
imitating
imitating?
someone on Adderall.
Oh, okay.
On my own, I just have to kind of get slow and monotone and think a little bit about like why I'm talking and what I'm saying. See, in my day, you were told if you were really whacked out, you shouldn't talk too much, so you're just never sure. So if someone's really drunk, you just say, be safe, don't talk too much. So in general, I'm taught, don't talk too much. Okay, I talk too much. You want me to do a drunk guy at the football game next? Is that what you're saying? Oh, no. The drunk guy at the football game may have been Steve.
Who's Steve? Oh, Steve. Oh, my brain is so
Yeah.
fried.
Yeah, I know.
You got to realize this is an endurance thing commentating. You know, you guys.
I need like an IV.
You guys think it's hard to like do
You see what I'm
construction?
talking about, though? The time that like they panned into our booth and it was like Tony Duncan and Scott Bouncine and we're like laying.
Oh,
on the
if there was a
floor.
couch, I'd be
That
laying
was,
on it right
like,
now.
We started at something like 1 p.m. and it was like 2 a.m.
Yeah.
I just couldn't think thoughts anymore.
Yeah, there was. I was doing some stuff in Oklahoma in Choctaw, and they had us at this really nice like, production room, probably where like all the bands go before they play. There were couches, everything, and I was just laying just flat down, just with my head tilted to the TV. And guys, everything Borgata Poker, Borgata Poker Open .theborgata.com. Check it out. Follow the updates. Matt Clark, Kayleen Minton, Tim Kelleher, TK Bluffs. They do an awesome job following all the action.
Is Jamie Kerstatter a babe? Listen, I cannot answer that question.
Mute him. Mute him.
No.
You didn't have to read that question.
I saw the question. What do you want me to do? Is she a babe?
I saw it. I have to read it. I'm on Adderall.
I'm friendly with her boyfriend because I met him once or twice and sat at a few tables with him. I think Jamie's a very adorable person, very nice, well-spoken, and she dresses nice and she's polite.
Dave, they didn't ask those things. They asked if she was a babe or not.
Knockout babe. But that has nothing to do with anything. She's a poker player and she has a boyfriend, so who cares?
Creepstone. You could just not read the question, Creepstone.
I'm not even done answering it.
That was part one.
So basically, on a scale of 1 to 10, we're going to start with body, looks, and then. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I would. I would not answer those
We need
questions.
it all in, and we need it now, and we need our graphics back, please, God.
If I answered them high, I'd be creepy. If I answered them low, I'd be a jerk. Let's get back to poker. We are all just humans. Once again, a 7-6-6 flop. It hit both of them. Don checks A6. Steve checks King 6. Don, those fingers are dirty. They're touching
Yeah.
chips.
He's pretty much taken chips and just rubbed them over his whole face, this whole final table.
Yes, he does have chip stuff all over his face.
Yeah, yeah. You need to take a shower after this one.
AC Poker says this match is so long, their hourly rate is like $46. I agree. They're making like kind of McDonald's wage.
I'm still trying to learn.
Everybody relax.
I'm still trying to learn how to submit. Well, for anyone that says there's not enough play at the final tables at the Borgata, you're misspeaking.
Yeah,
Or
this
have
is
misspoken.
we've had some swingy heads-up play.
As long as you're willing to fold top 5% hands heads up can last forever.
No, it really can, and that we haven't even really seen a lot of pots even have the chance to materialize. It's been a lot of walks over the last few minutes, a lot of just shoves. Maybe we'll see a flop every few hands, but there just hasn't been, kind of have to have cards match up with one another heads up. And
See, I don't believe the players are high enough. I think that basically you have two players that just play poker without any drug interactions. So, right now they just want to play. It's Friday night where somebody that had a vice would probably be trying to rush it through.
yeah, Willow C, total babe confirmed.
Do you want me to rate Will on a scale of 1 to 10?
The brown chips are $500K and the green chips are $100K.
The question by Deja Vu is
So
amazing.
good. Does your wife ask for Adderall guy in bed or slow speaking guy?
Which girl are you talking about now?
Deja Vu asked
My
if
wife?
your wife. Yeah, what is your wife or girlfriend or either?
Yeah, I guess my wife would want the slow, my girlfriend would want the Adderall, and oh, I shouldn't be answering that. I don't even know what that means. You mean talking-wise? I don't talk in bed. I'm quiet. I'm not the guy that does those weird grunting, crazy noises. That's Will.
Yeah, that's definitely. I get pretty into
And
it.
DJ also. No, I like quiet. I like listening to those sounds. Usually I have to punch someone in the head to hear the noises I'm looking for, but well, you do what you do.
So you're rooming with Jaffe this weekend. Does Jaffe snore? He just sounds like the loudest sleeper. He just looks it.
I'm usually asleep before him. But
And you're a deep sleeper.
It depends how I fall asleep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if I take an Ambien, I'm going to be pretty deep, and it might violate me, so I don't take any sleeping pills while Jaffe's in my room. Yeah. But did I ever tell you the story? I accidentally took Adderall instead of Ambien to go to sleep.
Oh, my God. That's
Yeah,
terrible.
what a fucking crazy situation. You're laying in bed trying to fall asleep, just racing and thinking about things.
It's terrible.
It took about 5 hours for me to figure it out. You know how much Ambien you have to take to get that Adderall out of your system?
Oh, wait, like an unhealthy dose.
Whatever
that's
you
for
guys
sure.
do, I mean, I don't even know how it got mixed into what I was looking to do because it's something I think I took it like 3 times in poker and just felt it changes your brain chemistry after.
Guys, graphics.
Please.
I don't know if they're right, though, because I don't think Fisher has the chip lead.
He does. I think it looks.
He does?
It looks pretty right. Yeah.
I wish it was a 20 milligram.
Dude, this is great. Cold Stone stories are great.
It's just like life is funny sometimes. Like someone just gave me, he's like, just in case you're ever tired, have this. So I almost didn't even know what the pill would do, and it just got mixed.
The red or the blue pill.
No, so at night I went to take an Ambien to go to sleep, and I swear I couldn't figure out why I was laying in bed thinking about everything I could and racing. And
So this is, can you guys talk poker and show some cards? We would
Sorry
love to show
about
some
that,
cards.
yeah.
But you actually came to AdderallPoker.com,
Yeah.
and that's what Cold Stone's talking about right now?
And I definitely think it's a bad drug for people. Like
It's
everyone I see taking it, even though they might be able to like have energy and see through cards, their brain chemistry changes. They can't handle any issues without snapping. You could tell who's taking Adderall in poker just by watching how they react to things. So yeah, it's almost like a real bad thing to do to your system for a quick help.
And we finally have the graphics back in full, guys. As you can see, the big blind has gone up from 2.5 million small blind, 5 million big blind. It's getting up there. 50 big blinds in play.
They're now anteing 5 starting stacks. And the chips are the same from level 1.
Don's got the 5-4. He's not going away.
Yeah, the same 7 colors of chips are still in play. And this looks like a raise from Don. Or excuse me, he's going to be calling a 3-bet. Made 14 million from Steve. It's going to be a queen high flop with 2 8s after it. 2 clubs as well. Steven with top pair. It's going to go check, check. The 2 of spades changes nothing but gives Don the 0% next to his hand. He cannot win this pot. Flush comes in on the river. It's checked all the way through. You know, Steven, he's out of position, but he does have top pair.
29 million in the middle in a pot check throw. We've been here a long time. What would be a value bet? 9 million?
And he's gonna
Still showing. Your 5 high was no good. Oh, he had a show because he called.
No, I don't. I think that's the blind.
Oh, that's the blind.
how
Okay,
big
I
the
got it.
blind is
I
going to
thought
be.
Don was bluffing 5 high.
I don't think AC Borgata recommends kids should do math. I think maybe Coldstone and I should have switched the Twitch.
Grinding
switched our
daily. Who the
laptops.
hell is this ADD guy? Terrible commentator.
No, their comment was it's like kitty coke. I go, it's worse. It's like kitty meth. It's bad news. I guess somehow it's like red is for kids meth. No, it's like almost taking meth, only it's legal and prescribed to people. Or I'm not a doctor. Maybe it's not that bad.
You're not a doctor?
Dr. Coldstone. I play doctor on TV.
Oh my God, this is an all-in.
Ace 8 to King 9.
If Steven folds another good ace, I will lose my mind.
Well,
All in from Don.
It says $5 million to call.
Oh, he didn't say all in. He just raised.
No, they're just playing the
okay,
pot.
he is all in.
No, that just says all in. They both have their chips behind them.
Is anybody acting in turn? What's going on?
I don't know.
Basically, it's a bet and a call. And it looks like Don might have jammed his king nine. He did. And he's dancing. He's singing. Oh, I know that song too.
He looks a little bit like Mark Cuban.
Have my baby, baby. Yeah, he's singing.
You know who Mark Cuban is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was almost.
Steve? You're talking about Steve, right?
No.
You see Don's mouthing all the Biggie small words right now. Having my baby. Whoa, 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 whoa. Clock. Oh, yeah. That looks like a
I would love to
face of
see the
nerve.
effective stack right now just to see what Steven Madera does have left behind. The big blind at $5 million.
I can't see
We can get
Steve
a
thinking this
view of
long to
Steve's
fold. Look at
stack.
that. Those eyeballs.
Please don't fold.
4, 6, 8.
It's only a $60,000 call.
It's close to, has 85 million, so he has.
Listen, this is a snap usually with online players or people that have been playing in tournaments. I'm surprised this is a nit roll. This is a nit roll almost.
I'm literally going to ravage him.
Yeah,
Yes.
this is what it's okay.
He's never going to be able to fold again after this heads-up match. Like,
How hot is Jamie 1 to 10? Won't say.
thank you.
What do you think you are?
I'm not saying.
2 no says. Well,
How hot am I?
1 to 10.
9.
Will's a 9. If Will's a 9, you better lift that child above 10 for Davey, boy. Just kidding. I'm sitting in here with 2 blondes. I didn't even realize that. I do like Will's new hairdo. It's not fair.
Yeah, I got a lot of good feedback on that, so thank you to all the fans.
Strong as hell. I mean, Jared almost
Didn't you
grabbed
call-
your Parks.
Yeah.
He just like looked at me. He's like, if he says he's going to stay with me, you're out of my room. I was like, that's fucking, forget about it. That's rude.
Didn't you call clock, Coldstone?
I called
Like
clock
4
well
minutes
over
ago?
a minute ago. I did.
Maybe Kelly didn't hear you.
I mean, Steve, you know the poker gods frown upon nit rolls.
And I think this just goes to somebody in the chat brought up earlier that this is like, both of these players' first real big time final table. And I think you can tell that Don seems a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more
'Cause he just
relaxed.
doesn't care.
Yeah, because he
just
doesn't really care.
care.
And I think Steve, I think this means a lot to him.
I
Just
think
the idea of this.
No, Steve's just waiting for the RNG to be in his favor.
No.
And he's like, now, if I call right now, I win.
Oh, he did call. He did call.
So he is going to call. Steven Madera is going to be at risk. This is an over 200 million chip pot.
207.
Ace 8 versus King 9. And it is a 6-high rainbow board. No help to either player. Ace high still in the lead.
By a lot
75% favorite heading to the turn and river. Let's see the next card. Jack of spades. So again, as you can see, just 6 outs.
Just make it a
for
picture
Don
card.
Fisher.
Make it a picture card.
Again, Steven is the at-risk player, so
I'll take a queen
there's
or
a
a king.
King or a 9.
Got the queen.
It's a queen.
Nice.
Attaboy, Coldstone.
Nice.
So that queen
Ultimate sweat.
means that Steven Madera is going to double up over 200 million. And that is going to leave Don Fisher relatively short stacked.
He should have about 40 million to 200 million.
Oh, my goodness.
Give or take 5 million.
And with the big blind at 5 million, that's going to
he's
be
got a
under
phone
10
call.
big blinds.
He's got to see who's calling him right now and never talk to that person. Why didn't you call me a minute earlier? No boom boom on that? No bam bam on that one?
Bang, bang.
Bang bang?
No bang bang, yeah.
That's
that
the problem.
one lacked the bang bang.
That's the problem when you're when you do certain things at tables, and then it changes.
Yeah. So this is now going to be an even bigger deficit than Don Fisher started this heads-up battle.
He probably should have lost for taking that long, that hand. Usually the poker gods smack you.
Mm-hmm. This is going to be Don moving all in with ace-5, and he's not going to get a call.
How come he didn't show the ace this time? Where'd the friendship go?
I think he did. Don't worry.
These guys.
I know for a fact he did because he's done it every time.
I bet you $1,000 these guys never have a meal together. And they don't dislike each other. They're just from different worlds.
Yeah, they're different,
I
different
would just
strokes.
pay them $500 to have a meal together.
Yeah, you're that rich.
Gotta watch right prop bet.
Oh.
Yeah. She's the kind, if you do an under-over in an event, she'll buy in the last 10 people and free roll.
yeah.
And free. No, she's buying 16 people. She gets to free roll them all.
Yep.
Well, there's not much more time left for Don unless he gets a double up. He's got 7 bigs, which is probably an M of like 3 loops, which is 6 hands.
Don is going to move all in after flopping a pair. It's going to be good to take down the pot. So it's a 9 big, slow and steady. Here it goes, guys. The comeback is on, and I am excited. Let's go.
Yep.
Let's go. 4 more hours with my buddies. My buddies in the booth.
What's the difference? We missed our 10 o'clock spa reservation.
Yeah.
No, don't call us rich. We don't go to the spa. We rub each other's back. That would be me and Will.
Yeah.
Not Jamie.
$1 a minute. I actually, during the mixed game we were playing last night, I offered Norm McKay $1 a minute to give me a massage. He said no. I didn't know Norm was in that kind of financial state.
Why didn't you
does not accept a free $50?
Why didn't you Twitter me? I give a great massage too. Yeah,
okay.
that 50 goes a long way.
Wow.
I don't mean that way. I meant for me. $50 I can eat for a month. Don't forget, Jamie got 50 up to 500 before the event, so I could just put that right in there and build
right into BorgataPoker.com.
Now I have to top her. Now I have to beat her. I'm going to put $49 in tomorrow.
I'm really looking forward to that heads-up battle. Tournament, the Battleship style tournament tomorrow. That should be a lot of fun.
So how do you think, how's that supposed to work in terms of how long? Because it's 2 days, right? Or is it just tomorrow?
Just tomorrow.
So it's all day tomorrow?
I think it's going to be relatively quick. It's going to be much quicker than the live version of Heads Up.
So you might
I think the levels are 5 minutes.
It would be over by 7?
I think it could be. I think it could be over by maybe 9, like dinner time.
Well, actually, if it's not over by 7, you might be in the money anyway. So it's not the worst thing.
Yeah.
By 7, you should have played 3 matches.
I mean, what time does it start, Jamie? 1 p.m.
I'm pretty sure 1 p.m.
And you have to buy in on Borgata Poker.
Oh, the final. The final heads-up battle for the heads-up tournament is scheduled to start at 9:30. Is there any plans to stream that heads-up match? No?
With the whole cards.
I mean, maybe Gags would do it on his Twitch stream.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
a possibility. You could ask him.
Ask him, or we could make him.
Aw. I have a Twitch stream. I could do it.
You used to Twitch a lot. Then what happened? You guys had to downgrade to dial-up, and it couldn't work anymore?
No, I wasn't our player pool is a little bit smaller, and so I was teaching the people I play every night exactly how I play.
Yeah.
So it was something like for a big final table for like GSS or something that's like good advertising, whatever, I would do it. But for other stuff, I didn't want to be like a nightly Twitch person.
It's not really a good idea.
It's really tiring too. Like the people who do it every day, I'm like very
I've
impressed.
I've sat in the GSS with Gags 2 on my right, watching him what he played 3 hands ago. I thought the guy was like getting wacky, and then I saw he had 3 big hands. It's not a good advantage to the person doing it. If somebody else sees,
I think it's a little bit of. There's a little bit of both, and I think Gags does it regularly enough, and I don't think he's that concerned about giving up too much. And
well, it helped me a lot being 2 over for him and seeing what speed he was traveling at the time.
Don has moved all in for just under 8 big blinds, And Steven with
The
Jack
best hand
deuce.
is going to have to think a lot about
I'm going to be
this.
so confused if he calls with hands like this but was folding like ace-10 and stuff.
Yeah, this would
It's
be
just
a
so
pretty...
crazy. Like, fold this. And
Yeah, this is just, you're just...
I mean, that's 8 bigs.
But, you know, when you have 45,
you
all
don't
of a
wanna
sudden...
bring him up to
yeah,
20,
You don't
no.
want to. You don't want to let him get to 20 bigs because then there's actual room to breathe. He can 3-bet.
Oh, the next one brings
you
him
know,
up to 40 to 50.
Exactly, and then all of a sudden you're the short stack. So this is going to be a little bit of a tactical affair, and Steven Madeira, he seems throughout this heads-up battle not wanting to commit chips
yeah.
pre-flop.
does not want to put his cards on their backs and see what.
Yeah, he doesn't want to leave it up to the dealer.
Oh, here's Don.
Don't want to leave it up to this game. It's going to be a raise from Steven. And a 3-bet shove from Don. He's going to be all in for just over 9 big blinds.
He's really like not adjusted his strategy much at all to his opponent. That would be my biggest criticism of Madeira.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not adjusting to his opponent's stack size either. He's still raising garbage on the button, even though.
And I
Don
thought it
is
was
gonna be shoving very
amazing how
liberally.
at the very beginning of heads up play, I think started to. I thought he
After,
started
like 3 or 4 times he started limping the button, but he was still limping like bottom 10% of his range.
Yeah.
I'm like, just muck those.
because even if you're only giving up 1 big blind, you could be giving up 0.5 big blind. Yeah. So
Yeah, you can fold
in the long
somebody.
run, it's going to add up. And who
Big
knew,
hand, guys.
Who knew this was going to go on? Don is all in. Steven is going to snap call.
I hope this ends it. Hey, look at this. Trevor Savage says he loves me. I love you too, Trevor. Oh, 20 minutes ago when I was doing the Adderall rap.
All right.
This is going to be a tough one for Don. And
All
if he
right,
wins
no Adderall rundown, but Don is going to need some sort of jolt here to get himself back into contention. It is an ace, jack 5, all heart flop. Don with 0.1%.
And what would that 0.1 be? Can you say it fast what he needs?
He would have needed running 6s, I guess.
Nice.
Queen would do it. Offsuit queen.
Ooh, offsuit queen.
Now,
Jamie, no.
Now.
I'm
it
just
became
saying.
that. But
And
that
the 2 of clubs is
No, the
going to
offsuit-
confirm
the offsuit queen was a chop. But yeah.
the winner
Yeah.
of the Borgata Almighty Million is Steven
Steve.
Madeira. He's a bad rags. He's thinking bank, and he banked today $169,000 for his first place victory, best career live score, first live tournament win, and Don Fisher
Okay.
takes
and-
second place, just under $110,000. And I think we're going to get a quick winners interview. There you go, Don. Congratulations.
Okay, so we're going to sign off before the interview, and this has been Jamie.
Are we signing off? I
He
don't
just
think
said
so.
sign off,
Oh.
and then it goes to the interview.
See, I don't hear it. All right, so
Yeah.
we are out of here. Guys, thank you so much for following. Going to get an interview with Steve, and I will see you tomorrow for the final table live stream of the $1,000 Six Max.
And me and Jamie are going to speak for a second while Will runs over to do that interview.
Yeah.
And yes, tomorrow at 4:30 will be the Six Max 1K Six Max live stream. And there's Will looking dapper as always right over there. And we're going to let Will talk. And
All right, good night, guys.
for me and Jamie, goodbye.
All right, guys, we are here with Steve Madeira, who just won the Almighty Million here at the Borgata Poker Open. Steve, you might have a bad reg shirt on, but you are not a bad reg today. How you feeling, man?
Well, I mean, tournaments, anything can happen. You know, I did what I could, ran definitely well above expectation, but, you know, got the chips. Got the trophy, more important than anything else. Got the trophy.
Trophy's more important than $169,000 up top. Over the last few years, you've been one of the more successful players in New Jersey Online. You've kind of, cut your teeth there. How does it feel to really have a big live breakthrough? Did you ever really expect this to happen?
No, I mean, it's it's good. It's good to come out in real life, play with for real monies.
Yeah.
It's definitely huge, way different than online, but found comfortable towards the final table and just went with my game.
Yeah, no, comfortable at a final table is a lot easier when you have half the chips in play, 5, 6-handed. From that point, you were kind of, really bossing the table. You as you said, you ran above, ran a little bit above maybe expectation. But in the end, the heads-up battle, back and forth, you just kind of held your own, and in the end, it came out. How does it feel to be a Borgata Poker Open championship winner in the Almighty Million?
Well, I hope I never go broke and have to sell that. But right now it feels awesome.
All right, it feels awesome. So, guys, Steve Madeira, Almighty Million champion. Probably be seeing Steve through the rest of the series and definitely on the felt again. Thanks for following, guys.